1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you.
Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Thank you. Welcome to Lancashire, your first training session at Emirates Old Trafford today. How have you found it so far?
Yeah, thanks for the welcome. I'm feeling really grateful and really excited, looking forward to the season. Obviously, Lancashire has a rich history. My idol Saurav Ganguly also played for Lancashire, so I'm really excited to be here. And yeah, my first hit out at Old Trafford feels good, you know, such a historic venue. So really happy and looking forward to the season.
I believe you have a good relationship with Phil Salt. What's he told you about this place?
Yeah, a very good guy. Had a great time with him in the IPL, and he was the one who actually put forward my name for the county, and I'd like to thank him, and I'd like to wish him for the 100 competition. And yeah, post the competition, we might catch up for a dinner or something.
And in terms of county cricket, what have you seen of it in the past, and how much are you looking forward to being part of it as well?
Obviously, playing in England is a different ball game altogether. It's not like the subcontinent where we play, but it's a new challenge. And as athletes, we always look for new challenges. We thrive to face new challenges, and so is the case with me. I want to come here in England and test my skill against the best here. Obviously, some great players playing in the county. So it's going to be an opportunity for me, and I'm really looking forward to it. And I want to contribute to the side's victory.
And since you arrived, what sort of conversations have you had with the coaches, and what sort of role will you play in this side, do you think?
Yeah, obviously, they've been very welcoming, not just the coach, but the players as well. They've shown a lot of warmth and welcomed me with both hands. So I'm really happy about that. It's tough for, sometimes it might get tough when a player walks into a dressing room. It might take time for him to adjust, but they've made me feel at home, especially the coaches. And I think the role, as far as the role goes, I'm really flexible about that. I'm ready to bat at any position, but I'm looking at batting as well as giving a few overs for the team.
Straight into action at Derbyshire tomorrow. You must be looking forward to getting going.
Yeah, absolutely. Derbyshire is a ground where I've played before. We played against Derbyshire for the Indian team, so yeah, I have played there before, and I can't wait to get there and showcase my skill.
It'll be nice to play somewhere that's a little bit familiar then, to get you into the swing of things.
Absolutely, everywhere in England is a different challenge, be it Manchester or London or Derbyshire. But yeah, to start at Derbyshire is obviously a little bit of comfort for me. Let's see how it goes.
You touched on it earlier. We've had a lot of Indian players come over and play for Lancashire. We've had Washington Sundar, we've had Sourav Ganguly, VVS Laxman. You must be really excited to sort of carry on that heritage and sort of be the next Indian player for Lancashire.
Definitely, it's a matter of great pride for me to be playing for Lancashire. As I told you, my idol played for this county, so it is a huge moment for me. And actually, I did not understand the magnitude of this moment up until last night, when a lot of calls and texts started coming in that they were wishing me good luck. So I understood the magnitude of this, that this is actually a big thing. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Thanks for your time, Venki, and we look forward to watching you this summer.
Cheers, thank you.
Welcome to Emirates Old Trafford, the final group game of this year's Metrobank One-Day Cup fixture. For Lancashire, for Worcestershire, they're going to progress into the knockout stages. A chance of finishing top of their group as well. Lancashire coming into this fixture on the back of, well, their only win so far. It was a terrific win down at Northamptonshire on Sunday. Bumble's with me here at a sunny, warm Emirates Old Trafford. This is quite nice, isn't it?
Well, it's got to get warmer, so we're told in the afternoon. It's a bit damp, the outfield. It's a worn pitch. It's been played on before, but it looks okay. I'm looking forward to, I know Lancs haven't won, I'm looking forward to all these young players that are coming into the team.
Yeah, we'll find out exactly what's happened with this team news in a minute. We're going to have a quick chat with Josh Bohannon just to confirm the toss and the teams. I think they've had something like 10 debutants in the One-Day Cup this season, so it's been a pretty quick turnaround in terms of new players. All right, what's the news?
We lost the toss and we are having a bat, which is what we wanted to do anyway.
Okay, and any changes to your side from Sunday?
Yeah, two. Greeny's obviously gone with 100 and Molly's left out. Will and Bale's come in.
On Sunday, it was a terrific all-round team performance, wasn't it? It must have felt so nice in the dressing room to have got yourself that winning feeling again.
Yeah, I think we chatted the other day about it. There's still been a great team feeling around it, and we've understood the whole comp. We've not been where we want to be. That's pretty evident with the results, and where we are in the table is a result of that. But I think the chats that we've had, to see the learning that we've taken from early in the comp to the win on Sunday, was fantastic. So yeah, the camp's up and about. It's nice.
And you've had lots of young lads in this side. Of course, Josh Boyden on Sunday was brilliant for you, wasn't it? How pleasing was that to see?
Yeah, brilliant. As I said the other day, he's had a tough time over the last couple of years with injury. So to see him go out there and perform the way he has was excellent.
Cool. Cheers, Josh.
Thank you. Cheers.
So that's the news here from the middle. Bumble's still alongside me. The younger players, David, have been brilliant to see, haven't they, this season? For them to get the opportunity in the side is fantastic, I think.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by it all because, if you're one of the coaches and managers, your job depends on results. You've got to get results. But there's a wider view, I think. This competition has quickly developed into a development competition, so you're getting to see what your young players can do. And I saw that interview with Benkenstein, the Lancashire coach. He said, I want to see what these young players can do. Now, I might be controversial here in saying that the results, therefore, are incidental. You bring in young players on, and you're kicking them on to the next stage. And the other thing that you're doing, especially with 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds, you're testing them. You're really testing them. You've been a big fish in junior cricket, what you like.
And do you only get a sense of that test and what they're like out here in this type of environment?
Yeah, and in the changing rooms as well. You find out a little bit about how they can handle losing, how they handle a little bit of failure, and then how they handle success. And so it's a good mix to have, and it's good when they come through with flying colours, which, there's two notables for me, Fonseca and Flintoff. And I've seen them coming through under 19s cricket and junior cricket and be kingpins. No, I think they've done okay. I think they've done really well.
OK, 11 o'clock start here at Emirates Old Trafford. Worcestershire could finish top of their group. Lancashire looking to try and end their group campaign, at least with a couple of wins and a bit of a feel-good factor. Plenty of young players on show as well. Looking forward to it. Join us from 11 o'clock. Good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage live from Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app and on Likes TV for the final group match of this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. Between Lancashire and Worcestershire, here in the commentary box, myself, Scott Reed, and Trevor Owens from BBC Hereford and Worcester. We'll hear from David Lloyd and Paul Allott through the course of the day as well. So hopefully plenty of voices to keep you entertained. Lancashire are on the back of their one and only win so far in the group stage. They've played 7, lost 6. But they beat Northamptonshire on Sunday in a good performance and certainly a special day for Josh Boyden. As for Worcestershire, Trevor, and good morning to you, they've got a real chance here of reaching not just the knockout stage. That looks like it's a genuine possibility, but potentially even going on and reaching the final, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, they've had a very good season in this. Good morning to you, Scott, incidentally. It's been a very pleasant surprise, I think we can safely say, for those who follow Worcestershire, because their injury list is horrendous at the moment, to the point for this competition they've brought in 3 players from national counties cricket to bolster the squad, who've all done very well, actually, since they've come in as well. Jack Home doesn't play today, but he's taken his fair share of wickets. Gone for a few runs, I'm sure he'd freely admit, but he's only 18 years old, so perhaps we've got to expect that. And Tommy Sturgis doesn't play today either, but Tom Henley's come in as well. They brought in Hisham Khan on loan. They brought in Fatih Singh on loan from Nottinghamshire as well. So they really have had to shuffle the squad around. So to be second in the table at this point is a major bonus, I would say. Yeah, that represents a fantastic group campaign, doesn't it? To have won 5 of the 7 matches, to be second. Somerset look like they're going to be top. I think for Worcestershire to finish above Somerset would take obviously a victory here, but a really significant win. They would have to thump Lancashire today, frankly, for if they were to overhaul Somerset, who beat Worcestershire well when they met as well. So, but Worcestershire, encouragingly, won a couple of tight ones, which so often in the past Worcestershire have lost tight games. But no, they've looked good in this, and it's credit to the coaching staff and those players who've come in that they've bedded in very quickly, as they had to, and they've produced some good results along the way. So 10 points for Worcestershire, currently second. Somerset top. Durham a third with 9 points. And then Hampshire and Derbyshire are 4th and 5th with 8 points. So it's the top 3 that qualify for the knockout stages. And Worcestershire in second with 10 points have a 2-point cushion to Hampshire and Derbyshire, who are 4th and 5th. So it would
if Worcestershire were to lose today, you're looking at kind of a net run rate situation for them to miss out, wouldn't you, really?
You would. Obviously, other results today will have a bearing on things as well. It'll be get the calculators out if Worcestershire lose this one, I think. But they'd be reasonably optimistic of getting through, and it'd be a great result for them if they were to reach the knockout stages. As I say, given the problems they've had over this season, and I think it was 9 first-team players out injured at one point.
Wow. Okay.
And they've only lost Adam Hose to the 100. He's the only one who's gone to the 100. So it's been an issue, but they've responded well.
Yeah, good to see. Good competition for Worcestershire, and the net run rate's healthy. So even with a defeat here, Worcestershire will be pretty optimistic they'll be playing in the knockout stages of this competition. The 2 opening batters are coming out. Fonseca, one of the young lads who's made his Lancashire debut this year. Worcestershire heading out to Rob Jones, back on familiar turf for the Rapids, former Lancashire man. Good to see Rob back, always with a smile on his face. Bell and Fonseca opening the batting for Lancashire. So the news from the middle is that Worcestershire have won the toss and have put Lancashire into bat. Josh Bohannon saying at the toss that he was quite happy to have a bat first. So everyone's happy.
Everyone's happy. That's always a good start.
It is, yeah. Everyone's started pretty well. I'll run through Lancashire's side. You might want to talk us through the Worcestershire side as well. Lancashire with George Bell and Kesh Fonseca. And then Josh Bohannon, Rocky Flintoff, Venkatesh Iyer, George Balderson, Harry Singh, Josh Boyden, Tom Bailey, Will Williams and Charlie Barnard.
And the Worcestershire side, Ed Pollock, Gareth Roderick, who of course will keep wicket, Rob Jones, as you say, back on familiar surroundings for him, Jake Libby, who captains the side, Ethan Brooks, Josh Cobb, Tom Taylor, Fateh Singh, Tom Henley, Hisham Khan and Harry Darley. And it's going to be Tom Taylor, I think, to open the bowling from this to the Brian Statham end. So we'll take you through this just whilst the batsman doing the final pre-flight checks out there in the middle. George Bell on strike, just a few limbering up exercises. Taylor to bowl then. 2 slips in for Tom Taylor, who's back in the side today. He was rested for the win over Hampshire. And he's in there, bowls, up onto his toes goes Bell, just plays it back down the track, and there's no run.
There are plenty of other. In fact, I think every group game finishes today, doesn't it? I think the whole thing's done today because it's Friday and Sunday, isn't it, for the knockout?
It's so quick, isn't it? Really? If you're trying to put on a game on Friday and you don't know who you're going to be playing or where you're going to be playing, it's a quick turnaround.
So we'll keep across how the games are progressing, with a very close eye on the Durham, Derbyshire and the Middlesex, Hampshire games.
Taylor again, right arm over. He's in, bowls, that's whipped away or flicked away towards just back of the umpire at square leg, and they'll take a single. So Bell's off and running. He has 1 to his name.
Yeah, Durham at home to Derbyshire today, and Middlesex are at home to Hampshire. The game between Middlesex and Hampshire is at Merchant Taylor School. Everyone's underway, everyone's playing, so a particular close eye on those 2 fixtures, because that's the one that could impact where Worcestershire were to finish, potentially.
It's going to be one of those days of ifs and buts, isn't it, really?
It is, yeah.
Taylor is in, bowls. That's wrapped on the pad. A big shout from behind. They were fairly confident they were doing too much, I think, possibly.
Yeah.
It certainly nipped back from Taylor and rattled into the pads. Fonseca having a bit of a rueful look at that.
Yeah, that's a good ball, though, wasn't it? I just nipped back into Fonseca.
Well, Roderick was definitely interested. That wasn't a polite inquiry. That was, you know, I think he might have got him there, sort of appeal. But not out.
Should be a bit of movement early on, shouldn't it, with this new white ball from both ends.
Taylor in again, bowls. That's a good delivery as well.
Nicked it.
He did nick it. He's gone. He seemed to stand there an awfully long time. Well, important early breakthrough for Worcestershire, and Fonseca, I'm afraid, is heading back to the pavilion. It must have been a very fine touch. It was just in the replay. It was a very fine touch. Roderick, though, absolutely convinced, and more importantly, so is the umpire. And Lancashire then are 1 for 1 in the first over.
Yeah, just a little thin edge, wasn't it, through to the keeper.
The way he held his stance, I thought he was, Fonseca, I thought he was just saying, oh, good job I pulled the bat inside the line of that, but he obviously didn't. So, key breakthrough for Worcestershire, and Lancashire 1 for 1. Taylor has the wicket, Fonseca caught by Roderick, and we will await the arrival of the new batsman. It should be the skipper, Josh Bohannon, and it is the skipper, Josh Bohannon, who's making his way out to the middle now. Well, it was the ball before. He rattled the ball into the pads of Fonseca, did Taylor, and there was a really strong appeal from behind the stumps, with Taylor equally as enthused, but the umpire wasn't having any of that. So from the bowler's point of view, the best possible response is to get him out the next ball. That's precisely what he did. Really, never ceases to amaze me, really, but what 4 balls of the match, and already the drinks are on for the fielding side, which seems a bit extreme at this stage on what's not a particularly warm day here at Old Trafford, but there is blue sky around, which is good to see. Bohannon takes guard and is carefully marking out that guard. A couple of stretching exercises, a couple of practice shots, and now he settles over his bat. Taylor is in, ball full his length. Bohannon drives into the ground. Taylor fields in his follow through, and there is no run. Worcestershire not including Tommy Sturgis, Jack Home or Rayhan Adawalath in at the side today. They were in the original 14, but they were the 3 who miss out today. The coaching staff have rotated the squads. I know Lancashire have as well for this competition. This should be the final ball of the first over. Taylor's in, bowls, and that's pushed towards mid-wicket. They'll take a very comfortable single. And Bohannon is off and running. He has a single to his name. At the end of that first over then, Lancashire are 2 for 1 after being put into bat by Worcestershire Rapids.
Yeah, good start. Excellent first over by Tom Taylor. There's a couple of runs off it in the wicket as well. It's a super start by Worcestershire.
They made a really good start against Hampshire in the last game, which kind of set the tone. They had them 60 odd for 5, I think.
Wow.
And Hampshire, it wasn't a bad Hampshire side that came up either, because, well, as you well know, Scott, sometimes in this competition it's difficult to judge because so many players disappear for the 100 and that sort of thing, and squads can have a very different look to them.
Yeah, that's been the story of the last couple of years in this format, hasn't it? That you've got some counties that are reasonably kind of familiar with their 11. I mean, Lancashire played Derbyshire the other week at Derbyshire, and they looked pretty much like Derbyshire's kind of first team. And then you see some that have been kind of decimated by call-ups and that type of thing. I'm going to see Harry Darley from the Jimmy Anderson end. There's a big appeal by Darley. He's got himself interested in that as Bohannon plays forward.
I thought there was a bit of wood in that, to be honest, as he went forward. But
so Darley's a new name for me, Trevor. Not seen him before.
Coming through from the academy, making his way into the game. He's one of the ones who was actually on the books rather than the one they brought in.
Right.
But as I say, young players just coming through, and he's done well. Well, they've all done well. I must admit, I was slightly sceptical when I heard they were bringing in 3 national counties players, but just goes to prove how wrong you can be.
2 slips waiting. Darley comes over the wicket, bowls to Bohannon, who drives. Picked up by Libby at mid-on, and there's no run.
I suppose it is worth making the point, Scott, of course, the national counties, sometimes players drop out of the first-class game and then go to national counties and rekindle their careers, really. Herefordshire have got a bit of a record for that. Of people, Alex Russell went back into the first-class game, and a couple at Glamorgan as well. Jamie McElroy played for Herefordshire for 1.
And there's Darley into Bohannon, just a little short, and he's pulled that out towards the leg side boundary. It's a big boundary out there to get across and a lot of grass to cover, but it's worth 2 runs by the time that Hisham Khan has got to it. And Bohannon comes back for 2, so Lancashire move on to 4 for 1.
Yeah, as you say, dropped a bit short. I'm not sure Bohannon got that right out the middle of the bat, but nonetheless, it was a very comfortable 2. A hint of sunshine.
Hey. Never in doubt, Trevor, in Manchester. Apparently. 4 for 1 halfway through the second over. Darley bowls again to Bohannon. It's defended up towards Libby at mid-on, and there's no run. It's actually quite a nice day. The forecast is good. I don't think we're going to have too many concerns today.
Well, I left not so sunny Shropshire this morning when I caught the train to come up here, and it was actually raining fairly steadily there, and it got better the further north I came, so hopefully that's a sign of things to come.
Fingers crossed, yeah. Been a little bit lucky in this competition. I don't recall too many kind of rain-affected games. Most matches at Lancashire have been played in have been kind of fully played. It's down the leg side by Darley, and keeper Roderick leaping away to his left, just trying to get a glove on that. It's deflected away off Bohannon's thigh pad. It's been given as 4 leg byes. Doubles Lancashire's total. They move on to 8 for 1. We've got 1 ball left of the second over.
Yes, Roderick gave it his best attempt there, didn't he, behind the stumps, but he wasn't going to get near that. Darley's quite rapid, actually, when he gets into his stride.
Comes Darley to complete his first over of the day. Brings Bohannon calmly forward onto the front foot in defence. There is no run, so that is the end of Darley's first over. We've had 2 so far. Lancashire batting first, 8 for 1. Bell on 1, and Bohannon on 3. So Darley's debut came this year, then one of a number of debutants in this Worcestershire side.
Yes, I think the first game in this competition, there were about 6 debutants in the competition. That's more than half the side were making their debuts from memory. But I've never known an injury list in cricket, so I've never known an injury list like the one Worcestershire have had this season. People who've been watching the game for far longer than me have said the same thing.
Right.
It's just been ridiculous and no sort of logic for it. Taylor to continue from the Brian Statham end is in, bowls, and again wrapped on the pad. That didn't even look out from here. It runs out on the leg side. I'll take a leg by. Looked like that was going down the leg side to me.
And those injuries, have they been sustained through the course of the season? Is that something that's been an issue or ongoing all season?
There's a couple of young bowlers, for example, have stress fractures at the back, which you get with young bowlers, we know that. But there's no sort of pattern to them as such.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Leach has been out for a long time. He's been a big miss, but he is hoping to get back for the final championship matches of the season, and they could certainly do with him for that. Here comes Taylor again. In, bowls, that's off a thickish inside edge, but it's away past mid-on. They're going to get at least 2 here, and they're coming back for the second now, and the fielder hasn't quite got there. Will they think about a third? No, they won't. It's only 2, but a very comfortable 2 again, which will take the total on to 11 for 1.
Yeah, I suppose with younger bowlers, you say that's unfortunately something that can happen, can't it? It's a little bit unfortunate that you've had Worcestershire have had such a group of players all together that have suffered the
Yadvinder Singh was one of the young bowlers just breaking into the first team squad really, and he's got a back problem. It's kept him out. Of course, a few years ago we had the same thing with Josh Tongue, who's now moved on to Freshfield. Taylor's in, bowls, swung a bit and pushed into the offside. There's no run.
I was looking forward to seeing Jack home. I've heard a little bit about him this this season.
He's done very, very. He's one of the 3 that's come in, been called up from some national counties, and I guess signed short-term contracts for this competition. But he took 6 for 51 in one game anyway, and he's certainly taken his share of wickets. I'm sure he would probably agree. He's probably gone for a few too many runs, if we're being honest. But he's 18 years of age, so that's got to happen, I think. Taylor's in, bowls, that's outside the off stump, well left alone by Bohannon, and there's no run. I've been coming here now for on and off for about 30 years covering cricket, and this ground has probably changed more than most, I would say, over that period. It's a lovely setup now, isn't it?
Yeah, it has changed a lot, hasn't it? Unrecognisable. If there's a gap between, I don't know, maybe 20 years of someone coming in and coming back, they'd struggle to recognise anything. I don't think. The little elements of the old pavilion, which is still there, the front of the pavilion is still there. But
the 2 sort of turrets are still in evidence. Yeah. Taylor moves in, bowls again, forward solidly. Is Bohannon, plays that into the offside. Again, there's no run. Lancashire, obviously, you've lost quite a few to the 100, I'm guessing. But disappointed, obviously looking at the league table suggests they'd be disappointed with the campaign in this competition.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they've had a lot of, I think it's at one stage, I think they were without 10 players that they could have picked for this competition, or that would have been available potentially, first team players that were away playing 100 cricket. But even with that in mind, I think probably, yeah, they'll be still disappointed with how it's gone.
Taylor bowls again, the hand and forward, plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Josh Cobb will field. And that completes the over. At the end of it, Lancashire, having been put into bat, are 11 for 1 after 3 overs.
And they've had 2 overseas players for most of the, well, for the entire competition, I think. Venkatesh Iyer and Chris Green. Green's not playing in this final game. He's got a recall back up to the Trent Rockets in the 100, but they've had 2 overseas players, and then they've had players that have played quite a bit of first-team cricket. Bell and Bohannon and Balderson, Bailey Williams, and Blathwaite was in the team at the start of the season. So that, as well as some younger players, have had players who have played a decent chunk of first-team cricket. So that, but the competition for them has been about getting some of these younger players into the side. Fonseca and Flintoff and Singh and Barnard, Boyden. As Bell runs that down towards third man for a single. The score moves on to 12 for 1. And I think they made the decision early on and spoke to the head coach Dale Benkenstein about how he sees the competition going. Right at the start of the competition, he was saying that they want to look at giving players a chance, some of the younger players. And I suppose when you're introducing quite a lot of younger players, I think 10 players have made their debuts in list-A debuts for Lancashire in this format this year. You're going to get fluctuations, I guess, in form a bit, aren't you? Been a lot of positive aspects of certainly some of the younger guys. Josh Boyden was a prime example last Sunday at Northamptonshire. Darley's into Bohannon, that's defended away into the offside, no run. Bowled beautifully, got runs as well. So these. But Charlie Barnard's, I think, bowled very, very nicely through the course of the competition. Rocky Flintoff, he's 16, but has made a really exciting start to his career as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of pressure there, isn't there? In all seriousness, 16, enough pressure at 16 to be playing at this level anyway, but something to live up to there, as they say. He seems to have handled it very well.
12 for 1. Here's Darley to Bohannon again, just rocking onto the front foot in defence, just pushes the ball calmly away to the offside. Taylor comes round from cover to field, and there is no run. Yeah, so some 16-year-olds and a couple of 19-year-olds. And I remember Stephen Croft a few years ago said to me, it's like a dads and lads competition. Which I thought was such a lovely way to describe this one-day cup. One or two of the older boys and some of the kids. Darley in, just drops short again, and Bohannon pulls. That might be 4, I think it probably will be. Khan's chasing after it, but on this occasion he can't get across the ground. And that was a little bit more out of the meat of the bat for Josh Bohannon. 4 pulled out towards mid-wicket. 16 for 1 now.
Yeah, it's put me in mind. Frank Watson interviewed Jack Haim after one of the games this season and said, started the interview by saying, "You're probably too young to remember Alan Hansen saying on Match of the Day, you don't win anything with kid." And apparently Haim just looked at him absolutely blankly, so, which kind of aged all of us, really.
But. Here comes Darley. 2 slips waiting, balls over the wicket. Bohannon just drops the ball away into the offside. It's gathered by Tom Hinley at cover, and there's no run. Well, Worcestershire might be able to prove that you can win things with some kids if they can progress from this group stage, and then it's knockout cricket.
They were saying they've adopted that approach for the last 2 group games prior to this one. I'm sure they're adopting the same approach today. It's basically a cup final each time, really. And certainly worked well for them against Hampshire. The umpire's having a bit of a look here, what's there?
I think someone's moving across the front of the sight screen.
Oh, yes. Waving back to him. How very... No great hurry to move.
Oh, it's Dave. It's Dave from Blackpool. You're all right, Dave. Take your time, mate. you take your time. Find your seat. No rush, old bean. He's got himself settled in as Dave. 16 for 1 with 1 ball left of the 4th. Here's Darley. And Bohannon off the front foot in defence, just pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. 5 runs coming off that. 16 for 1, 4 overs gone.
You, Scott, are just like Dave Bradley at New Road, who seems to know everybody in the Basil D'Oliveira stand when we're doing commentaries there.
Yeah, you see some familiar faces. Dave's been coming to Lancashire for quite a few years now.
Tom Taylor, ball in hand, will continue. It's a very nice day here now, actually. The bit of cloud cover we had immediately above the ground has broken up. We've got blue sky. George Bell on strike. Tom Taylor into bowl to him, and Bell shoulders arms outside the off stump. Ball swinging back into him, but well wide of his off stump. 16 for 1 then, Lancashire having been put into bat. Taylor making a very early breakthrough. Saw Fonseca on his way without scoring in the first over, but Bahana's played some nice shots since then. Bell happy to play the anchor role seemingly at the moment. He'll prove me wrong now by lashing the next one through the offside for 4, I'm sure. But Taylor's in to ball to him. That's off a thickish inside edge. They'll take a single, a very comfortable single, as Jake Libby is round to field.
Yeah, Josh Bannon's had a brilliant start to the one-day cup for Lancashire this season. The first game of the group stage against Durham at Sebba School, he got 147. It was a fantastic innings. In the end, in a losing cause, but he kept Lancashire interested in the game right the way to the final 4 or 5 overs of the match. We weren't quite sure whether or not if Lancashire were going to win or not, and it was his innings that kept the game alive. But then he's had quite a few low scores in and around that as well.
Taylor bowls, ball of fuller length, driven but not particularly timed on that occasion. Libby feels it a very straight mid-on, and there's no run. Bohannon rehearsing the shot he rather wished he played.
There's been 3 centurions in this one-day cup campaign for Lancashire. That one from Josh Bannon mentioned, the Chris Green century, his first career century, that came at Hampshire. Keaton Jennings has only played 2 matches this year because he got drafted up by the London Spirit. He got 107 in the game against Kent at Blackpool.
Taylor again is in. Ball's driven. That is going to get through away for 4 runs. I mentioned that Bell might put one through the offside, and he's duly done it. Lovely shot, actually. Beat the man at extra cover and away to the fence for 4.
It's a good shot, wasn't it? Yeah.
Bahanan it is, sorry, who was on strike, apologies. But yeah, he timed that beautifully, didn't he, really?
Playing a little bit towards the left of the square. On one of the main pitches, I think this may have been the surface that they played a 100 game on recently. You can see, I presume that's the test wicket that's covered up to the right of the pitch. I was sort of
assuming that was the case. Yeah, right, that's right in the middle, isn't it, really?
Yeah. That starts here next Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday, the test match. First day of the test game against Sri Lanka.
You mentioned Sedberth School. I never watched the game there. Is that a nice setting?
Oh, it's lovely. Yeah, it's very, very nice. Yeah, it's. They've been playing. They played a championship game there a few years ago, and they've been playing some one-day cricket there the last 3 or 4 years.
Taylor bowls, driven, not timed quite as well for extra cover this time, and single field. There's no run.
They've played quite a lot of outground cricket this year, Lancashire. It's been really enjoyable, actually. The 2 home matches. The first 2 home matches in the group stage of this competition were played away from here. They were played at Sebba School and at Blackpool, and they played a championship game at Blackpool. They played a championship match at Southport as well. So they've taken cricket away from their main headquarters quite a few times this summer.
Taylor again. Should be the last ball of the over, is in, and that's again pushed to Singh at extra cover. There's no run. That completes the over. At the end of it, 5 overs gone. 21 for 1 at Lancashire here. Yes, well, Worcestershire, of course, were forced to play away from New Road at the start of the season because it was twinned with Atlantis at the time. I think it's the best way of putting it. It was, I'm being flippant there, but full credit to Worcestershire's ground staff for even getting the place playable as quickly as they did. It was a terrific effort. I know they're used to it. People say, well, it happens every year, but it was a fantastic effort to get championship cricket back by the end of May, which is what they did, or not long after the middle of May, really. Played at Kidderminster, of course, early on.
Yeah, it was a bit of a that switch to Kidderminster must have been a bit of a challenge, actually, to get that all ready in time. As Darley's in to Bell. It's a lovely straight drive by George Bell. And not quite have enough legs to reach the boundary. In the end, just worth a single for Bell. Moves on to 4, and Lancashire are 22 for 1.
Well, it is their designated outground.
Okay.
And I think they knew fairly early on
right.
that they were going to have to go there. So, I mean, they are used to staging games there. But obviously, a certain number of marquees have to be... It's a very nice club ground, Kidderminster, but to bring it up to that sort of level, it's a bit like if you go to Cheltenham and see a game, there are lots of marquees spring up round the boundary.
There's Darley into Bohannon, turned away to the leg side. Rob Jones at short mid-wicket, tumbling stop, low down to his right, no run. 22 for 1. And is an acceptance now, or is it getting to the point where there's an acceptance that maybe, unfortunately, it might be a case of moving away from New Road at some point down the line?
Ashley Giles, excuse me, who's the chief executive. I'm going to offer this delivery, actually.
Darley sets off from the Anderson end, just a slip in place. Bannon dabs the ball calmly away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, Ashley Giles has gone on the record saying he feels that within 20 years Worcestershire will have to move, and I think there's a growing acceptance of whilst they don't want to among the membership. They're thinking, well, do you know what, we just can't go on this way. Ashley Giles making the point that a third of their home days of cricket are basically lost to New Road. They had to play some at Kidderminster, as I mentioned, and you can't go on because, of course, they lose some hospitality and all the other sort of aspects of making money, really.
Halfway through the 6th over, Harry Darley for Worcestershire balls. Forward goes Josh Bohannon, defends into the offside, no run.
And I certainly think among younger supporters there is definitely an acceptance that, sadly, unless they can put up some kind of barrier, but all that does is push the problem elsewhere, really. The floodwater ends up coming out further downstream, presumably. That they might sadly have to move, but then what do you do with a cricket ground that's on a floodplain if you're looking to sell it? It's a difficult conundrum, really.
2 balls remaining of the 6th over. Darley to Bell. It's played forward, deflects the ball out to Ethan Brooks at point, and there's no run. Well, it's certainly got plenty of headlines, that interview, didn't it, that Ashley gave, but which is understandable. There's a lot of emotion involved in this, isn't there?
There is. I mean, of the traditionalists, and I count myself among them. I love watching cricket in New Road, but there has to be a degree of realism as well, I would say.
Yeah, tricky. 22 for 1. Darley to Bohannon, just a fraction short and pulled away towards square leg. Oh, it's got through the fielder Hishan Khan at square leg. Just a shame that for Darley. It was a really good over prior to that, but again just a little short, and Bohannon pulls it out towards the square leg boundary. And on his follow through, Darley, I don't know, he didn't seem to look too comfortable, and he signalled he wants to come off, albeit he's jogging off, so hopefully nothing too... Yeah, he's just heading off there, Harry Darley. He just seemed to have a little slightly uncomfortable end to his follow through, but hopefully nothing too much of an issue. 26 for 1, 6 overs gone. Bell 4 and Bohannon on 17.
Rayana Davalath is on as a 12th man, whilst Darley is off getting the magic spray, or the equivalent of. As you say, he jogged, but he didn't look in any great sort of distress jogging off, did he? So hopefully that's a short-term thing. Davalath is going to go in at extra cover. Taylor to continue. He's in to bowl to Bell, who drives. Doesn't time it particularly. Davalath straight into the action, fielding out extra cover, and there's no run. It is one of the biggest headaches Ashley Giles is facing at the moment as chief exec. Well, and the committee, obviously, the directorate altogether are facing as to what they do, because there's absolutely no doubt. I mean, all the stats tell you it's happening more frequently than it did. They had 8 floods in the winter over New Road. Taylor again, past the umpire, is in. Balls to Bell, who just runs that way nicely down to 3rd man. Take a very comfortable single. She'll take the total on to 27 for 1.
Yeah, it becomes a yearly event, doesn't it? Looking to, at some point, you're going to see pictures of New Road underwater. It's not great, but now you're kind of waiting for it every winter, aren't you? What will New Road look like when the floods come?
The worst one we had was the summer one. Was it 2007? I think it was, where the whole thing went underwater mid-season, and they just abandoned all cricket at New Road for that season and decamped to Kidderminster. Changing the field here, which sees Second slip coming out and going in at short extra cover, the lead Rob Jones. So maybe they've seen something. Bohannon on strike. Taylor in to bowl to him. Bohannon gets a good one. He holds the pose, does Bohannon, after that. Seemed to go between bat and pad, and Roderick, a tumbling Roderick, takes it. And there's no run, but there are a few oohs and ahs from behind the stumps.
It just tailed away, didn't it? Roderick taking it away to his left-hand side. Bowler there, just maybe indicating to Josh Cobb at mid-off. That ball just tailed back in towards Josh Bohannon.
Bohannon, who's looked very solid so far for Lancashire. Taylor in, bowls to him. Forward comes Bohannon, plays it to point, and there's no run. Bohannon on 17. Bell has 5. We are in the 7th over of the Lancashire innings. Taylor, who, as I say, was rested for the game against Hampshire, back in the squad today, and back in the side today. He's in again, running away from us. Bowls, and that's backward a point this time. There'll be a run in this for Bohannon. Probably, oh, they're going to come back for 2, actually. It's well run. A comfortable 2 in the end. And applause around the ground for good cricket there. Run the first one fast, as my old cricket coach used to say.
Yeah, there's plenty of chances for 2s, potentially 3s at this ground. And put the ball into gaps, into the little pockets, and run well. It's a big feature of building an innings here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Taylor in, bowls forward very solidly, comes Bohannon, plays it to Jones at short extra cover, and there's no run. And that completes the over. At the end of it, 29 for 1. Lancashire here after 7, with Bohannon on 19 and Bell on 5.
Should we have a little early look at what's happening elsewhere?
Oh, let's do that thing.
The games between Durham and Derbyshire, and Middlesex and Hampshire. Let's have a look at the Durham-Derbyshire game. So this match is taking place at Chesterley Street, and Durham are batting first. 7th over of the game there. 37 for 1 in the 7th. Durham against Derbyshire. Jones and Borthwick batting. Of course, Michael Jones, who's on strike there, is joining Lancashire at the end of the season. As we watch Darley, who's thankfully back on the field. Bowling to Bell, that's driven up towards mid-on. And there's no run. So Durham 37 for 1 against Derbyshire at Chesterley Street, and Middlesex, Hampshire. Well, Hampshire are batting first, and they're 26 for 1. Nick Gubbins and Tom Prest batting for Hampshire against Middlesex. This match taking place at Merchant Taylor's School, and those games, the Durham-Derbyshire and the Middlesex-Hampshire, the sides that are all vying for the qualification spots in the group. Darley's in to Bell. Tries to cut it, gets a little bottom edge, just bounces outside the off stump. And picked up by Gareth Roderick from behind the stumps, but the wicket-keeper. And there is no run. And the other game in Group A is at Canterbury, where
oh dear.
Kent, oh my word, are 15 for 4. Goodness. Taking on Northamptonshire. So in the 8th over of the game there, 15 for 4. There's Darley into Bell. It's pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. So rather poor start for Kent at Canterbury.
Yes, I've played in a few sides where you've been 15 for 4, but you don't generally expect it at this level, do you?
No. There are 2 games in playing Group B. Actually, now a third's got underway. There's been a little bit of rain around. I think you mentioned, Trevor, as you were heading up from the southwest, there was some rain. That's caused a few delays. Darley's into Bell. It's turned out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. So Gloucestershire, Leicestershire, they've not got underway in that that game in Group B, but the 3 other games in Group B are playing. So Glamorgan are taking on Yorkshire. So Glamorgan are batting first in Cardiff, 2 without loss against Yorkshire in South Wales. As Darley sets off and comes in and bowls to Bell. Bell on the move then, that beats him, just prodding forward. Past the bat, through to Roderick. And there's no run. Sussex are taking on Essex in this game at Hove, where Sussex are batting first. 24 for 2 in the 8th over against Essex. There's one other game which we'll have a look at in a second as Darley comes in and bowls to Bell. A little bit of width there for Bell. He drives away towards mid-off. And there's no run. End of the over here. 8 gone, 29 for 1. And the game between Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire is taking place, I think, at Rugby School. It is. Warwickshire are batting first, 18 for 1, with Ed Barnard and Will Rhodes batting there for Warwickshire. So they're the games in Group B.
Ed Barnard, of course, one of several to have moved on from Worcestershire in recent seasons. A shame another one of those that's moved on. Dylan Pennington's done a hamstring, hasn't he? So he won't feature in the Test series. A great shame for him. Back here then, 29 for 1 after 8. A maiden from Darley then, as Taylor sets off now to begin the 9th over. He's in, bowls, it's driven into the ground. Oh, dear, misfielded. That's a bad mistake really by Fateh Singh at extra cover. He shouldn't have that right in behind that. He got away from him and they take a single.
It kind of burst through his fingers, didn't it?
It did. I think Tom Taylor, with the glance, suggesting that he might just have done a little better there. There's a helicopter you can definitely hear on the effects microphone there. Heads across the ground, yellow helicopter. Way to our right-hand side. A lot of cranes around Old Trafford, I noticed, as I was coming in. So a lot of building work going on locally, I suspect.
Yeah, I don't know what they're building. They've been there all season. I should really have done some investigative work on this, shouldn't I?
So I didn't mean to drop you in there.
That's all right. What are they constructing there? There've been 4 cranes there all season, 2 red ones and 2 blue ones, and they're we've got a bit of a delay here. I don't know what the issue is.
Look at the ball, are they?
Okay.
I can only assume that the Harry Darley thing was probably a footwear issue, incidentally, when he went off. He seemed to be moving very freely during that last over. Hello, we've got a bit of a delay here now. What's that?
I don't know what's happening.
Umpire and 2 or 3 Worcestershire players in conversation. One Worcestershire player appears to be looking.
I wonder if, as he's fielded that ball, has that gone through his fingers and maybe just clipped his sunglasses, and therefore they're having just a double check, kind of like a bit of a mini concussion type check.
He definitely seems to have taken his sunglasses off, and the physio is out there checking things over. Yeah, Lancashire batsman, a towel has been brought out. Yeah, just I think you're absolutely right, Scott. Well, it's a routine sort of check to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, I think he just clipped his.
Yeah, and he's Fateh Singh is the umpires just having his 4 pennyworth as well. Umpire, physio, and Singh in conference. Well, I think he's going to be okay.
So a little glancing blow on the side of the sunglasses, just to the side of the head potentially, as he tried to stop it. He's got a smile on his face, as you say, Trevor. He looks like he's all right.
Yeah.
Physio's come out, and whenever checks have happened, he's passed them with flying colours by the looks of it.
And we should be able to resume any moment now. 1 ball of this over, the 9th, has been bowled before that happened. And we can resume. Taylor's on his way. He's in. Bowls. Bell drops the bat on it. On about the 4th bounce, it'll reach point, and there's no run. I think they'll be so careful nowadays, haven't they, with the the concussion protocols and things like that, and quite rightly so. Gone are the days of just get on with it.
Yes, yeah.
Taylor again, past the umpire, is in, bowls off a thickish inside edge again, up to Libby at mid-on, and there's no run.
We have this wonderful, when we cover our football games, with this wonderful summariser who used to play for lots of different clubs called Brett Ormrod.
I remember Brett Ormrod, Brett.
And we were having a big debate about concussion and whether this football needs to improve their concussion rules. And Brett just chirped up and said, well, in my day, you just used to crack on with it. Well, Brett, that's the problem that we're trying to solve here.
Taylor bowls, driven to mid-off. There's no run. Good line from Taylor. I think anecdotally, I think it was Brian Clough, wasn't it? One of his players, when he was manager of Nottingham Forest, went down injured. The physio took him off and turned to Brian Ingham was substitute him. He's got concussion. He doesn't know who he is. And Brian Clough said, well, tell him he's Pele and send him back on. That could be anecdotal, as I say, but it's a great story, whatever.
There's not enough of that, is there? You don't get managers like that, do you? They'll give you a bit of that.
Taylor bowls, and up to Livy again at mid-on, and there's no run. Good over this from Taylor.
It's all far too serious now, isn't it? There's too much money involved in it. That's why it's so serious.
It is, yes. I mean, we don't have, in our area, BBC Hereford and Worcester, we don't have a football league club, so all ours is non-league. And Conference North is the highest level we have, actually, and it's still real at that level, I always think. And it's surprising how many full-time teams there are at that level, but it's still... Can you do it at Chorley on a wet Tuesday night in November?
Can anybody do it in Chorley on a wet Tuesday night?
30 for 1, Lancashire here, as Taylor's in, bowls, and that's dropped down to point again. There's no run. And that will complete the 9th over. Good over from Taylor. Bell has 5, Bohannon has 20.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay in the middle of it, so it's slightly lengthy over, wasn't it, while that check was taking place. But, yeah, tight stuff by Tom Taylor. It's a lovely day. Look at this now. It's nice blue sky. It's a little bit of cloud dotted about, but a nice sunny, warm Wednesday morning.
My taxi driver was telling me it was going to be a nice day, so and they know, don't they?
They do, yeah. They do. 30 for 1 then. I've seen just the 2 bowlers used so far. This is the end of the this is the 10th over. And I've just seen Taylor and Darley so far. This will be over number 5 for Harry Darley. And balls to Bohannon, drives away, beats the dive of point where Ethan Brooks is fielding. Out towards the boundary. Just flicked back in the nick of time. And Bohannon runs 3.
Good chase by Hindley, that got him a second favourite there by some distance.
He saved a run for his team with that. Catch up with the ball out towards the boundary in front of the newer hotel.
That's the difference, you see. Yeah. We have one hotel, you have the newer hotel.
The grey hotel. And the red hotel. Darley to Bell. It's turned away to the leg side. Gets underneath Rob Jones's body at mid-wicket. It's okay because Tom Taylor's round from mid-on to complete the fielding. There's no run. Still on 33 for 1. Yeah, there's some members seating below that newer hotel. Quite a few people sat in the members' seats, the red seats. It's a good view from square one actually there. Watching Darley set off and bowls to Bell. It's full and it's driven. And it's to the left of Libby, who's at mid-off. The Worcestershire skipper does catch up with the ball. And Bell comes back for 2. Moves on to 7. 35 for 1. Yeah, they're the members seating. In front of the
Yeah, nice place to watch from there.
Decent crowd actually in. Below the point in the pavilion. Darley's into Bell, and he's bowled him. Darley gets his first wicket of the day. And Bell departs for 7. And Lancashire lose their second wicket in the 10th over, 35 for 2. Bell shakes his head as he heads back towards the dressing room. But he's been bowled by Harry Darley. Lancashire 35 for 2 in the 10th over. Bell's gone for 7.
He just seemed to play down the wrong line of that. I'd be interested to see that again. Oh, here we go. We'll see it again. It works well on the radio, this, but we're seeing it again. Oh, yes, it was a cracking delivery. He did just play down the wrong line, but nothing wrong with that at all from Harry Darley. As a bowler, it must be so satisfying to see a middle stump cartwheel out the ground, really.
Yeah, it must be a pretty good feeling. Frustrating one for Bell. Just a couple of steps down the pitch, didn't he? And yeah, a little frustration for Bell as he heads back towards the dressing rooms. So 35 for 2. We've got 2 balls left at the 10th over. And Rocky Flintoff is the new batter, heading out to join his captain, Josh Bohannon.
He's a tall lad, Rocky Flintoff, isn't he? He looks alongside Josh Bohannon there.
He is, yeah. He's a big lad for 16.
That's what my granddad used to say. I'd rather feed him for a week than a fortnight.
And his last appearance here, he got an 88 in the game against Middlesex. It was his first appearance at Emirates Old Trafford in Lancashire's first team. He made his debut a few games prior to that, but it was his first time playing here in the first team. And he's out there now as Darley comes in and bowls to Flintoff, who's on the front foot in defence. Solid looking defensive push by Flintoff. And there's no run. Batting at 4, he's been a little bit up and down in the batting lineup. I think he's been down at 6 for a couple of games, but batted at 4 the last few matches now for Lancashire.
You have to carefully manage any 16-year-old in the side, wouldn't you, really? And obviously Lancashire have done that. So watching from afar, as they say.
Slip in place as Darley sets off, bowls to Flintoff, turned away to the leg side. Jones fields at mid-wicket. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. So that's 10 overs gone. So that's kind of the first phase of the match, isn't it, with the fielding restrictions just relaxing a little bit now. So Bohannon 23. Flintoff has faced a couple of deliveries. He's on naught. Lancashire 35 for 2. 10 overs gone.
And it's a glorious day now here at Old Trafford, or Emirates Old Trafford. It's, as I say, the cloud above the ground has broken up pretty much completely now. It's a very nice day. Hopefully I left the rain behind me as I was heading northward. But as you said, Gloucestershire, they had a delayed start there, didn't they? That will make sense I came from the Welsh borders, really. But
yeah, they're still not underway in that game between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire and Bristol.
Going to have a change of bowling here, which we'll see Hisham Khan coming into the attack from the Brian Statham end, replacing Tom Taylor. Inevitable changes to the field. Jake Libby is orchestrating things from mid-on in consultation with Josh Cobb, among others. You're quite right there, Scott. There is a decent crowd in, really. I mean, it's always difficult. I always think it's difficult to tell with test grounds sometimes. I'm used, obviously, in much smaller venues, but there's a good smattering of people around the ground. 35 for 2. Lancashire here at the start of the 11th over. It's going to be Hisham Khan. Left arm over in bowls and over pitched and driven away square on the offside. They'll take 1. It'll only be 1. .36 for 2. Bohannon's on 24 now. Flintoff's on strike.
So what Do we know about Hisham Khan then? He's another debutant this year, isn't he, for Worcestershire?
He's another one who's come in from National Counties Cricket.
Nice. Good connection, that, isn't it? It's good.
It is. I mean, Worcestershire, they've worked closely, particularly with Herefordshire and Shropshire, which makes sense given the geography. But Alan Richardson's very keen on that. Hisham Khan is in again, bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off. There's no run. It's no, it has been a feature. Of course, Alan Richardson played what used to be called minor counties, now national counties himself. So certainly a number of players have turned out for Herefordshire this season. And they've always had quite a strong Shropshire connection through Shrewsbury School, among other things. Hisham Khan, 36 for 2, Lancashire. He's in, bowls at round about leg stump, which sees Flintoff playing it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think that connection, isn't it, with the national counties is good. I like the idea that this competition starts, doesn't it, with a warm-up games against your neighbouring national counties, and I think it's important that you keep those ties pretty close.
Well, Herefordshire actually this time played 2 T20s against Gloucestershire, at Gloucestershire's request, I think, and that seemed to work well. Hisham Khan again moves in, bowls very solidly in. Behind that was Flintoff, plays it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's good, I think, that those showcase games, they call them, they mix up the opposition as well. You're not playing the same side every year. I mean, Herefordshire played Worcestershire a couple of years. They then played Glamorgan, and this year it was Gloucestershire, so they're switching it up a bit. Next delivery from Hisham Khan is driven very straight back down the ground for 4 runs. Thank you very much. It's a very nice way to get off the mark for Rocky Flintoff. Timed that very nicely indeed. Narrowly missing the stumps at the non-striker's end. And, well, the shot father would have been proud of. I'd have said he timed that beautifully. Minimal effort in that when you saw the replay. Really. Not much backlift, and just punched it down the ground for 4. 40 for 2, Lancashire here.
Yeah, lovely way to get off the mark. Just swung back in a little to Flintoff, and then he punched it firmly down the ground.
How will Hisham Khan respond? Well, he's in now and bowls, and Flintoff solidly forward, plays it into the ground. Hisham Khan fills in his follow through, and there's no run. 40 for 2. It's got the makings of a good game, this.
Yeah, hopefully. There's not been. Lancashire have not enjoyed too many close games in the One Day Cup this year. The game with Blackpool was a good game, and last week against Northamptonshire was a good match, but they've been pretty one-sided affairs, so hopefully we get a good game of cricket. Lancashire being invited to bat first. Josh Bannon said he would have batted first anyway. Chance to try and get some runs on the board here. They've opted for an extra seamer of Lancashire. They've not gone for Jack Morley's left arm spin. As Darley continues to Bahanan down the leg side, called a wide by the umpire. 41 for 2. No Chris Green, so he's left Lancashire now. He's joining the Trent Rockets, or rejoining the Trent Rockets for the 100, which I think they played today. So Lancashire last week at Northants had 3 frontline spinners in the team. They had Charlie Barnard and Jack Morley and Chris Green. Barnard plays, but they've gone for Bailey and Williams. It's cut away by Bahanan. A little short and wide by Darley. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, so just a single. Bahanan moves on to 25 not out. Lancashire now 42 for 2.
Yes, I saw a bit of discussion about players with the 100 squads who weren't actually playing, and whether they should be released back to their counties. I suppose there's a bit of toing and froing between the 100 and the county sides.
Darley to Flintoff. Play calmly back down the pitch, and there's no run. I think it's a little better this year, isn't it? Or I think a little bit last year. There was bit more flexibility for players not playing, and that were allowed to come and play for their counties in this competition. Seems to make sense if you're just kind of carrying the drinks a little bit in the 100.
If you sit in the pavilion all day in the 100, you may as well be playing cricket somewhere, I'd have thought.
Yeah, which I don't think happened in the first 2 years, but the last couple of years it has happened. Darley to Flintoff. Well, it just nips a little bit to Flintoff, who sees that go through into the gloves of Roderick. 42 for 2. We're halfway through the 12th. Of course, players are leaving counties to join 100 sides mid-competition, like Keaton Jennings has done for Lancashire. I think Ross Whiteley did it for Derbyshire as well. So if you've got players going the other way, then it should be a little bit flexible, shouldn't it? Allow players to come back. Flintoff drives away through the offside. The 4 runs, I think. No, just flick back on the boundary rope. Good work by Hindley to catch up with that. Nice looking front foot cover drive by Flintoff, and it's worth 3 runs for him. 45 for 2.
That's a couple of good chases by Hindley out to that boundary rope. And now he's been dispatched. Sweeping roll out there.
Yeah, into this middle phase of the innings, you can get extra fielders on the boundary. Darley's into Bahanan. Let's try and pull it again to the leg side. In the end, down on one knee, Josh Bahanan. Ball beats him through to Roderick. And there is no run.
It's also that stage of the season, of course, where we're getting the announcement that player A is leaving County B to join County C for next season. It's getting more like F1 every year, I think.
45 for 2. 1 ball after the 12th. Here comes Darley to Bahanan. That's driven. And Jake Libby fields at mid-off, and there's no run. Into the 12th over that. It's a 45 for 2. Bahanan 25. Flintoff on 7. And just a couple of wickets to fall. Bell and Fonseca. Fonseca first out. Caught behind by Gareth Roderick of Taylor for naught, and then Bell bowled by Darley for 7. Darley's bowled 6 on the spin now, hasn't he, from that?
He has, yeah. He's bowled unchanged since the start, hasn't he? So he might be getting to the point where a change is coming at that end, possibly. I was thinking that to myself when he went for a 3 and a 2 in the same over. I thought, oh, maybe they're going to give him a blow, and the next delivery knocked a stump out of the ground, which once again it illustrates just how wrong you can be. Hisham Khan to bowl to Rocky Flintoff. Khan's in, bowls Flintoff up onto his toes, pushes that fairly straight back down the track, and there's no run. Rob Jones fields. Judging by the flags on top of the James Anderson stand, it's a pretty still day out there. They're not moving at all, are they?
Nope, barely a breath of wind, is it? The flags are not fluttering particularly. Still day, warm, still day.
One of those days when as a bowler you earn your money. Just slight delay whilst mid-wicket comes in. Khan's on his way now, bowls, Flintoff drives. But again, fairly straight up to mid-off, and there's no run. Tom Taylor doing the fielding. Expect we're going to see a few overs from Ethan Brooks somewhere along the line. Tom Hindley as well will probably figure, among others. Ethan Brooks has bowled very well in this competition generally. In comes Hisham Khan again, that's short, very short, and no ball called as well. Mentioned Rocky Flintoff's a tall man, and he was going to get nowhere near that. I think it was dug in very short, and there are bounces, and then there's Yeah.
You could have had 2 Rocky Flintoffs on top of each other there, couldn't you?
You could have really.
Could have struggled.
Word or two of advice from Tom Taylor to Hisham Khan, I think. In he comes, bowls, that's just pushed into the onside, there's no run. Ed Pollock will field. Ed Pollock, another one who certainly had his moments in this competition for Worcestershire this season. Big 100 in one of the earlier rounds. I will say with the format of this, I can understand this one more in the sense you have 9 teams in the group, you play 8 games, 4 at home, 4 away. Well, whereas the T20, 14 games, you don't play some teams twice. I've never quite got my head around that. Hisham Khan's in, that's short and pulled away. It's well, they're attempting to set a trap for Rocky Flintoff. They've got 2 men out there, one at deep backward square and one at sort of wideish fine leg really, and I don't think he was going to fall into that. It dropped very short of the fielder, so they take 1.
Yeah, it's always a bit lopsided, though, isn't it? The T20 group stage is not playing everybody home and away.
If you play only the best side in your group once at home, I would say you're probably at an advantage than if you're playing them twice. But I do accept I would not want to sort out the cricket fixtures each summer. I think that could be a very difficult job. Hisham Khan again is in, bowl. Oh, that's off a thickish inside edge. It runs down to well, leg slip might have been, or a wideish leg slip might have been from Mahanan. He'll pick up 1 for it.
Yeah, with the Metro Bank one-day cup, at least I suppose you finish your group stages. It's a quick turnaround, but at least there's not that long delay to your knockout stage like there is in the Blast. I mean,
yeah, I know again it's down to the fixtures, but you play your quarter-final on Friday, your semi-final on Sunday.
Yeah.
The final's on the 22nd of September, so
it's true.
That's a fair wait, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
And it could be dark by then. Hisham Khan in bowls. That's nicely worked off his legs by Rocky Flintoff. He'll pick up 1. Pigeons scatter all over the place on the outfield. It will only be the single. And that will bring up the Lancashire 50. 50 for 2 after 13 overs.
Yeah, steady start, isn't it? 13 gone. 50 for 2. Flintoff and Bahanam batting together here. Have an hour of play at Emirates Old Trafford. Sunny day for a sun hat.
Yeah, definitely if you're sitting on the seats over that far side of the ground, catching the sun at the moment, a floppy sun hat would be a good move, I think.
If you can take the Darley over, I'll do an update, and then we'll bring Paul in after that. That's all right?
Absolutely fine, yep. Harry Darley then from the James Anderson end. Running towards us. He's in to bowl to Flintoff. Bowls, what's a good delivery, and appeal for caught behind, and he's out. Flintoff has gone. Not sure he felt it was out, but the umpire did. And the 3rd wicket goes down. Lancashire 50 for 3. And Flintoff wasn't sure, and he throws his head back as he heads off. Looks skywards. But I have to say the fielders were pretty sure, and more importantly, the umpire was very sure. And that is the end of Flintoff for 9. Lancashire 53. And Paul moves in alongside. I was going to say good morning, it's virtually good afternoon to you.
Yeah, an hour gone. Disappointing that Flintoff has gone there. He wasn't sure that he'd hit it. It seemed to go between bat and pad. And may have been an inside edge, may have been a glove, it may have just been the pad flat, but it makes no difference. He's had to go, I'm afraid. So Lancashire 50 for 3 after the first hour. It was one of those sort of matter-of-fact appeals by Worcester players.
This wasn't a full-blooded one, was it?
No, not really. As though they were trying to make it look as though it was obvious.
Yes, cast iron certainty that one. Yeah, no point going mad over that one because that's obviously out.
Yeah.
As you say, I absolutely agree with you. I don't think Flintoff thought he touched it because he sort of glanced back up and I would stress no sign of dissent at all, but he just looked at him and said, "What, really?"
Yeah. Yeah. No, there was no question of dissent.
No.
It was just sort of disbelief more than anything else. But anyway, Simon Woodard, the umpire, who gave that out.
Venkatesh Iyer, the new batsman. Well, 50 for 3. Worcestershire, I think, will be reasonably happy with this, having won the toss and put Lancashire in. Harry Darley sets off again. He's second 2 now. He's in. Bowls, and Venkatesh forward solidly, plays it into the ground. Harry Darley fields in his follow through, and there is no run. Bohannon, 26. He looks played some nice shots as Bohannon so far.
Yeah, well, Josh Bohannon owes Lancashire in this tournament, really. He's been promoted to captain in the absence of Keaton Jennings, but he's the senior batter, and he's had a poor tournament, really.
Darley's in again, bowls, and that's played to short extra cover. There's no run.
Iyer's interesting because going back 4 or 5 years, when I was director of cricket, we pioneered the signing of an Indian international to come into this tournament. It's a fairly long story, but I went through Ravi Shastri and then the BCCI, and we got Shreyas Iyer, who promptly dislocated his shoulder first day of his contract and never played for us.
No. Venkatesh advanced down the track that time to Darley, just plays it to mid-wicket. They'll take a single, 51 for 3. Oh, that's frustrating when you put in all the homework.
Oh, yeah, it was. It was soul-destroying, really, but never mind. So, Washington Sundar became another Indian who played for Lancashire, and now Venkatesh Iyer is similar ilk.
Darley's in, bowls down the leg side. That'll be called a wide, and Julie is. 52 for 3.
Lancashire very keen to further their India connections, which go back a long way, back to Farooq Engineer, who played here in the late 60s, so over 50 years ago, probably.
He was a player.
Was he ever? And Saurav Ganguly as well. VVS Lakshman.
Next delivery, that's a good one as well, outside the off stump, well taken by Roderick, and there's no run. Is I'm not saying it's a silly question, but I'll ask it anyway. The Lancashire League, is it still a productive area for Lancashire or not?
In terms of homegrown players?
Yeah.
Well, it'd be wrong of me to say no, because we spread the net far and wide in the northwest. But historically, yes, but of recent times, not quite as prolific.
Next delivery from Darley is off a thickish outside edge, and that runs down to third man. Bohannon wasn't quite in as much control of that as he'd like to have been, but he gets a single for it.
Josh Bohannon's a Bolton boy, so he was Bolton League, Bolton Association, that sort of ilk.
Yeah. I guess I use the Lancashire League as a generic term, really.
The leagues are good providers, and we pride ourselves on having as many homegrown players as we can on the staff and in the teams that we put out. So the answer is an all-enveloping yes. The leagues are.
Hisham Khan's in, ball that's driven through extra cover. They'll pick up 1. Sweeper out on the boundary will do the necessary, and it is just the 1. Josh Cobb is riding the boundary on that side for Worcestershire at the moment, so that'll take the total on to 54 for 3. Bohannon has 28. And Venkatesh Iyer, wonder his name at the moment. Because Worcestershire's overseas player who's done so well for them at this season, Nathan Smith, has had to return home early due to injury, which is a great shame. New Zealander, he's a real find for Worcestershire. Very popular lad as well. Next delivery is a ball of very full length, which is dug out by Venkatesh, turns it to square leg, and they'll pick up 1 more.
Yeah, just got the bottom of his bat on that. It's a good job he did, otherwise it was homing in on his pads, which were in front of middle and off. He's played 11 international matches, Venkatesh, 2 ODIs and 9 T20Is.
Thinking back to Farouk Engineer, I think he's probably one of the first sort of big overseas names I remember playing county cricket, you see what I mean?
Oh yeah.
A friend of mine was a big Lancashire supporter back in the day. The next delivery is shorter and easily turned into the tall square leg. There's a deep square leg there, so they can walk through for a single.
Well, Farouk was instrumental in Lancashire, in helping Lancashire become a really phenomenal one-day team in that late 60s, early 70s, with the Sunday League and the 60-over competition, which they won regularly through that time with Jack Bond as captain.
Yeah.
But Farouk was not only a wicketkeeper, opened the batting and smacked it from ball one. He was one of the original pinch hitters.
Hisham Khan in, balls outside the off stump. It's through to Roderick. There's no run. Yeah, the old John Player League on a Sunday afternoon.
Appointment of you at 2 o'clock on a Sunday.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah, it's what we lament these days, isn't it?
I do appreciate we are sounding a bit like jumpers for goalposts here.
Yeah, we are really.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I
small
know.
boys in the park. But, but it was, and that's how I first got into cricket, because I live in mid Wales, and our nearest cricket club was Worcestershire, which is 45 miles away, so it was a bit of an expedition to get to watch it. What you call a first-class game, really. Hisham Khan's in, bowls, driven very straight back up the ground. They're going to get runs here, and Venkatesh is going to pick up at least 2. It will, I think, only be 2 as the throw's on its way. Temporarily out of our sight below the gantry here, but 2 more to the total. Venkatesh moves on to 4. 58 for 3 the total. Glorious day, Paul, isn't it? It's lovely now.
It is now. Yeah. It's forecast to be like this all day now. A bit of rain early morning, but blue sky, just a few white clouds around.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside. Again, there's early call of yes, and there's a comfortable single there as Rob Jones goes in pursuit across the old wicket ends to retrieve the ball. 1 more to the total. Takes them on to 59 for 3. I was saying to Scott earlier on that I got on the train in Shropshire to come up today. It was raining there, and I thought, oh, please don't follow me all the way up the line to Manchester.
Did you come on that wonderful line through sort of Craven Arms?
Craven Arms is where I got on the train, actually.
There you go.
Joined the train at Craven Arms, so you're through Church Stretton, Shrewsbury.
Yeah, it's one of the great little train rides, that, actually. Well, not little, but it's a great...
I'll have you know, that's our mainline train.
Yeah, well, cross country, is it? Yes.
Well, it's the main Cardiff-Manchester line.
It is,
isn't it?
yeah, and I've done it many times.
But from Craven Arms, you can actually go on, I think, possibly...
You come through Macclesfield?
No, we don't come through Macclesfield. We came through
Wilmslow?
Whitchurch, Wilmslow, definitely.
Yeah.
Crewe, Stockport, not necessarily in that order, as Eric Morecambe might have said. But,
it's a great run. It is. Very picturesque. Well, it was on time anyway.
It was, yeah.
It must have been an early start.
Well, it arrived 7 minutes late and arrived on time, so they made up some time somewhere. In fact, we arrived early. But, unless he missed out a station, I didn't notice. But
he come all the way into Piccadilly, did he?
Yeah, into Piccadilly,
and then on the Met.
No, I got a taxi actually.
Oh. What?
I know. Yeah.
Ridiculous. 8 minutes on the Met.
Next over starts, well, I'm getting abuse, and it's turned to by Ethan Brooks is batting now, turned down to fine leg. They'll pick up 1.
And the BBC really, I mean, they shouldn't be paying taxi fares from Manchester to Emirates Old Trafford.
Do you know what? You can blame my boss for this, because I said, I'll get them.
You told me you were the boss.
I'm my boss.
Oh, I see, right.
I have another boss, and he booked the train for me yesterday, so I'll get the metro. And he said, I wouldn't if I was to get a taxi, because you probably got a change on the metro. And he said,
no.
Well, I'll go back. If it makes you feel better,
I'll
go back.
No. I just think it's more... Look, it's easier for you because you don't get stuck in any traffic.
That's true.
It's about a quarter the price. And
next delivery from Brooks has...
and 3 times as quick.
Forward.
Apart from that, it's rubbish.
In the meantime, I'll commentate on the cricket. How's that?
Well, nothing happened. It was a forward defensive push for none.
Indeed. Fair point, one well made. If the off stump had gone cartwheeling out the ground, we might have a different discussion. Right, memo to self, get Metro on the way back. In comes Brooks, bowls, and that's attempted cut, which doesn't work, probably too close to the body really, and Roderick gathers it in safely behind the stumps. Hannon remonstrates with himself.
All right, yeah, we'll concentrate on the cricket. It looks a good pitch to me. Good pitch, bit of pace, bit of bounce. That bounced a little bit more on Bohannon, I think. Not seen much seam movement. You don't tend to get an awful lot of that in mid-August at Emirates Old Trafford.
Brooks bowls again, that's flicked away down to towards Fine Lake, where a fielder comes out of the shadows away to our left-hand side and does the fielding. Josh Cobbett is down there. Yeah, I did a championship game up at Durham a few weeks back, and it was the old line about when I turned up until they stuck the stumps in. I wasn't quite sure which one they were going to play. It was so green. I couldn't understand why Durham had done it, because on paper, with all, given the injury situation at Worcester, they were a much stronger side than Worcestershire anyway. In comes Brooks bowls, and that's Venkatesh just drops the bat on that. There's no run, and when they bowled Worcestershire out for 112 in the first innings, I thought, oh, I can see why they've done it then. But actually, Worcestershire turned it around and won the game.
Yeah.
So it backfired spectacularly, and a lot of the locals were not happy at all.
Well, I don't really see how you can get away with that these days. You're supposed to produce the best pitch possible in first-class cricket.
Brooks is in, bowls, Venkatesh covers up, there's no run. Well, I think if it hadn't rained on the second, it started on the Sunday, if it hadn't rained on the Monday, we'd have been finished by the Monday night.
No good. No good for the game.
No, it's not good for the game. And end of the over here, 61 for 3, Lancashire at the end of the 16th. Bohannon has 30, and he's doing a good job holding things together at the moment. Venkatesh Iyer has 6.
Well, I mean, I suppose blowing Emirates Old Trafford trumpet a little bit. The only criticism that generally gets levelled at these pitches is that they're too good and they don't break up, and they last for a week rather than 4 days or so. But generally it makes you work hard for your wickets.
Hisham Khan is in, bowls, that's cut away straight to backward point. Nice shot for nothing, as they say there. It's Venkatesh, Bohannon, on strike, and he played that nicely, but picked out the fielder at point. Yeah, of course, Worcestershire have had the disadvantage, as I mentioned to Scott earlier on, of having the ground underwater for so long, and that obviously has had an impact on the wickets, although they say they're playing pretty well now. I mean, they were underwater for weeks at one point, and we did wonder whether the grass would just basically die off underneath, but it didn't, fortunately. Next delivery has Bohannon covering up and playing it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I think it always amazes non-Worcester locals how you manage to play cricket on that lovely ground, because it floods once or twice a year. It seems to be getting worse.
Well, it was 8 times this year. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah,
but
you're absolutely right. It is getting worse. Statistically, it's getting worse.
It was always, I don't know, it was always publicised as once or twice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But now 8 times, crikey.
Hisham Khan bowls, that's very full and driven down into the ground, and it's in front of point. They'll come through for a very comfortable single.
I was talking to Ashley Giles the other day at the Edgbaston Test match, and I mean, everybody accepts that the ground floods and that's the way it is, but I was wondering, having the conversation with him, and I didn't mention it at the time, but surely he must be looking to try and move to safer pastures, perhaps.
I go into it after this delivery from Hisham Khan. He's into ball to Venkatesh, who gets a nice one on a leg stump, turns it round the corner, and will pick up a single. I'll take them to 63 for 3. Ashley has quite reasonably gone on the record this season in an interview saying that he feels within 20 years Worcestershire will have to move. And he came up to the commentary box when we were doing a game the other day, and I was talking to him, and I said, is it too easy to say that either you've got to put up a defence between here and the river, or you've got to move? Is it that straightforward? And he said, well, pretty much it is, really. Those are the only 2 options open to them.
But I don't see how you can defend that area, though, can you?
I don't either, really. Next delivery is, again, very straight and play to Jones at short extra cover. There's no run. And the only problem, as you well know, if you put up a defence, it merely pushes the water out further downstream, so to speak, and other properties around about.
But it's such a great strip of land. I mean, the racecourse goes underwater as well, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
So
they put an earth bank up, because actually our radio station's the other side of the river from the racecourse, and they put an earth bank up between us and the racecourse probably 20 years ago. And it was understood that it would mean that the racecourse would flood more often, but they have summer racing there, so that's not so much of a problem. Hisham Khan is in, bowls, that's a good delivery.
Bowled. Nicely bowled.
Yeah.
Just on the angle across Bohannon, good length as well. Bohannon not sure whether to come forward or back.
End of the 17th. 63 for 3, Lancashire. And just to wrap up what I was saying, really, you're absolutely right. And Ashley Giles has come out and said that they are going to have to move probably at some point. But of course, traditionalists, and as I mentioned to Scott earlier on, I would count myself being in that age group now of Worcestershire supporters. What a great shame it would be. But I think even the traditionalists are becoming more realistic, that you can't go on like this. You're losing 1/3 of your cricket each season because of the weather. And financially, that's a non-starter, really.
Yeah.
Ethan Brooks is going to continue from the James Anderson end. Well, he had a bit of a false start there, but he's going to go now into bowl to Venkatesh, and he bowls to him, and Brooks pushes that. It's pushed back to Brooks, who gets half a hand on it, and there's no run. It's that, as you know, Paul, that lovely backdrop of the cathedral.
Oh,
it's a beautiful setting. But
one of the most picturesque grounds certainly in the country, but if not the world. And tradition with it as well. It used to be the start of the tour.
It did.
All the touring teams used to play there.
Brooks in, and that's a turn to backward square leg, and they're going to come through for only one. And the pigeons scatter on the outfield.
But time moves on. Those fixtures are few and far between now. Touring teams don't play a full round of county championship, far from it, or county matches, far from it.
No, we used to be very much in demand at BBC Hereford and Worcester for the opening round of matches and the opening match of the tour, rather, but not anymore. In comes Brooks, bowls. That's a slower ball, which is pushed just beyond extra cover. I thought was going to swoop and gather that in, but he didn't, and they'll take a single, and that takes them on to 64 for 3, 65 for 3. Even Bohannon has 32. Venkatesh on strike has 8. Yeah, I think it's where you relocate to is the next issue, of course.
Well, yeah.
Ethan Brooks is in, bowls. That's played down through the vacant slip area, and they will come through for a single again. Just keeping the board ticking over nicely here, Lancashire, actually. They're picking up the singles.
Well, you've got the issue, of course, you've got a number of outgrounds that you play on, but they're probably not big enough.
No, well, Kidderminster is the only outground now, really. And of course, they've got club cricket there. Kidderminster play Birmingham League cricket. But, as I say, I think there is a growing sense of realism among members that they can't go on the way it is. The next delivery is pushed back to Brooks, and there's no run. But I think Ashley Giles has done the right thing by sort of sowing the seed, shall we say, that the move might be on. And ultimately, he's the man responsible for the bottom line, isn't he? That's what it comes down to.
That's right, yeah.
Ethan Brooks moves in, bowls, and again he's done a good line here because Bohannon just pushes that fairly straight back up the strip. There's no run. 66 for 3. We're in the 18th over here. Lancashire put in to, well, that's it completes the 18th over. It's put into bat. 66 for 3. Bohannon holding things together really for the side. He's 32 not out.
Yeah, faced 53 balls now, hit 3 fours. As I said earlier, he's
camera shot. Sorry to interrupt. Camera shot of a gentleman there with a very smart hat on.
Oh, he's that hat has been worn. Well, he was wearing it when I was playing, so that's 40 years ago, at least.
God,
and probably when Bumble was playing as well. So it might not be the same hat, of course, but similar flamboyant style.
Hisham Khan is in, bowl that's dropped down short in the onside. Ooh, and they think about taking a single. And that's a good underarm throw by Rob Jones at the stumps, but Venkatesh regained his ground.
Better describe it for our listeners.
We had
listeners
like a straw boater with
a load of roses.
Yeah. That's what it looked like to me anyway.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Do you think it might be a bit like was it Trigger's Broom in only fools and horses. Same hat, but different roses and different straw boater over the years. 17 different straw boaters and 18 different lots of roses.
Comes from Morecambe every day to watch the cricket.
It's dedication. Next delivery is dropped again down towards Jones in the onside, and there's no run. A number of outgrounds. Scott was mentioning earlier on, of course, play at Blackpool, Southport, Lancashire do, whereas Worcestershire have Sedbergh, yeah.
At the school, yeah, which is,
never been there, but apparently it's beautiful.
It is. It put Worcester and Sedbergh on a par with in terms of views and setting, with the fells in the background.
Hisham Khan, left arm over in, bowl shorter this time, and that's flicks off something, off a pad, I assume. It seemed to balloon up in the air anyway.
Shoulder of the bat, I think.
It was a shoulder of the bat, was it? I was waiting to watch the umpire, but it seemed to ballooned right up in the air down towards third man. It dropped way short of the fielder. There was never a catching chance, but nonetheless, I'm curious.
Bit of extra bounce.
67 for 3, halfway through the 19th. Worcestershire will probably be feeling just nick another one out now. But easy game to play from up here, as I say. Next delivery is into Bohannon, who pushes forward. Jones ran quickly to his left-hand side, extra cover of fields, and there's no run. Actually, I drove past I saw the sign for Sedbergh, and I drove from home, which, as I mentioned, is on the Welsh borders, up to do a game at Durham. And rather than going to Worcester, I went straight up the Welsh border and across the M53, M56, and got on the M6 above all the roadworks usually, and then cut across sort of, obviously off the M6, heading to Durham, and there was the sign for Sedbergh there, and I thought, you know, I've never seen a game there.
Well, you must treat yourself.
That and Cartmel races, I think, are on the bucket list. Next deliveries. An effort ball from Hisham. There's definitely a grunt there as he puts a bit more into that delivery. Pushed straight back to him by Bohannon, and there's no run. 67 for 3. Lancashire.
Yeah, Bohannon's scores really covered himself in glory in this competition. Got 147 against Durham in a losing cause.
Hisham can't see that short and pulled away. That's 4 runs. I would think that's going to beat the man out there. Yeah, that was sitting up and basically begging to get put away. And Bohannon needed no second invitation there. Good round of applause. It was a nice shot. Played it well. But just dropped in, and it was helped on its way, really, by Bohannon.
But since then, scored 5, 7, 18, 5, 5 and 0 prior to this.
I take the point you were making that probably owes the side one then, but he's on 36 tonight, so he's set now, isn't he, really? That's the thing.
Yeah, very determined character, Josh Bohannon, who Lancashire's vice-captain and captain today because Keaton Jennings is away still at the 100. Well, I think he finished in the 100 last night, to be perfectly honest.
Of course, Jake Libby captaining the side in this. As Ethan Brooks is in, bowls, and Brooks will field and is follow-through left-handed. There's no run. 71 for 3, Lancashire here. Brett D'Oliveira, of course, captain of Worcestershire, but he's a shoulder problem this season. But Worcestershire's injury list has been ridiculous this year. Really. Every side gets injured. I understand that. But to have 9 players out at once, which they did at one stage, was just bonkers, really. Brooks in, bowls. Venkatesh, there's a big shout there, and nothing doing from the umpire, and they'll scamper through for a leg by. I assume it'll be a leg by. They can't be shouting for anything else, surely. Well, there you got an inside edge then, obviously.
That's why he's not out, I think.
Yeah.
He did something that you're not really supposed to do there. He showed his back to the umpire. But may have just nipped back and...
Just watching the replay now.
Oh, yeah, I think there's plenty of bat and glove and whatever else on that.
Yeah.
Before it hit his back leg.
Gareth Roderick was an animated appeal from behind the subs, but of course he might not have had quite the view that the umpire did. Brooks in, bowls, pushed towards extra cover, there's no run.
Bowls well, Brooks, doesn't he?
He's
Straight,
bowled really well in
nice
this
and
competition
steady.
from this time. Yeah, he's
Steady.
He hasn't got the weight of wickets that others might have got, but he's done a good, steady job for the side in virtually every game he's played, I would say. Jack Home might have stolen something. He's not playing today. Might have stolen some of the headlines, but so Kent 53 for 8.
I was just going to look that up.
He was certainly 15 for 4 at one stage. Brooks is in, bowls, and that's Bohannon just dropping the bat on it, and there's no run. 53 for 8.
Sussex not much better, 54 for 6. Kent 53 for 8 against Northants. Warwickshire 66 for 2 against Notts. Durham going along well, 107 for 2 against Derbyshire.
In comes Brooks again, bowls, and again it played down into the offside, and there's no run. One ball to come in this, the 20th over.
Hampshire 94 for 2 against Middlesex. Glamorgan 61 for 3 against Yorkshire. And we know that Lancashire are 72 for 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford.
This is one of those days of if Worcestershire could win, obviously we'll put it, the equation would be safe for them. In comes Brooks, bowls, and it's turned round the corner with no real pace on it, and they'll jog through for 1. If Worcestershire lose here, then it's a case of looking what's happening elsewhere. And that completes the over at the end of it. 20 overs gone then. And Lancashire, having been put into bat here, making a reasonable fist of it. They're 73 for 3. .6 and over. The rate at the moment, 3.65 to be entirely accurate.
Yeah, good little competition for Worcester, this, isn't it? 10 points from 7 matches.
I made the point to Scotland, and we've been very pleasantly surprised, given that
5 wins.
All the injuries they've had. They've only lost Adam Host to the 100, but so they had to bring in 3 lads from national counties, and you think at the start, oh gosh, you know, they are kind of struggling here a bit, but fair it is, they've stood up really well in this.
Done considerably better than Lancashire, of course. 1 win from 7.
I'm going to vacate the seat. Bumble will be coming in just a moment.
Nice to see you, Trevor.
Nice to see you, Paul.
So Hindley on with his slow left arm. First ball on a good length, just pushed into the covers to Rob Jones by Josh Bohannon. Hindley again, a little bit of width on this one. And that's a cutaway to deep cover for a single. Bumble's here. First time today, David. Nice to see you, hear you, and it's a decent day.
It's a lovely day. It's going to get better. It's a pitch that's been played on, so there'll be interest there. What are we? 74 for 3 in the 21st. Ooh!
Good bowling from Hindley. Left arm leg breaks.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, I knew you'd like this.
I do like this.
You don't see many of these, do you?
No.
No, and that's
They're a rarity of these.
Bounced and turned from him, beaten Aya. Roderick takes the bails off and is busy reassembling the stumps and placing the bails back on. I think that might have been a bit of a top spinner or a googly as well. Hammered back at the bowler who stops it well, one-handed.
It's good if you bowl any sort of wrist spin at Old Trafford. I'm looking at him, he's quite tall, isn't he?
He is. He's in again, just a couple of paces in his run-up. Just goes straight on, and Aya just shovels it to Jones at mid-wicket.
There's another lad, Liptrot, at Warwickshire, who bowls left-arm spin. Jake Lintott, that's it.
This one is just pushed to deep cover by Aya. Be a single. It's a good start from Hindley. 2 runs from his first over. It's 75 for 3. 21 gone.
Who else was there? International Brad Hogg. Left arm wrist spin.
Yeah, Adams from
Paul Adams.
He was a bit different, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Spun it out of wrist, out of forefinger and thumb. Who are we going back to?
Oh, God.
Drummer Dean, was he?
David Sincock.
Oh, blimey. We're going.
I won't tell you his nickname. I can't tell you his nickname.
All down. All our yesterdays here. No, don't, please.
Oh, okay.
Please.
I'll tell you after when we go.
It's a Wednesday.
Yeah. He was our pro at Accrington, David Sincock.
Was he?
So that would be 1964, something like that.
It's Brooks again from the Anderson end, maintaining this really good line and length. That's just dropped at his feet by Aya, no run.
I wonder which game was played on this pitch, because it's a worn pitch. It's been played on before.
It was a 100 game that Poran smashed all those runs.
Well, you'd expect
last couple of days. Sunday, was it?
You'd expect a bit more spin if it's been played on.
Brooks in again, leg side slightly, and just tucked away behind square for a single.
I'm always looking at the crowd, how many's in. It's a Wednesday. And the members, just in that members area, there's quite a few there, just under the hotel. And the old ladies stand under the point. There are plenty in there. In readiness for the test match next week. Test match against Sri Lanka next week. Starts on a Wednesday.
Brooks again. Shortish run up. Nice high action. That's just pushed back to the bowler by Bahananu. And Brooks kicks it away to extra cover.
I must have told you about the Legends Lounge.
I was going to ask you about that.
The Bumbles Legends Lounge for the test match.
You've been elevated to legend status. A legend in your own lifetime.
No, you're
David.
thinking of leg ends. It's a Legends Lounge, and I've not read the small print. There is small print to this.
Brooks again, another immaculate line. And they try to play football with it again. Does Brooks? He should give that away and get his hands on it.
They've asked me to sort of host it and be like a bon viveur, a raconteur, and that sort of thing.
What, French? They want you to be
I'm
French?
doing it all in French.
Yeah.
But I mean, who's paying for the drinks? I hope I'm not expected to pay for them.
You'll have one of those little slips, and it'll be bar account. Brooks in. Oh, that's a swipe by Bahanan, and he's hit him high over mid-off, mistimed, and it'll just be 2.
That's plugged. He's hit it in the air. It's short of the boundary, probably about 10 metres, and just stopped.
It was a swipe, a frustrated swipe, I think.
No, it wasn't. He's played it. He's in. The field is in. It's a little half volley, and he's whacked it over his head, but he hasn't middled it.
4 overs for 9. Brooks bowling medium pace on here.
Well, he's accurate.
Bahanan getting frustrated with him, I'm telling you. In again. More conventional stroke, just a firm push. Straight back to the bowler, who completes his 4th over for just 9 runs. 78 for 3, 22 gone. So how are you going to pay for all the drinks then?
Well, I mean, I have to have a tab.
Yes.
I've got one at the local pub, so there's no reason why I can't have one in the Leg Ends Lounge.
Do you pay that monthly at the pub or weekly?
Well, I try to avoid it altogether and don't go in for a while.
Well, I think you might have the accounts department onto you here if you...
Well, it's sold out. The first day is sold out.
An expensive do then, won't it?
It's sold out day one. But we're going to have some fun in it. We will. And we'll see some decent cricket. Of course, Ben Stokes not playing.
Have you got a microphone? You're roving with a microphone. Hinley again now. Drives that.
Was that? I can't remember. Was it on the BBC or on Sky when? And we now go to the raving reporter. It was supposed to be the roving reporter.
Well, you can be both roving and raving. Where are you in the point?
We're in the old. No, I think we're in the old pavilion. There's absolutely no doubt that we'll stop play. Somebody will be on a balcony somewhere.
Okay. Hinley in again. This time it's forced through extra cover off the back foot.
We could do like they do in the Olympics that's just finished. We can have a competition from the Legends Lounge, which I presume is overlooking the pitch somewhere. We'll have a climbing competition. You can do it in the Olympics now, climb up a wall.
You like that?
There'll be blokes from strange ways having a go at it. They get a gold medal climbing up a wall.
There's a game on here, you know.
I know.
There's just no run though there.
I mean, in the Olympics in 4 years' time, there'll be hide and seek.
It's just pushed to short third man by Aya. Very late dab for a single.
Yes, come on, let's get back to the
81
cricket.
for 3. No, I'm enjoying this. It's good. You had to be an Olympian to get in the ground this morning. It was a world's waiting contest to start with. Longest wait to get in the ground.
In the car.
And then I had to scale a fence.
There you are, that should be in the Olympics.
Fence scaling.
Fence scaling.
Bit of turn for Hindley.
Then I turned the television on. There was somebody writhing on the floor in the Olympics. What's going on here? Break dancing.
Yes.
So they'd obviously had 8 pints of lager before they kicked off.
You're swivelling, weren't they?
Swivelling round on the floor and kicking your legs up in the air.
Yeah.
You can win an Olympic medal for it.
You could wear one for cardigan wearing.
Yeah, I like a cardi.
It's nice, though.
It don't fit.
It's beautiful. Lovely. Cashmere.
No, I think it'd be polyester or something. It's nice, though. I like these. I like that sort of thing. And you know I like hats. I like a hat.
Yeah, you do. You do. There's a few sun hats on now out in the crowd.
82 for 3.
23 gone.
23.
Bohannon 41 not out. Aya 15. And Brooks again.
Slow ball. Good with the keeper up, isn't it?
Naggingly accurate.
Yeah,
Brooks.
if you've got a medium pacer and the keeper's up, you know, you're going back to Jack Russell when Gloucestershire was such a great side, and Jack Russell up to the stumps in the batter's ear. He's bowled really well. 5th over, on for 9.
Yeah, little variations. Great command of line and length, which is good, but subtle variations in pace. Push that one through a bit quicker and a bit wider. It's dabbed down to third man by Bohannon for a single.
Brooks looks like a former Worcestershire bowler, Paul Pridgeon.
Yeah,
Paul Pridgeon.
Pridge was a bit quicker, wasn't he?
Watch the Pridgeon.
Yard quicker. But similar action.
Yeah, very. He was a bit quicker. He was.
Oh, yeah, with a shimmy. Doesn't get him anywhere. He's just punched it to Jones at short extra.
They had some worthy bowlers, didn't they, at Worcestershire? There were Paul Pridgeon.
John Inchmore. Go on then.
Brian Brain.
Yeah.
Len Caldwell. Jack Flavel, going way back. Bob Carter.
Yeah. Brooks again past the umpire. Oh yeah, pushes that to cover again, as you were. And then they had a great crop in the 80s, didn't they, of Botham Dilly. Radford. Neil Radford played here.
Neil Radford
played here.
Transformed
when he went to
Worcestershire. Much better bowler.
Yeah. Aya just gets on the back foot. That's fractionally short. It's got some serious punishment. Pulled away over mid-wicket. That's a really fine, aggressive shot.
It's a very powerful shot, is that, to deep mid-wicket towards the first hotel or the red hotel. Such a powerful shot. Only just short of a length. 87 for 3. Bohannon 42, Aya 19.
Well, Brooks carries on, apart from that boundary. It's been a really good spell. 5 overs for 14 he's bowled, just tying down Bohannon and Venkatesh, apart from that one explosive intervention. Aya's first boundary. It's 87 for 3, 24 gone.
Table wise, Lancs are out of it.
They've only won one game.
But Worcester are right up there. They
Yeah.
are. Well done, Worcestershire.
Good chance of qualification. Need to win today. Or Hindley with his left arm leg spin, that's helped over short mid-wicket. It's not going to get to the boundary, but it's good running from Iyer to come back for 2. As Ed Pollock comes round at long on to do the fielding.
Clost it. He went for a big shot. Bohannon hitting with the spin to deep long on, but he clost it.
Oh, that's well bowled. Just held it back a little bit. Good bowling. I like it when the spinner's been.
Love it.
They've attempted to hit him over the top, and the next ball is just a little bit more of a tempter. And again, he's obliged this time. Bohannon, it's 6 into the stand over deep mid-wicket. Solid stroke from Josh Bohannon. First 6 of the day.
Well, he hasn't clothed that right in the middle towards the Metro and into the stand. He moves on to 50 from 74, Bohannon. And he's hit that, he's picked that from the hand. That the ball's pitching offside, spinning towards the leg, and he's hit with the spin.
We haven't seen much evidence of variation from Hindley. I think in his first over he bowled one that went straight on. That was it. That's tossed up again. Bohannon just respectfully nudges it into the leg side for a single. Khan, the fielder, who's out at deep mid-wicket.
And they're looking to soften the ball. I've noticed that any throw that comes into the wicket-keeper, it's thrown in on the bounce and to hit the square and rough the ball up.
A fraction short, and Iyer takes the single with mid-off. Push back on the edge of the 30-yard circle.
He looks fit, Venkatesh, and he's quick between the wickets. Quick runner.
Yeah. Yeah. Bohannon on strike. Oh, there's the googly. There's the googly. Well bowled, young man, having been hit for 6 in earlier in the over. Just pitches that googly perfectly. It's 97 for 3.
He didn't pick that. I mentioned earlier that with the 6, certainly he's obviously picked that from the hand. But that last delivery went past the outside edge. So Bohannon in good touch. Captains the side. Keaton Jennings has gone away to play in the 100. So Bohannon is the captain. In at number 3. It's drinks. Oh, they're having drinks. So I thought they had a drink earlier.
Well, yeah, it's hardly hot, is it? It's about 17, 18 degrees today.
It's a glorious day, this, for Manchester. It's glorious. Beautiful day. I came over the tops. There's no fog.
Did you come over Blubber Houses?
No.
Not those tops.
Come over M62.
All right.
But past that farm.
Yeah.
There's a farm in the middle of it.
Amazing.
But it was a good journey over. About 2.25 hours today. It was getting in the ground was the event. It took me half an hour to move like 100 yards. Just getting in.
Yeah, I know. Not good. Never mind.
Anyway, I videoed it. I'm going to send it to the powers that be. Death trap out there. It was
useful. Be useful for them to know. Did you got stuck in a queue outside? And yeah, it was a bit tricky early doors.
I wasn't the only one. The players couldn't
I was
get
there.
In. Players couldn't get in.
They wouldn't let the players in without the pass. They needed you never used to carry a pass as a player, did you?
No, Beefy was the one. He never had a pass for nothing.
No.
And I said, "How are you going to get in then?" I said, "You'd all this security," and he just pointed to his face. That's the pass. He said, "If they don't know that face, they shouldn't be doing this job." I don't think it works like that, Beef.
Not anymore, it doesn't, I'll tell you. Not anymore.
And Greggy was another, Tony Gregg.
Yeah?
Yeah, just the same. Have you got your pass? Nah, this is the pass. Right.
Well, you'd have thought you were similar as well. I mean, you're a legend now, so there you go.
Well, they won't let me in this morning.
No.
I've got my own lounge. What do you mean I can't come in?
Oh, dear. You can win a shirt, look.
Yeah, win a shirt.
Win a Venkatesh Iyer signed shirt. Difficult on the radio to scan that QR code, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
But if you're watching...
It's on the stream.
It's on the stream.
And he's playing all right.
He is. Doing well. Doing well. 25 overs gone. We're halfway. 25 overs bowled in an hour and 3/4. 97 for 3. Bahannon's 51. Ayer's 20. Batters out. George Bell, Kesh Fonseca and Rocky Flintoff. Fonseca out in the first over, just pushing at a wide ball. He'll be annoyed at that. Bell had his stumps rearranged by Darley for 7, and Rocky Flintoff given out. Caught behind.
When you say given out, caught behind, are you saying he...
You can read between the lines, David.
Really? Oh.
Well, it looked slightly dubious to me.
Dear.
And Rocky just stood there and thought, well, what's going on there? Looked as though he didn't think he'd hit it. Brooks again after drinks. On the spot again. As the ball's pushed into the leg side, no run.
Ten from the last over. That's so Hindley has bowled 3 overs for 16, 10 off the last. Brooks is tidy.
Yeah, he's in again. Oh no, it's either pad or outside edge. They've come back for 2 as the ball has gone down to find third man. It's off the pad. I'm surprised there wasn't a bit of a shout for LBW.
Well, there was.
Then.
There was. There's
Strangle
an appeal.
Shout, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Did pitch outside leg. Simon Widdop is the umpire. Bilal Shafiat at square leg. A lot of new umpires in this competition.
There are.
Shafiat, he was a good player.
Good player, Bilal.
Yeah, Nottingham.
Didn't he play at Northampton?
I think he might have done latterly, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was prodigious as a schoolboy.
He was.
England under 19, wasn't he?
He was a good
Fantastic,
player.
Yeah.
To his 6th over, Brooke. There's no damage, is there? None for 14.
No, and it's not normally a pitch, this at Emirates Old Trafford, that this type of bowler likes to bowl on. Just medium pace.
He's wicket to wicket. He bowls at the stumps, and his delivery is quite close into the stumps at the bowling end. So he's bowling dead in line, dead straight. I wonder if you should, while the keeper's up, just get after him a bit, but the keeper's up.
Can't use your feet. In his crease, pushes firmly to mid-off for a single.
Well, you can. I mean, what you'd say is there's a bit of a risk if you sort of go down the pitch and miss it, but you're not going down the pitch to miss it. You're not doing that. 100 up, 100 for 3.
So what do you do? You have to run at the line of the ball then, or make sure you kick it.
That's it. To make sure if you do go down the pitch, that if you miss it, it hits you. Because a mid-on and mid-off are just saving one. They're giving you the challenge. Come on, come down the pitch.
It's half driven. Square of the wicket on the offside. Khan the fielder. Single for Bahannon. 101 for 3 now. 26 gone.
Bilal's not happy. Bilal's not happy with that throw from Khan. And he's thrown it from out on the boundary, and it must have bounced 4 or 5 times on the square. So the square leg umpire Bilal has said, you've got to keep the ball up, you can't keep throwing it on the floor. And then he shook his head as if to say, what are they doing?
What? 2 balls in this competition, one at either end, so they only get 25 overs. You're not going to scuff it up too much, are you?
No.
Hindley continues with his leg breaks, left arm, and that's launched
6,
again. That's going to be 6 more. That's into the stand again from Bahannon. He's taking a liking to Hindley. And that space over on the leg side is wide and inviting.
And it's organised play from Bohannon. He has a slight shuffle, and he just thinks, you can tell in his mind, I'm going to hit him for 6 this ball. So how do I do it? He has that little bit of a shuffle, and he's hitting him into the same place every time. So he's hitting with the spin, down towards the metro, to the station, into that stand, and he's done it twice now. Boundary ropes in from the boundary about 10 metres.
Push that a bit wider. And Bohannon just plays forward, nudges it into the covers, no run. He's rushing a bit, Hindley now. In again, bowls, and there's going to be an easy single here. Bohannon might come back for 2 and will. It's good running. Ball's only gone about 50 paces from the pitch, and he's scampered back for 2.
Yeah, just placement, just with the outside edge open. To combat this, Hindley, bowl more googlies.
Yeah, he's bowled a good one in the last over. It's tossed up a bit higher.
That's what he's waiting for. He's waiting for the wrist spinner that comes back into him, that he can hit for 6. So Hindley, if he can pitch it and move it away towards the offside.
Like that.
Yeah, it's good.
Didn't pick it either, I don't think, Bohannon. He was looking to just push that on the leg side, got a leading edge out into the covers.
So you sort of finish this off, Hindley. 6, dot ball, 2, dot ball, dot ball. Yeah, good, that's it.
Just a bit flatter, a bit quicker to finish the over. 109 for 3. Bohannon 60, Iyer 21. And Hindley's bowled 4 overs for 24. Hit for a couple of 6s.
And he's bowled well. And that last delivery, it is wider to Bohannon and spinning away from him. And so there's a risk if he wants to come down and hit towards deep long on, or a little bit wider towards mid-wicket.
Not sure of picking him, I don't think, Josh Bohannon. He might pick the leg spinner, but I'm not sure he's into picking the one that goes the other way. Or not totally sure, put it that way. Brooks continuing, and why not? It's a good spell, this. He's into his 7th over now. Iyer on strike. He drives that through extra cover. Jones gets half a hand on it, can't stop it, it's away for 4.
Good boundaries these for Lancashire. Just building any sort of momentum here. Let's see where they are at 30 overs, and then you should double the score. I don't think this is going to be up there in the 300s. I think what they've been capable of in the other matches is the tops at 270, 280 tops.
In again, just back of a length, and no run as Iyer pushes it to mid-off. Well, batting to come, Balderson, Singh, Boyden scored runs in the last game. So Balderson played well as well at Northampton.
Good cricketer.
Yeah.
Good cricketer.
So these two and 2 more, Balderson and Singh, are the front line batters left. Brooks in again.
You know, I chatted with Scott Reed before the game started, and the results have not been great for Lancashire, but I'd forget that. Look at the development of younger players. Younger players coming into the team and have done well. The results they're not great when if you're the coach, you need results, but there's a different story to it, I think.
I agree. It's a fundamental byproduct of this tournament. As Brooks bowls another one and edges behind. Iyer has gone. It's a good catch from Roderick, standing up to the stumps. Iyer looking to flick that through the leg side. It's got a thin edge on it. Brooks gets his reward. It's been a good spell, and the partnership is broken.
Well, it's a great tactic. Medium pace. Brooks bowling accurately, and Roderick up to the stumps. Left-handed batter. just flicks at it, and it's an outside edge. It's a good catch. They always are when they're up to the stumps. It's a good ploy, excellent ploy. Just break a partnership. It was a promising innings, was that? He played a couple of powerful shots higher. But he's back in the shed. Who is it next? You said Balderson.
Balderson, yeah.
113 for 4, so that's a bit precarious.
It is just through halfway, isn't it? So plenty of scope for Balderson to play an innings and form a good partnership with his captain, Josh Bohannon. But the onus very much on him and Bohannon now as the two senior batters to try and get Lancashire up to a reasonable total.
And no Chris Green. Chris Green has
he's disappeared to the 100 again.
To the 100. Trent Rockets. And then he's going playing a couple of games in the Caribbean Premier League. And then he's coming back.
Well liked lad. Done really well. Not only as a cricketer, but as in the way he is in the team atmosphere in the dressing room. He's been a real hit.
Good.
With not only with the team, but with the Lancashire hierarchy as well.
But the powers that be.
The powers that be, that's it.
I thought you were part of the powers that be.
I used to be, I'm not anymore. I'm just a rubbing rag now. Has anybody seen Scott Reed? Is he working today? He said, I'll be back in 20 minutes. He's about 45
Radio
minutes
Lancashire, brilliant Radio Lancashire.
Yeah,
some good stuff.
He'll be doing
on
some
Radio
football
Lancashire.
now, won't he? He's doing Burnley on Sunday, apparently.
Is he?
Saturday. Yeah. Balderson then facing up, just meets his first ball with a solid defensive stroke.
So I live over in Yorkshire now, so I get BBC Radio York.
You will.
And follow York City. And that's David Ward and Ian Dunn. Excellent. And then we have a bit of a midweek get together and how did it go? How did they play? We meet up. And
where do you meet up? At the bar?
The local pub, yeah.
Where you've got your tab?
No, not that one.
Oh, no. Balderson's away with a little nudge on the leg side.
And I tell you who comes from time to time, Guy Mowbray.
Oh, yeah.
You know, good commentator, really good.
28 gone, 114 for 4. Good over that from Brooks. Takes his first wicket. He's 1 for 21 from 7 overs. Lancashire haven't been able to get at him at all.
Got a change of bowling here. Wrist spinner is off.
So who've we got coming on?
Pace, his wicketkeeper stood back.
He's running.
Number 12.
Tom Taylor. Back on. Got a wicket. Got Kesh Fonseca out in the first over. Caught behind.
I did a commentary on Yorkshire last week against Gloucestershire at York Cricket Club.
50 overs.
Gloucestershire had some good players, yeah. Singdale, who's in the Lions, bit of pace, and we could reverse swing it as well, a bit like Wakar Yunis.
So here's Taylor then from the Statham end. Balderson on strike, lets that go. Roderick takes it round his ankles.
Blackpool Ollie Price in at 3.
Oh yeah.
Anything short, bang. Yeah, he played well. Yorkshire with some wonderful young cricketers. Wharton, James Wharton.
Yeah.
Will Luxton.
Good.
George Hill. Very good.
Some good young lads.
Finley Bean.
To be fair, so have Lancashire, haven't they?
You
know, and getting opportunity. Taylor in down the leg side, that'll be wide.
I thought the Yorkshire young players were outstanding. Really, really good. Good for them. Good. Yeah. They've come through the academy, through the younger teams. Done well. So Taylor, what sort of pace? No slips.
80, 79, 80 maybe.
What have a slip in? 115 for 4.
New batter. I agree. Need to make him play, Tom. He's bowled 3 balls at him. being able to leave them all comfortably. Getting a good sighter here, George Balderson. Number one thing to do, make the new batter play. And you're right, David, he should have a slip in.
I think at 115 for 4, he should be sniffing wickets.
Round the wicket straight away as well. Plays at that one and just nudges it out to the man at backward point. No run.
They're sharp in the field, Gloucester.
And Worcester.
And Worcester. Gloucester, I just mentioned Gloucester because they played Yorkshire.
Jack and, yeah.
Well, it's not far away, is it?
No.
No, I wasn't far away, Worcester and Gloucester.
Right, geographically. Next to each other, in fact.
Yeah. Local derby must be.
Taylor in again, round the wicket, wide on the crease. Balderson gets a single to deep cover.
There you get Somerset a bit further on in M5. And them sidey lads. That's Scrumpy. Did you used to like a bit of Scrumpy?
Was never into cider.
I was.
Were you?
Oh,
Scrumpy. To send you mad.
Absolutely.
Bonkers.
I mean, they used to...
You've not recovered, have you?
No, I mean, there's all sorts goes into Scrumpy, wasps and spiders and all sorts.
It's all cloudy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. You see things that nobody else sees.
That's after you've drunk it. Bohannon gets hit on the thigh pad and will complete a leg bye as the ball goes down to fine leg.
And it tends to be flat as well, doesn't it, Scrumpy? There's, yeah, and it makes you shout a lot.
And bump into things.
Bump into stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good if you've got a bat the next morning against Garner and Botham and Dredge.
Or ball against Viv Richards.
Or ball against Viv Richards, exactly. Not what you need. A thumping headache. Tom Taylor to finish the over. He won't finish the over, it's a wide. Not the best of comeback overs, this, but it's not been overly expensive, but it's not been accurate enough.
A couple of wides in this. His 6th over, just coming to an end if he finishes now. 6 overs, percent. Oh, it's good. Good figures, 1 for 16.
Yeah. He'll try to finish the over now, and does. As Balderson hits it to extra cover, no run, 118 for 4, Bohannon 60, Balderson 2.
29 overs, so they need a few more. 4 down, they're vulnerable. Going into the 30th over. Fonseca, Bohannon. No, Bohannon's in. Fonseca's out. Flintoff's out. Venkatesh is out. Yeah, they need a partnership. Somebody to stay with Bohannon. Bohannon is looking okay. Balderson new to the crease, and we've got another change of bowling.
We have, yeah. With Fatah Singh coming into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end. Bowler number 6 used by Worcestershire so far. He's got Bohannon on strike, 118 not out. So this is over number 30 for Lancashire. And Singh in and bowls, and Bohannon defends back down the pitch. And there is no run. It's been a feature of the competition, hasn't it, Bumble? We've seen lots of different names. We see younger players being given a chance in this format. It's carved away by Bohannon off the back foot through the offside out towards cover for a single. Moves on to 61.
No, I really like it. And with all the other competitions going on, this has become the development competition that gives younger players a chance. You know, I hope I'm right that local supporters like to see young players coming into the team and young players being successful and doing well. The results haven't gone for Lancashire. They've lost 5 out of the 6 that they've played. But I don't think that's the story. You know, we've seen young players come in, and it tests them. It's a test for them. Left arm spin from Singh.
Around the wicket to Balderson, worked away through the leg side for just a single. Oh, it's not picked up cleanly. It's allowed them to come back for 2. In fact, they'll run 3 by the time the work's done out in the deep. Got 2 bonus runs there, Lancashire. Should have been just the single. And a slight fumble in the field by Tom Hindley, and they run 3 in the end.
That's the first bit of bad fielding that we've seen. They've been good, they've been sharp. Good action, Singh. Same sort of figure, body figure as Nathan Lyon.
In and balls to Bohannon. That's cut away out towards deep backward point. Yeah. Hindley trying to get across the ground to stop the ball. Raced away for 4.
And a feature, really, we got a boundary rope. You see the internationals where you have these cushions, don't you, with all the adverts on, but this is just a boundary rope. It used to be, you used to have to whiten that boundary rope, to whiten it.
Singh to Bohannon does well to keep that one out. End of his first over, the left arm spin at 126 for 4. What, like bleach it or something?
No, like whitewash, that it stood out all the way. This is just a rope. And you go into league cricket and club cricket, and they would mark the boundary with little flags.
Yes.
And all the way around the ground. Used to play on the whole pitch here, a whole lot of it, running 5s. And don't forget that with all the building, all the development of the ground, they always, every time that they do a new development, they encroach a little bit and take a few metres here off the pitch, off the ground.
Tom Taylor from around the wicket. Single for Balderson, run away through cover.
And Lancashire supporters and listeners and viewers would remember the second pitch. We had another pitch here at Old Trafford where the nets are now, and the car park. Don't mention the car park, couldn't get in it this morning. But that used to be another pitch, huge pitch. With one of them manual scoreboards where you had to pull the score out. And if you were 12th man for the club and ground, setting 11, that's what you had to do. That was your job.
Taylor over the wicket to Bohannon, pushed into the offside, no run.
I remember we played Xaverian College, and David Green and Jeff Puller opened the batting. They just kept hitting 6s, and I was on the dollies. I'm pulling them round the scores. My arms at the end of it, I just kept pulling and pulling and pulling. 6 more, 6 more. I couldn't keep up with them. They were all out for 6 as well, Xaverian College. There were 6 all out.
Good game then.
Well, I think they were either 3 all out or 6 all out, but we let them have another goal. And they were 3 all out.
Singh to Bohannon, that's run away down towards backward point for a single. Takes him to 66, 128 for 4.
You know, you can reminisce about all those times where members, they should resurrect this, that members, we'd finish play, not playing, practicing and doing all your work with your coaches. Probably finish about 5:30. Going home, there'd be a knock on the door, addressing one of the members coming from Manchester, and he'd come. You were allowed as a member to come in and have a net, and we had to go and bowl at him.
Taylor to Balderson, flashed out towards the leg side for a single.
So part of membership was that you were able to come down to the ground and practice in the nets, and the junior players on the ground staff would bowl at you. We quickly put that right and sent Ken Shuttleworth down and knocked their heads off. They won't come in again. We had Peter Kershaw. He used to come in, a solicitor or something in town. He used to turn up and bat in a cardigan, and Ken Shuttleworth at him.
Taylor to Bohannon, just leans forward and steers the ball away to backward point, and there's no run.
He used to put half a crown on the middle stump. And if you were bowling at him, we didn't get paid anything, but you could have the half crown if you bowled him out. And he used to stand straight in front of him and play French cricket, so you couldn't get near his stumps. So you were trying to spin it round his legs. And he had this, it's a white cardigan, buttoned all the way down with footballs, buttoned by footballs. Quite an eccentric chap.
Final ball of the over. Taylor from the Statham end, just pushed away off the back foot through backward point by Bohannon for 1, and he keeps the strike as well. Moves on to 67, 130 for 4, 31 overs gone.
You think he has to stay in, Bohannon? Bat the full 50. Other batters play around him, build partnerships. 19 overs remaining. What's the run rate? Nearly 4.2. Double the score. It's that's old style 50 overs. It's round about 250 if things go well. You're thinking modern 50 over cricket, you're looking at 310, 320. It's not been able to do that, Lancashire, in this season. Look at that helicopter. Is that a hospital?
Air ambulance, I think, yeah.
Air ambulance.
So, yeah. Same with his left arm spin from around the wicket to Bohannon. Pigeons flutter away from the edge of the square as he goes off the back foot and chops it away for a single.
I always put into that box, if there's one of them charity boxes, air ambulance, I always put a bit in that.
I think they're stationed at Barton, aren't they, on the other side of the bridge opposite the Trafford Centre?
Yeah. Barton International Airport.
Sing to Balderson. It's worked out towards mid-wicket, no run.
We've got one up near I live at Bagby International.
Sing to Balderson, using his feet to come down the pitch and to whip the ball away towards the leg side.
And then there's a York Gliding Club up at Sutton Bank. You know Sutton Bank,
right,
where the White Horse is. White Horse is in Sutton Bank. Oh, lovely. That's the Gliding Club.
Sing to Balderson, forced away into the onside, no run.
So when they set off, these gliders, they go off Sutton Bank, which is a big escarpment. There's a single engine plane takes them up.
Clipped away down to short, fine leg by Balderson. Again, there's no run.
The single engine, they attach this enormous lump of elastic to the glider. And the single engine sets off and goes alpha leather and flies off the end of Sutton Bank, dragging this thing behind him.
That's terrifying.
It is.
And that's played to mid-wicket, where Jones fields. End of the over, no run, just a single coming off it, 131 for 4.
So I'll go up and watch them. So they go flying off the end of Sutton Bank and then go up and up and up. And then it automatically releases the elastic, whatever it is. So then the single engine comes back and takes somebody else up. So you'll have 10 or a dozen up doing all sorts, and they can glide. The one chap said he got down to Milton Keynes in the glider and back. So they all go on thermals, don't they? They've got to have the thermals. I don't mean the thermals underpants and what have you. I'm talking about the thermals up in the sky, and they go away on them. And then we get loads of them fighters that come flying past from, I don't know, from Lossiemouth or somewhere. They come hurtling past them. Crikey. They go like the clappers, they do.
There's Taylor from the Statham end. Just nudged away to the leg side by Bohannon, no run.
I fancy going up in one of them gliders. You can go up with them.
Would you not be a little bit concerned that
Very.
you might not get back home with no engine?
And no thermals.
And it's quite... Don't do it in December.
No, they're keen. They go up. If the weather's right, they're up.
Get down to Milton Keynes.
Yeah.
It's a good effort. Taylor over the wicket to Bohannon. And that's gathered away to the leg side. Ed Pollock's at mid-wicket, no run.
And then there's one of them balloon stations near us, you know, where you go up in a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
You get plenty of them knocking about.
It's busy in the skies around you, isn't it?
I wouldn't fancy that hot air balloon just stood in a basket. No. No.
Did you just go up and down the hot air balloon?
No, it goes
around
sideways,
as well.
if that's the way it goes.
Goes on a bit of a tour then, does it?
Yeah,
right.
It goes slow.
1-3-1 for 4. Taylor bowls again. Bohannon defends. There's no run. It's bouncing back down the pitch. Remains on 68. Paulson on 7. 131 for 4. We're loving a day like this, I suppose.
It is. I think I don't know any, but the balloons they're always, when it's quite still. It's very still.
Right. Okay.
And they need the fire, don't they? They light a fire, and you stand in a basket underneath it.
Doesn't sound massively appealing.
No.
Glider or a balloon? Which one would you prefer, Bumble?
A glider.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taylor to Bohannon. Just run it again down towards third man. Stopped at backward point. No run. Ethan Brooks is there for Worcestershire. 131 for 4.
They will think at this stage, 33rd over, 131 for 4. Worcestershire will think we're controlling this. We've won the toss. We've shoved them in. They're not getting away from us. 250 they might get. That'll be okay.
Taylor in the sunshine. It's a lovely sunny day in Manchester. And the Brian Statham men over the wicket balls again. Bohannon defending. Gets a single this time. Just pushed away into the offside. And they've gone through for a sharp single. Throw from Ethan Brooks towards the bowler's end. Trying to run Bohannon out. But he's safely through for 1.
He's a very good player, Bohannon. You know, he's set up everything about him. He's a busy player. We've seen the sixes that he can hit. And he's pint size. He's only a little guy. He's powerful. But he's set up in his organisation at the crease. I think there's an international player there in Bohannon. He's been on Lions tours.
Taylor from around the wicket to Balderson, playing a miss, and that bounces in front of the keeper, Gareth Roderick. And there's no run. End of the over, just a single coming off it. 132 for 4.
Well, that's an interesting last delivery on a pitch that's been played on before. That's dribbled it through to the keeper. It's rolled through, gone under the bat. So I just wonder whether Lancs will be saying, Bohannon's captain, he's out there. If we get 250, we're in this. It's not the greatest pitch. Just one or two familiar faces that I'm seeing in the crowd. Cameras are going round the crowd of people that you see and people that you know.
Did you see Dave from Blackpool before, walking across the sight screen?
No, I didn't.
Did he stop play?
He didn't.
He did. He was finding his seat, he was. It took him a little bit of time to find his seat, so we just have to wait for Dave to find his seat. Little sun trap in front of the pavilion, block of seats there. Sings into Bohannon, that's worked out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Seen a few spectators putting on their sun cream today.
Need it.
132 for 4. Singh balls. He's gone for a big hit. Bohannon slog sweep out towards the leg side. He actually hits the grass and plugs, really. He doesn't have that little kick on, hoping for 4. In the end, he gets 2. Moves to 71.
It must be quite soft, the outfield. That's another one that's high. He's hit it high and it's just stopped. Not skipped on and run to the boundary. Big boundary over there, deep mid-wicket.
Singh to Bohannon, gives himself some room and hips it up and over extra cover this time. And worth a couple by the time Tom Hindley comes round to field. Moves to 73, not out. 136 for 4 in the 34th over.
Test match next week. That empty party stand now will be full.
Let's hope the weather's like this for it. Bannon clips his next delivery out towards mid-wicket, no run.
My daughter's in there, that party stand.
Oh my
That's where she
goodness.
goes, gets tickets.
Likes
Gets
it in
tickets
there.
for parties. Does she ever?
All right. Sing to Bannon. And just chops the ball away, and then a little bit concerned it might ricochet back onto his stumps, but it doesn't. 1-3-6 for 4. Final ball of the over. Singh has gone for 4. Bannon being more attacking in this over. He's played a couple of expansive shots, and we've got a bit more movement behind the bowler's arm. It's not Dave again, is it?
No.
Just casual walk in front of the sight screen. Here's Singh to Bahanam. Goes back, runs it away through the offside out towards deep point. And keeps a strike as well. 74 to Josh Bahanam, 137 for 4.
You see him play against Singh. Singh a left-arm spinner, and Bahanan is making room towards the leg side and going right back into his stumps to play off through the offside and make it into a shorter delivery. And a couple of times there, Singh has bowled it so quickly trying to stop him. But he gets so deep in that crease, moves slightly towards the leg side just to open up the offside. Now I think we're going to get, this is Hindley again, isn't it? Wrist spin. So Worcestershire are bowling plenty of spinners. What's the lad Jones? Rob Jones is doing a fair amount of chatting. Rob Jones played at Lancashire, he's a good cricketer. Went down to Worcestershire. I'll be telling Tom Hindley about these two players at the crease. Strengths and weaknesses.
Here comes Hindley, balls again. Oh, it's a big swing by Bahanan through to the keeper. And there's no run. Chase Bumble. We'll have a break. We'll bring Trevor back in.
We'll get Trevor back in.
137 for 4. Bahanan on 74. Lancashire captain. George Balderson's on 7. Comes Hindley. Wrist spin from over the wicket. Driven back down the ground. Pollock comes round from mid-off to field. Bahanan moves on to 75. It's 138 for 4. Brings Balderson on strike. So we're into the 35th over. On this beautiful sunny day in Manchester, watching Hindley for the Rapids bowling. And Balderson on one knee, trying to sweep the ball, just help it down the leg side. The umpire signaling the wide. Score ticks along to 139 for 4. Balls again to Balderson, goes high over mid-on, down towards the boundary. One bounce and over the rope. And it's gone for 4. And for George Balderson, picked his shot there. Let's follow through. Fully committed into the shot and clears the fielder. One bounce and 4. Pivots onto the back foot this time, muscles it out towards the leg side. Takes his total on to 12. It's 144 for 4. Brings Bohannon back on strike. Maybe these two just starting to try and press on a little bit here for Lancashire in the 35th over. Hindley to Bohannon. It's nudged away back down the pitch and gathered by Hindley off his own bowling into his 5th over. It's gone for 31. And he's back in over the wicket to Bohannon, worked away just a fraction in front of square on the leg side for 1 run. And again, at the end of the over, Bohannon is able just to pinch the strike. Takes him on to 76 not out, the Lancashire captain. And George Balderson alongside him there, unbeaten on 12. 15 overs remaining for Lancashire. So 145 for 4. 35 overs gone. Scott Reed and Trevor Owens with you live here from Emirates Old Trafford on the BBC Sport website and app, and via Lancs TV as well. Final group game of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Lancashire, their hopes of progressing were evaporated pretty quickly on in this group stage, but for Worcestershire, got a great opportunity of well, even potentially going on and reaching a final at Trent Bridge at the back end of September.
It would be nice. I think when the last time I was doing a stint of commentary, I said then I thought Bohannon possibly held the key for Lancashire, and he's doing a very good job for his side at the moment. Seeing balls, that's driven into the ground, and short extra cover. Rob Jones does the fielding, there's no run. Played a good hand, hasn't he? 76 not out at the moment. Seeing balls again, and it's a ball very full, which is driven very square on the offside, and they think about two, but not for long. There's a comfortable single there, but no more than that. Hindley does the fielding out in the deep.
Yeah, he's been excellent. Josh Bohannon, upward trajectory of his career, really, since he made his debut for Lancashire. Maybe just a little bit of a stutter, slow start to this season, which can happen, but this is a fine knock here, and there were certainly signs in the Championship in the last couple of games as well that he's regaining his form that saw him finish last year as the Division 1's leading run scorer.
Seeing balls, and that's well taken by Roderick, standing up to the stumps. As, I'm indebted to John Curtis, a gentleman you know well, for updating me on the Worcestershire injury situation, which I'll go into at some stage. The next delivery was caller wide. It was down the leg side, came off something, and I think they thought they were going to possibly scamper what may well have been a leg by, but they decided not to. But wide called anyway, so there's no point in taking any risks. 147 for 4 here, Lancashire. Seeing off no more than about 4 paces, bowls, advancing down the track, hitting him over mid-off. I thought for a moment mid-off was interested there, but it's a nice shot by Balderson. 4 runs to the long-off boundary. Just for a moment there, there was a mild expression of interest from mid-off, but it soared over his head and away to the fence.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Nice use of the feet.
These two have clearly decided the time has come now to press on, and there's further evidence of that. He hammers that away through extra cover. Chase round the fence, might just cut that off, and they do just cut that off. And it's a very good throw off the ground. One bounce back to the bowler's end. It was an excellent piece of work out in the deep. As I say, thrown off the ground, really. But 153 for 4. Difficult to tell what would be a good total on here, but I heard Bumble saying possibly a 250, 260 they'd be looking at. Next delivery is a little bit quicker from Singh, and Balderson was looking to swing that away into the wide open acres of Old Trafford, but didn't get anything on it. And that completes the over. 36 gone, 153 for 4. Bohannon 77, Balderson has 18.
So go on, then let's have a listen to the roll call of the names.
The roll call of those. Joe Leach out with a knee injury. Adam Finch with a knee injury. Nathan Smith, the overseas player, had to finish early and has gone back to New Zealand due to a hamstring injury. Matthew Waite has a side strain. Ben Gibbon has a back injury. Brett D'Oliveira, a shoulder problem that I mentioned earlier on. Kashi Valley, a side strain. Yadvinder Singh, a stress fracture of his back. Josh Cobb is back today, but he has been ill up until now. Jack Home, I incorrectly mentioned earlier on, he's not National Counties player, he's actually in the academy. And the National Counties players obviously are Hindley, Hisham Khan and Tommy Sturgis, but they've had to bring those in because of that injury list.
Here comes Hindley to Bohannon. Clipped away towards the leg side. He timed it really well. It's a good tumbling stop by Ethan Brooks. Bohannon jogs back for 2. Moves to 79, 155 for 4.
He's had a good game so far, Brooks, hasn't he? He's bowled well. Yes, so it's been a testing period of the season for Worcestershire, I think we can safely say.
Hindley bowls again, driven by Bohannon. Turns and comes back for a couple. 81 now to him. 157 for 4.
David Evans has also been in touch with email about New Road and flooding, which we were talking about earlier on, certainly talking with yourself and with Paul, of course. Enjoying watching the match on YouTube. Great commentary, says as usual. Regarding New Road, I'll go into its in-between deliveries.
Here comes Hindley to Bohannon. Bannon going back and keeping that ball out again, a little bit nervous. That may have just managed to sneak its way through.
It's a very good point David makes. The water comes up through the ground as well as floods from the river.
He's in to Bohannon. He's gone on the sweep. He's top-edged it. It's in the air. Might just get away with it. He did. It's Brooks coming up. And Bohannon does survive. It looked like it would be a stretch for Brooks to get to it. He put the dive in, got hands onto it. Just felt that he may have just got away with that one as he made up the ground. Brooks couldn't cling onto it.
I think Brooks picked it up late, you know. He seemed to set off late.
158 for 4. Hindley to Balderson. Just trying to get something on this and help it down towards fine leg. Not so sure he's got too much bat on. Let's have a look. No, it's a leg by. It's a 159 for 4. Brings Bohannon back on strike.
Sure, everybody from a Worcestershire persuasion is hoping that doesn't come back to bite them. Bohannon looking well set. He'd have been a big wicket there.
Driven away. Oh, another chance, another opportunity put down. Rob Jones, one of the gun fielders really for Worcestershire. They would back him more times than not to take it. Unable to pick it up cleanly, Rob, and chance put down, and a couple of lifelines for Josh Bohannon. 159 for 4, Bohannon on 82, Balderson on 18. Sometimes with those shots, not sure if he's drilled it into the ground and it bounces up, but I was looking at the reaction of the keeper and the bowler. It's only given me the idea that maybe that was a chance, but we'd have to look back on the replay to see if he's hit that down into the ground and it's bounced up or not. But the reaction from the keeper would suggest that maybe that's a chance that, again, Worcestershire have not been able to take. 159 for 4, 37 overs gone. Let's have a look here. Is he hitting this down into the ground, or is this a chance? Oh no, it's a chance.
It's a chance. It's a sort of chance you would expect Rob Jones to take.
You would.
Hisham Khan back into the attack, this time from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's in, bowls, and that's pulled away towards deep backward square leg. They'll get 1. I think it'll only be 1. You've got to feel a bit sorry for Tom Henley that over, haven't you, really? 2 opportunities going down. Yes, David Evans, I was mentioning, making the point that as well as the water coming out of the river at New Road, it also comes up through the ground, and that problem's been exacerbated since they raised New Road, the road itself. As the drain empties into the King's School ground next door, they actually raised the road surface that runs outside the cricket ground because of obviously the flooding and traffic problems. There's only one bridge in Worcester, or 2 now, but one main old bridge. And it used to cause untold problems with the traffic, so they raised the road surface. In comes Hisham Khan to bowl down the leg side. That'll be called a wide. Worcester don't want to let it go here. There's just they've been very good in the field until the last over or so, really, and just a couple of wides creeping in. There was a couple of drop catches as well. As I say, they are far better cricketers than I could ever have dreamt of being, but they certainly don't want to let it go at this point. 161 for 4. Hisham Khan in again, bowls. That's in the air, but over the top and safe over the infield. It's going to plug once again, and then Hindley's in off the boundary rope to field. We'll keep them down to 1. These two, I think, have clearly decided, Scott, they've got to get on with things a bit, haven't they?
Yep. Yeah, a few risks being taken here. Just trying to press on a little bit for Lancashire, for Hannon and for Balderson.
Lancashire, in their current position, can play the part of party poopers here today if they want to. 162 for 4. Hisham Khan's in, bowls. Balderson drives, that's well fielded and is followed through by Hisham Khan. Stuck out his left hand, which had Bohannon scampering back and diving full length to get back into his ground.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scamper, wasn't it?
David Evans goes on to say that we have to be realistic and move, or the ECB may consider Worcestershire can't continue as a first-class county team, which I know has been suggested by others aside from David. In comes Hisham, bowls. That's all off an edge, would have gone straight down first slip's throat, but first slip isn't there, and it's 4 runs down to a very fine third-man boundary. .53, the partnership of 60 balls. So, yeah, these two have definitely put their foot on the accelerator in recent times. And as you quite rightly say, Scott, they've taken a few risks along the way, but he who dares. Rodney?
Yeah, maybe a touch of good fortune along the way. Certainly a couple of chances that they've spilt, trying to get rid of behind them.
Hisham Khan bowls, that's in the air, and is that going to be catchable? No, it's going to be beyond the fielder again, running around from mid-on, and well, they're going aerial now, so the chances probably will come if they keep playing like this, but at the moment they're riding their luck and getting away with it, Lancashire, which is very healthy from their perspective. 168 for 4. Balderson on to 25. Bohannon has 83. Paul Hallett saying he scored a big 147 in the first match, I think, and then not many since, so he's having a good day today. Hisham Khan's in, bowls, that's gone the same route as the last one, but he's got more on that. That could easily run away for 4. Once again, it plugs in the outfield. It does get to the boundary, but the first bounce, it seemed to plug like a golf ball, really. But it had enough on it to get it over the boundary, and 4 more.
Yeah, slapped away, wasn't it, by Balderson. Decision's been made by these two to have a little go here. There's plenty of batting still to come for Lancashire. Singh and Boyden in particular can, so on Sunday, Boyden's ability to score pretty quickly at the back end of the innings, so there's still got a few batters up their sleeve. Bailey, Williams and Barnard as well. These two have decided just to try and press on a little bit here. 12 overs left, Lancashire 4 down, 172 for 4.
Just to finish off David's point, as the other point regarding the value of the ground at New Road, I was under the impression that the ground belongs to the cathedral, is on a long-term lease, which, now you mention it, David, does ring a bell. I suppose the value of it depends on how long that lease is, but mind you, if it's going to be underwater, of limited value, you could argue as well.
Comes Hindley bowling to Bohannon. He's backing across and defends, sends Balderson back. He's picked up by Libby at point.
Henley must be thinking, I deserve a bit of luck here. I've had none in the last over.
No, could easily have a wicket to his name. Just tucked out towards the leg side for a quick single by Josh Bohannon. Moves to 84, 173 for 4.
And the irony, all this talk of water and flooding, which I'll go into after Hindley's next delivery.
Yeah, Balderson waits for Hindley. He's in now, floats one up. Balderson strikes it up and over the top, bouncing out towards deep extra cover. Again, just a little bit of a misfield. Should have been a single there. Just a touch untidy. In the last couple of overs, they've been excellent so far, but Lancashire able to come back for 2. 175 for 4. Hindley to Balderson, that's pulled away towards deep square leg, and he's managed to pick the gap between the two fielders beautifully, George Balderson. 2 on that leg side boundary. Balderson going back, pulling it out towards the square leg boundary. 4 more.
Yeah, threaded the needle there, didn't he, really? Because I thought either of those fielders was a favourite to get there, but fair play, he played that beautifully.
179 for 4.
And so the irony being that Ross on My Regatta has now been cancelled due to a lack of water in the river. You couldn't make it up, could you, really, after the winter we've had?
Henley in to Balderson, playing a miss, and the ball manages to sneak past the bat and past the stumps. It hits the pads of the keeper. And he's been a wee bit unlucky here, is Henley. Final ball of his 7th. Swept away to square leg again. This time it will be scooped up. Singh sends it in. Balderson gets 1. He moves to 36. And that is the end of the over. 39 overs gone. It's 180 for 4. With George Balderson on 36, not out. He wants a fresh pair of gloves. Josh Barnum, 84. 11 overs remaining.
It's interesting, isn't it? I was going to say both sides will be reasonably happy with this. Worcestershire will know they've got to tighten it up a bit in the field after the last 3 or 4 overs. But 180 for 4 gives Lancashire a decent platform. You know, 11 overs to go and only 4 wickets down. Worcestershire will be thinking if we can just keep it tight now, we can keep them down to 250, 260, which they would see in their current form with the bat, they would see as being gettable. So it's a good contest.
Yeah, it is. It'd be interesting to see what Lancashire think is a good score. The pitch here is used, I think, on Sunday for a 100 match, and I think that was the second game used on it in a couple of days. I think it was used a few days prior to that for another 100 games. So kind of scores of pushing up to 300 might not be applicable here on this particular service. Something maybe 250-ish might be be a good score.
I think Worcestershire fans have probably been saying throughout this competition, well, if the top 5 don't get them, I don't know who is. And the top 5 generally have got them so far this season, this tournament rather. Start of the next over, which is Singh coming in, and Balderson advancing down the track, and well picked up in the deep by Hindley, who will keep them down to 2. He was moving smartly to his right-hand side, got everything in behind it. 2 more though, and Hashim Khan is into the attack, and well, as I say, Balderson set his stall out very early with that delivery, 2 steps down the track, and we're going to have a go here. Jake Libby signalling furiously to his field. He'll be acutely conscious that they can't afford to let the handbrake off here and let Lancashire get away. Hashim Khan's in again. Balderson gives himself an awful lot of room there and dispatches that dismissively wide of mid-off for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. I mean, he gave himself all the room in the world to play the shot. There were probably 3 stumps visible outside the 3 that are there, if you see what I mean. He stepped so far away. But when you can play shots like that, it doesn't really matter.
It's a great shot, isn't it? It's a really good acceleration, this, by Balderson. He's just kind of flicked the switch a little bit, hasn't he? Just stepped on the gas and played some very good shots. I mean, most of them, you know, really well calculated shots without offering too many risky opportunities. It's been an impressive little switch on by Balderson.
He's on strike again now. Again, he gives himself plenty of room and drives this time to mid-on, but doesn't beat the fielder. Although again, he got plenty behind it. But he clearly has decided the time has come to get on with it here. He's 42 from 36 deliveries.
73 run partnership as well from just 70 balls now, so they've pressed on a bit, these two.
Hashim Khan's in again, bowls to him, and gets the bouncer, and that'll be called a wide as well, and possibly just a little bit of inexperience from Hashim Khan. But to be fair, he's got to mix it up a bit because the perfectly regulation deliveries he's bowled so far have been swatted. So maybe he thinks I've got to mix it up a little bit and at least make Balderson think a bit. But he lost his line there a bit. It's down the leg side, 187 for 4. Balderson, bat raised. Now he settles over it. His bat has Hashim Khan's in to bowl to him again. And again he advances down the track, and again he sorts it away. 1 bounce, fielded deep backward square. And they'll pick up just a single this time.
Should we have a look at some of the scores at the end of this over? See what's happening elsewhere.
And Kent were in all sorts of bother the last time I heard. 53 for 6 or something, I think it was.
Oh, goodness.
So, test the character here now for the Rapids. 188 for 4. 2 deliveries of this, the 40th over to go. Hashim Khan's in, bowls. That's a good delivery. That's a really good delivery. And Bahanan, a little nod in the direction of the bowler there, I think, as if to say, yep, that was a good one. Past the off stump and into the gloves of Roderick. Glorious day here in Manchester. And the makings of a very good game of cricket. Hashim Khan, hopefully to finish the over. He's in, bowls, that's pulled away down to deep backward square. There is a man out there who is Singh, who gets it back and keeps them down to just the one. End of the over. At the end of it, Lancashire 189 for 4 after 40 overs.
Right, elsewhere then in Group A, the games involving, we mentioned that Kent one. Should we start there? Because that's been a bit of a lively match, hasn't it? Kent against Northamptonshire. So Northants have started their reply to a Kent total of 82 all out.
Oh dear.
So 83 to win for Northamptonshire. Neither Kent nor Northants can qualify from the group. Durham, Derbyshire. Durham are batting first. 215 for 7. So they're in the 45th over of the game there. 215 for 7, 45th over. Durham against Derbyshire. Both those sides eyeing up a possible place in the knockout stages. And Middlesex, Hampshire is... we'll have a look at that in a minute as Hindley comes in and bowls. That's dragged away towards the leg side by Bohannon. Towards deep mid-wicket for a single. So Middlesex, Hampshire. Hampshire 198 for 5. Is that 199 for 5 now? 199 for 5 after 41 overs. Hampshire are currently 4th, Durham 3rd, Derbyshire 5th, Worcestershire 2nd. So those sides, Durham, Hampshire, Derbyshire, all battling it out for a place in the top 3. Worcestershire, that's swept away by Balderson out towards deep mid-wicket. Just for 1, moves on to 44, 191 for 4. One final match to look at in Group A is the game involving Warwickshire, where Warwickshire are 144 for 8. As Bannon comes down the pitch and works it out towards the leg side, and there is 1 run, 192 for 4. Yeah, so Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire, that's in Group B. For everyone's playing now, I think, in Group B, as Hindley's in to Balderson, slap down the ground. Wants 2, but Pollock's there quickly. Throws in towards the bowler's end, so just a single. 193 for 4. Brings Bohannon back on strike. 87 not out. As Hindley's in and bowls. Chipped away, and Jones at cover this time does take the catch, and Hindley does get his wicket. He had to wait a little longer than he would have liked, I'm sure, having seen a couple of chances put down recently, but on this occasion reaching for it and chopping it out into the hands of Rob Jones, who says, "Don't worry, mate, I wasn't dropping that one." And Bohannon departs for a very good 87. Lancashire lose their 5th wicket, 193 for 5.
Yeah, deserved that one, Hindley, to be fair. A very well batted Bohannon. He played really well and certainly held things together when it could have gone horribly wrong at one stage for Lancashire, really. And he was just stretching there, wasn't he, really? Almost like stepped away and then pretty much chipped it up to Rob Jones, who totally relieved that he hung on to that, having spilled. I'm sure Rob Jones would probably agree with us if he was sitting next to us now. A fairly regulation chance a couple of overs ago, really. And Hindley, as I say, well deserving of that wicket. And a very decent hand for Bohannon as well, and well deserved.
82 for Josh Bohannon.
And Worcestershire will be thinking out, I'm sure, Scott, if we can get Balderson now, we can restrict them here. But Balderson is very much in the mood, I think we can say, the evidence of recent overs.
Yeah, Harry Singh to join him. And Balderson 45. Timely wicket for the Rapids. Certainly that of Josh Bohannon. He played very nicely.
He did. He was almost, to a degree, playing second fiddle to Balderson in recent overs, but it was a really good innings by Bohannon. It's Paul was saying, he was due a knock, and he duly came up with one, to be fair to him.
1 ball left of the over, and then 9 remaining. Singh taking guard from the umpire. Hindley, 1 for 49. And he's in to complete the over. Oh, just finds a leading edge there. Singh trying to whip it away to the leg side. Ball flicks thinly off the leading edge out towards the point region, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 193 for 5. 41 overs gone. And 2 supporters watching on from the balcony of the hotel rooms. Plenty of supporters enjoying the sunshine today.
Lovely way if you're a cricket fan, if you've got 4 days up here, so nice weather, hotel room, balcony overlooking the ground. Call room service for your lunch. I've got it all planned, obviously.
It sounds ideal, doesn't it? We've got a little bit of people buzzing around again behind the bowler's arm, just trying to find their seats.
We could have Singh bowling to Singh here before long, because Fatih Singh's back into the attack. Initially to Balderson, who drives that up towards long on. The fielder's in off the boundary. They'll take a single. So it will be Fatih Singh to Harry Singh. Breeze has picked up a little bit, judging again by the flags on top of the James Anderson stand, the far end there, which were hanging limply by the flagstaffs a short while back, but billowing out in the breeze now. I'm going to see a change in the field, which is going to see a long off coming into mid off, which makes sense for the new man, I suppose. Fateh Singh off about 4 paces, left arm round, drives it, and good field placing that, because mid off is brought immediately into the action, and there's no run. Quickly do his work again, Fateh Singh here, and that's flicked very fine, and they're going to take a very cheeky single there, which was well run. Very well called through by Balderson. And that means that Harry Singh is off the mark. The total moves on to 195 for 5. We're in the 42nd over of the Lancashire innings.
Yep, I guess a little bit more on Balderson now, isn't it? Established batter to try and kick on if you can.
Fatih Singh to bowl to him, and he's driven that away just backward a square on the offside. As a chase around the boundary, they're going to pick up a comfortable 2 here. And it will be only 2. Throws on its way.
He's shown as well in this innings that he can accelerate it. Both him and Bahanan able just to push on a little bit, and he's managed to get himself up to 48.
Fatih Singh balls to him. He's driven all just over the head of extra cover, who is Jones, and it's a single. 1 more to the total. 197 for 5. Fateh Singh tosses the ball from one hand to the other while he waits Harry Singh to settle over his bat. Bowls him now, and that's driven into the ground and fielded in his follow through by Fateh Singh, and there is no run. That completes the over. So 42 gone, 198 for 5. As you quite rightly say, Scott, I think Balderson's going to be thinking, it'll soon be long handle time for me here. We've got to get a few more than this, probably. And the onus is on him, once he gets his 50, to push on, probably.
Yeah, he's had 150 so far in the group stage. Top score of 53. Put this innings together beautifully. Just give himself a little bit of time to get in, and he's been able to go on and accelerate and score a little quicker and try and push the game forward for Lancashire.
He does strike it cleanly, doesn't he? I mean, really clean hitter of the ball. I know they tend to be at this level, but it's been very clear today.
Oh, that's short and wide down the leg side by Hindley. Balderson helps it away towards deep backward square leg for 1 run to bring up 50 for Balderson. Gentle acknowledgement towards the supporters.
If I was Hindley, I'd be thinking, do you know what, I'd have settled for a single off that, because it was going to be a wide anyway, probably, and got away with one there, really. But as we say, he's been due a bit of luck, to be fair.
50 or 43 balls with 6 fours in that for Balderson. He'll need to sing. Get on the sweep, just trying to paddle it away down towards the fine leg boundary. Little bottom edge on that, picked up at short fine leg. And there's no run. On the door of 200 on the board for Lancashire. At 199 for 5. That's worked away to mid-wicket by Harry Singh. It's Jake Libby there for the Worcestershire Rapids to field. No run, in again, balls driven up towards wide mid-off. And that does get Lancashire to 200. 200 for 5, halfway through the 43rd over. Balderson having got to 50, waits for Hindley. Goes for a big shot, he skied it. Who's under it? Gareth Roderick is to take the catch. And Balderson looks up skywards in frustration. He's gone for a big shot. Skied it into the bright blue sky above Emirates Old Trafford, and Roderick comes round with the gloves, the keeper, to claim the catch. And Balderson has to go, having just got to 50. It's 200 for 6 now, Lancashire.
I think that's potentially a very big wicket for Worcestershire as well. They'd have known that, well, he didn't need to be a cricket genius. After all, I said it, and I'm no cricket genius, that Balderson would have been looking to accelerate having got to his 50. And possibly that's what he was trying to do, but absolutely quite right, top edge, and I think he knew as soon as he hit it. Roderick set off very early. He had a bit of ground to cover, but he got there quite comfortably. Having lost Bohannon and now Balderson in pretty rapid order, just a little bit of the momentum could go out of the Lancashire effort to pile up 250, 260.
I think you're right, yeah. I think that's going to take that, what they got now with Singh, and Bailey's going to come out and join him to try and go again, I guess. 7 overs left after this. There's still a bit of batting to come. There's enough time to try and get that kind of sense of energy back into the innings a little bit here. So it's still got a bit of time left here, Lancashire, to go again. But 2 key wickets pretty quickly there. Bohannon and Balderson have been battered very nicely together, putting on 80 runs before Bohannon was first to go, and then followed by Balderson. So 200 for 5. Correction, 200 for 6 in the 43rd.
And Hindley getting some reward.
Yes, yeah, he's deserved that, hasn't he? And 2 for 51. Bailey, the new batter, and he's prodding onto the front foot and pushing at that is Tom Bailey. Through it goes to the keeper, Gareth Roderick. And that is the end of the over. 43 gone, 200 for 6, 7 overs remaining. And it's Tom Bailey and Harry Singh, 2 batters together here. The dismissal of Balderson coming after he reached a fine 50. He accelerated really well through the course of the innings, looking to try and play some shots and show good strength. He muscled away towards the leg side, pulled out towards deep backward square leg, reached a good 50, but unable to go on and add to it.
I think that's what'll be the disappointing thing. I mean, obviously they could have gone and win this Lancashire, but the disappointing aspect for the coaching staff will be losing those 2 so closely together. Next delivery from Singh is just pushed up to long on. Always a single there, and they take the single. Harry Singh moves on to 2. In fact, he's on to 3. The first delivery to Bailey from Singh drops down into the offside, and there's no run. 200 for 6 then, Lancashire. We are in the 44th over, being bowled by Fateh Singh. That's a nice looking shot by Bailey, straight back up the ground to a very straight long on, and they'll pick up 1. Singh again, this time into bowl to Harry Singh. And again, there's always a single available up to long on. Having said that, I don't think Worcester should be too worried about singles at this point. If the thing is departing to the wide open acres of Old Trafford, they'd be a lot more concerned, I think. Fateh Singh bowls again. A quicker delivery, actually, which is nicely played by Bailey. Oh dear, missed at mid-wicket. It is just a feature of the Worcestershire fielding in the last 10 overs or so that there's one or two things that just haven't quite gone as Alan Richardson would have liked, I think we can say. But no major damage done on that occasion. Fateh Singh bowls again, and there's that ball up to long on, brought into play again. They'll scamper through for a single, so picking up pretty much a run of ball in this over. And that is over, 5 from it. 205 for 6, 44 gone.
Yeah, got through that quickly, didn't he?
He did.
As well. Darted a few balls in pretty sharply. Rattled through another over. I'm going to see a spin of Tom Hindley continuing from the Brian Statham end as well. 6 overs left for Lancashire.
A lovely day to be watching cricket if you're just sitting in the crowd. There's potential of a good game here. The sun's shining. And Hindley to continue then. Bowls and just played to Rob Jones, who's at short extra cover. And there's no run. Harry Singh is on strike. Very watchful there. Hindley bowls again. Oh, it's a Chinese cut, really. Past the stumps, past the leg stump, and they're going to get one for it. Didn't know an awful lot about Hindley with his hands on his head. He hasn't had a lot of luck today, to be fair to him. He's taken 2 wickets. He had 2 catches dropped. One, Ethan Brooks had to make a lot of ground to be fair. One was a pretty regulation one to Rob Jones. The next delivery, reverse sweep, which has gone off a top edge of a bat and is going to run almost straight down to what used to be called long stop in kids cricket, right behind the wicketkeeper and over the boundary rope for 4. Set a field to that, as they say. 4 more of the total. Lancashire won't care how they come, as long as they do come at this point. 210 for 6. I'm not sure what Bumble might have made of that one. It wasn't out of the coaching manual, that shot, but it worked. Hindley bowls again short this time, played, and Rob Jones dives to his left-hand side. He's not going to get there. I think that was one for the cameras, really. A chase round the boundary, and they'll pick up 2. 212 for 6 in this, the 45th over. Hindley, I'm not sure, will be buying a lottery ticket tonight. He's had kind of luck today, really, or lack of it. 2 catches dropped, the Chinese cut past the stumps. Next delivery is played straight back to him and a caught and bowled. So having said he's had no luck at all, he then gets the ball played back to him. He's picked up his 3rd wicket. He's had to work hard for them. And the 7th Lancashire wicket goes down, and Bailey is on his way for 8, I believe it was. Yeah, just pushing forward, and it really was a straightforward caught and bowled. If you drop one off your own bowling like that, you've only got yourself to blame, haven't you, really? But he was never in danger of doing that, I don't think. And 212 for 7 in the 45th. Worcestershire, I think, will be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, as return catches go, that's pretty ideal, isn't it, I think?
You'd have fancied either me or you to take that one, wouldn't you, really?
3 for 58 feels a bit better, doesn't it, I bet, for
yeah.
Tom Findlay, probably more reflective as to how well he's bowled. I think he's been excellent.
Well, even in that over, he had the Chinese cut past the stumps, and then the reverse sweep off a top edge down to long stop, basically. So he wasn't having much luck there, was he, really?
No,
but,
no.
No, he deserves. He's bowled better than those figures might suggest, I think you could say. But anyway, 212 for 7.
Yes, this is Josh Boyden heading out to the middle.
He can bat though, can't he?
He can. He displayed that pretty well on Sunday when Lancashire were playing at Northamptonshire. Just his 2nd game, and he came out to bat and put together a really important 44 from just 35 balls, a couple of 4s, a couple of 6s, not out 44. Batting with Balderson to get Lancashire up to a total of 240 for 9, and they were able to defend that to win by 4 runs.
Hindley bowls, it just pushed into the offside, and there is no run, and that will complete the over at the end of it. The 45th, Lancashire are 212 for 7.
Yeah, and Hindley's done 10 overs, 3 for 58 from his 10 overs. So the first bowler to complete 10.
You're probably thinking that 4 for 48 would have been a better reflection of what he... But 3 for 58, when you've come into the side in the way that he has, you probably take that. It's interesting that Worcestershire have obviously rotated the players they brought in, because it is a big step up, the relentless side of this competition when you play club cricket most weeks, a bit of minor counties, or national counties I should say perhaps, and then suddenly you're into this where it is, as I say, relentless. Fateh Singh then. David Lloyd's going to come in alongside us as Fateh Singh's in and bowls, and that's driven, and the bowler tries to field in his follow through but can't. And Bumble, good to see you. And Worcestershire fairly happy with this, I would think.
Yeah, they would be. They've just lost wickets at the wrong time, and then you get 2 batters in who are new to the crease. Last 5 overs, when you're looking to motor on, it looked as... I always thought that 250... I'm not sure they can get there now.
Bohannon was the big wicket, wasn't he, really?
Yeah.
Fateh Singh is in, bowls, and that's just played in just in front of square on the leg side. They'll come through for 1. Rob Jones retreats to do the fielding.
You're always trying to look at the situation. I don't think this pitch is getting any better. I think it's dying. The ball's going lower. It is softer, of course. You can use 2 balls in this game.
Fateh Singh bowls, or swung away over mid-wicket. That's going for 4 runs. Nobody's going to get near that. Good shot. And it's got to that stage of proceedings, really, where they've got to accelerate.
Well, if they can get to 250, I think it'll be a decent total. It's a worn pitch. It's been played on before. We've seen spin. And I think that what you need to do is take the pace off, bowl it quite slowly. Hindley has 3 for 58. Singh, no wickets so far. Singh has none for 38 into his 7th over.
He's in now, and he bowls. And they dropped the bat on that. I think about taking a very cheeky single, but then discretion was the better part of valour. There, I think, 218 for 7. As Fateh Singh was quickly in to retrieve the ball from his own bowling. And it's the age-old thing, of course, you won't be able to tell until Worcestershire had a bat on it as well. The next delivery is pulled away to the sweeper on the leg side. They're through for amble through for a single.
They found it difficult to get that big total. Lancashire have lost 5, I think it's 5 of the 6 matches that they played. And so like 250, 270 has been round about the limit.
Singh bowls, advancing down the wicket and glancing it down to fine leg. Now, just going to not do anything silly there. Having said that, it's not a very good return throw, if I'm being entirely honest, from Hashim Khan, who will get the glare from Roderick, I'm sure. But no overthrows. And at the end of the over, that means 46 gone now, 220 for 7 here, Lancashire.
They've a chance of getting to the 250. These two are decent players. I like Harry Singh. He's a young player, he's coming in so low in the order, he's a far better player than that. And Boyden is coming back after injury, got runs in the last game. So, they're capable. In 4 overs, you've got to have things really going for you to get to that 250. 4 overs, you need another 30 runs, they've a chance.
I thought it was going to be Bohannon's day, actually, because he was put down a couple of times. And won a very straightforward chance, really. And I thought, it's going to be a 3-figure for him. It just had the feel it was going to be his day, but then the loss of him and Balderson in rapid order just took the momentum out of it a little bit. But as you say, I mean, in this day and age, they can all bat, can't they? It's not like
they can.
Go back 25, 30 years when 9, 10, and 11 were not in the side for their batting, should we say? Tom Taylor is back in to the attack for the Rapids. And he's in to bowl now to Boyden, who has a bit of a swish of that outside the off stump. Stepped away, gave himself plenty of room, but got nothing on it. And it's through to Roderick. There's no run.
I'm trying to think of Worcestershire. You have to remind me. Classic number 9, 10, 11. They used 9, 10, Jack Norman, Gifford, John Inchmore.
Yeah.
somebody else bringing up the rear.
I'm trying to think of classic ones round the circuit, really, and I once did a co-commentary with Phil Tufnell, who freely admitted that he was in that category.
Oh, absolutely. I can vouch for that.
Here comes Taylor again. Right arm round into Boyden. He's tried to drive that away to the offside. Didn't really time it. Fielded at extra cover by Pollock, and there's no run.
We had an off-spinner here at Lancs who came from Leicestershire, John Savage. He became coach in the end. I think he got a hat-trick, including 9, 10, 11, all stumped.
Oh, right. They were giving it the charge.
Oh, charging down the pitch and just missing it completely.
Another motorbike goes past the ground as Taylor sets off again in bowl. That was well wide of the offside. That's going to be called an offside wide there, which is duly signalled by the umpire. I think I'd have given that one from here.
Of course, the umpire's Bill Al-Shafiat, and Taylor stood there in the middle of the pitch, quite indignant. But it's just a genuine, proper wide, is that? As they all do, bowlers just turn round and look at the umpire and say, what's wrong with that? Well, he couldn't have reached it with a yard brush.
No, batsmen never think they've nicked it, bowlers never think it's a wide. Taylor from fairly wide of the crease this time. That swung away into the offside. There's a man out there, and that is going to be out. It is, and I'm afraid it's brief but glorious from Boyden. As I say, he's gone for 2. The 8th wicket goes down. It's 221 on the board. And, well, to be fair to him, at this stage, you've got to go for it, haven't you, really? If it's there, you've got to swing into it. But I don't think the fielder had to move.
I think he's got to be more savvy than that. That's a huge hit into that leg side towards the party stand.
And Rob Jones out there that took the catch.
Yeah, and you get your best fielders out there, and Rob Jones is one of those, and he just stands there and takes a nonchalant catch. So that, again, has pushed them back, pushed Lancashire back 221 for 8 in the 47th.
They could, on your basis here, David, pull up about 25 runs short here.
Yeah, you know, they're just going to get a modest total, I think.
I'm going to make way for Paul to come in alongside you, just whilst the wickets, the batsmen are changing over.
Yeah, he promised. I thought, well, could he get to 270? Well, that's well beyond them, so you drop it down 250. They've got to go well to get to 250 now, so what they do end up with, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a working total, but I don't think this pitch is going to get any better. It's been played on, and as the ball's got older and softer, there's no life in the pitch. It's just sort of dribbling through to the wicket keeper, and for so much of this game, wicket keeper Roderick has been up to the stumps.
Yeah, we were just discussing that, weren't we, David, about the life going out of the pitch. Josh Bohannon just couldn't time a ball by the end of his innings. Taylor in again. Short ball ducked under by Will Williams, who's the new batter.
How is he, Williams, with a bat?
He's capable.
Is he?
He's a capable, yeah, 9-10. Yeah, you know. Night watchman in red ball cricket, so he knows what to do, but hitting 4 every ball or 6 every ball in this situation, I'm not quite sure he's up to that. Taylor in again, hustling in. Short ball again, and Williams fends at it and either hits the glove or his shoulder and drops down. No run.
That's a good delivery from Taylor. It's sharp and into the ribs, leg side.
Hit the glove on it, or whatever.
He's got an arm guard on. He's hit him straight on the glove. We were talking about classic 9, 10, 11s with Trevor. I'm thinking of Lancashire here, and I'm going back. You lads, when you played, you weren't so bad 9, 10, 11, but Statham, Higgs, and Goodwin.
Oh crikey, couldn't get naught between them.
Bit of Ramadan. Oh no, John Savage.
Taylor in short again, edged, and it's fallen short of Roderick at behind the stumps. Completes the over. 221 for 8, 3 left. Harry Singh 12 not out, and Will Williams yet to get off the mark.
taken a blow as Will Williams, and I think the physio is coming on with a bit of spray.
Which hand? It's his left hand, so it's not his bowling hand. You know, I'm just thinking of like 9, 10, 11. When I started, I'd be 8, and I was a bowler. Peter Lever 9, Ken Higgs 10, Brian Statham 11.
Did you play with Statham a bit?
Oh, I did, yeah, of course I did. He was my captain.
4 years, yeah, I suppose you did.
Tommy Greenough, leg spinner.
But that was the way teams were. If you bowled, you didn't bat, did you?
No, never had to do
or kept wicket.
Never had to do
time.
in the debts, no.
No.
Batters bat, bowlers bowl. That's what they used to say in the changing room. He's okay, Williams. Had a bit of treatment and he's back. We're off.
Sing the bowler, sing the batter.
I think he's a good player, Harry Singh. It's not easy for him coming in down there and he's batting with the tail.
Well, he's an opening bat in red ball cricket, and batting at 7 here, it's alien to him, really. All credit to him that he's being allowed to bat at 7, or they're picking him to bat at 7. It means that the coaches and the managers think that he can perform a role. He bowls off spin as well.
He does. I think he's a good cricketer. I've watched a couple of second team matches where he's opened the batting. He's been fine.
Decent shot from Williams this time off the back foot. Just a single though to deep cover. Bit of turn in this pitch, isn't
like
there?
There will be, yeah. The idle spin.
Singh with his slow left arm, just getting it to turn a fraction.
But wrist spinner spun it.
Drilled by Singh straight back down the ground. It's only 1 to the long on.
I think they've done well, Gloucestershire. You know, they've assessed this pitch with the wicket keeper. That's been a key to it.
And Worcester.
Worcester. I keep saying Gloucester.
I don't know.
Well, I do know why, because I did the Yorkshire-Gloucestershire game commentary and I've not got it out of my head.
Well, it doesn't matter. We know you mean.
We've had this conversation before.
We
Worcester,
have. An hour
right
ago.
next to Gloucester, and then there's Somerset further down. Have you had any scrumpy? We'll go back.
No,
through
we
that
won't
again.
do that now.
Shot. Oh no, a fielder.
Very wristy player, Harry Singh. Big, tall, strong lad as well, but wristy. Another over. Scoots by. 225 for 8. Just 2 remaining now for Lancashire to try and get up as close to 250 as they can. But as you say, I think it's going to be an interesting chase. I think the new ball might come on to the bat a bit, but after that the ball gets a little bit softer.
But there's nobody with any pace, I don't think, in Lancashire.
No, Williams
to
and
get
Bailey.
It through. Balderson, Bailey, Williams,
Boyden, all less than 80 mile an hour, really.
Yeah, so I think take the pace off. Captaincy will come into it. Bohannon's captain, isn't he?
Yeah. Taylor with his final over then. Pulled away by Singh down to fine leg. It's only 1.
So it's what you get. That's what they'll have to say in the changing rooms. That's what we've got. Let's see if we can defend it. How do we defend it? I think you bowl dead straight as the seamers. Take the pace out of it. Take pace out, and spin will play a part.
Well, Brooks showed how to do it, didn't he, for Worcester? A long spell from the Anderson end. No pace, but bowled accurately. Williams on strike. Heaving across the line. He's hit that 3 yards behind the stumps and gets 1.
Who's Lank's keeper? Who's the wicket
Bell.
keeper?
George
Bell. Charlie Barnardi's left arm spin.
Yeah, bowled well in the last game. And he went for less than 30 in 10 overs. Defending that total at Northants, that low total.
I fancy
that was
them.
230, wasn't it?
Yeah, I fancy them
240.
Steelbacks for the T20. Mark my words.
Do you?
I do.
Taylor to Singh. Short of a length, Singh pulls it away. Might get 2 if he hurries. Fine leg running round. Can't get back for 2. It's good fielding down there. Harry Darley down at fine leg.
I'd like to see Harry Singh bat higher and build an innings with a method.
Well, there's nothing to... Yeah, I mean, no games left in this now.
No, in time, you know, going forward, work himself up the order.
Well, you said you started at 8 and ended up opening, didn't you? Williams again on strike.
But he is an opener, isn't he? He's in the twos, he's in the seconds, he's opening. So if an opportunity in the first 11 through injury or whatever, get him in first. Send him in first. They might see it differently. That's only the idea. They might say, "Oh, we'll slot him in at 6."
Well, Jennings and Wells are fixtures, aren't they? At the top
but if one of them, if one of them's away or internationals are injured, if he's second 11 opener and he's doing well, opportunities. Crowd's built up. Well, it's particularly in the members a bit.
Lovely day now, isn't it? Beautiful. Taylor in, short ball, well bowled. Williams looking to give himself room. He got followed. It was a good bouncer in the end. A really good piece of bowling.
It's a well-directed bouncer because he's moved away to the leg side and he's followed him. Whizzes it through at shoulder height. What is it, 229 for 8, and last delivery of the 49th. He's got to squeeze every run they can here.
Williams is looking for the big hit every ball and shifting a lot of air. He's not shifting the ball so far, and he's missed again. Short and wideish outside off stump, but that flies through to the keeper. 49 gone, 229 for 8, 6 balls left.
That was a superb over from Taylor. He's finished 10 overs, 2 for 25. 3 singles off that 49th over. And nothing pitched up. He's not giving Williams any opportunity to hit a half volley. Anything full. Ball short, fast. So 1 over to go. It'll be an over a spin. And Singh is on strike. So he's just left, hasn't he? He's just been left with them. Harry Singh is 17 from 22.
Final over going to be bowled then by the spinner, the slow left arm of Fateh Singh. To his namesake, Harry Singh, who picks the gap at wide mid-wicket. Oh my word. There's a fielder clattered into the boards there. I hope he's not done himself any damage. Don't think he has.
He's all right.
He is, he's fine.
Gracious.
Well, you don't know, he's 120 yards away there.
He's flying after. It's a good shot, pulled away into the leg side towards the point. The fielder's come diving at him, smashed into one of these boards.
Banged his elbow. Good shot, good start to the over for Lancashire. Harry Singh flicks this away on the leg side, could be out, and is out, caught at deep square leg. So Harry Singh perishing, trying to push that score along in the final over of the innings. He's gone for 21, it's 233 for 8. 9. 10. 9.
Again, it's that long boundary, it's a lawful toss, he hits it so well, but he's hit it straight to Khan. He's on the boundary, takes it calmly. So 233 for 9, and that he's been round about what Lancs have been getting. Just about scraping through at the end of the innings. 1 substantial innings, 2 substantial innings from Balderson and Bahanan, but nothing else really. So this is Charlie Barnard, is it? Bringing up the rear.
It is.
All right, Charlie.
Well, he's on strike and he's got to chance to make a name for himself in 4 balls.
Don't be a proper Charlie, Charlie.
Better known for his slow left-arm spin is our Charlie.
Well, we've got a few of those, haven't we, at Lancs? Morley.
Not playing today,
Hartley.
Morley. Yeah. And Singh bowling for Worcester. Just floats that up in the air. Barnard pushes into the leg side. They'll get 2 if they run hard. You have to keep running, Charlie. Just eased off a fraction there on that second run. But gets 2 in the end.
He thought it was a single for a while, and it's Williams that's pushed him through for 2. What are they now? 235 for 9, 3 deliveries to go. Can he get a boundary?
240 ought to be really good, wouldn't it? Barnard on strike, looking to cut that away down to 3rd, and it's a play and a miss, and into the gloves of Roderick.
What's his specialist shot, Charlie?
Not sure, David. What is a number 11's specialist shot? We'll see now. It's a straight drive this time, and it'll only be 1.
Yeah, that's all right. Last delivery, Williams. Well, it's a free hit, is this? It's just a swing.
Well, he's been loosening up by swinging in the previous over. Here he is, final ball of the innings. Crashes it through wide mid-off, long off round quickly. Barnard will be run out by a street here. But Lancashire get 1 run to the total. 237 all out off the final ball of the innings. So I would think that Worcester will be pretty pleased with that. Although having said all that, Lancashire will realise that they've encountered a pitch that's losing its pace and it's becoming increasingly difficult to score on. So we've got an interesting contest ahead of us. Worcester desperate to win, need to win to keep up their chances of qualification in this competition. Will need 238 to win.
Well, the run out there, you run out by half the pitch going for a second, which was never on, but Singh took the bails off. Technically, I just wonder if anybody appealed. Don't you have to say, how's that?
Even when it's obvious like that.
Yeah, I think umpires will tell me, some umpires who are watching the telecast, who are listening to Radio Lancs, do you have to appeal? He just took the bails off and gave the ball to the umpire. Was there an appeal? I'm going to have to look.
You will have to look. Josh Bohannon, the standout innings in there for Lancashire, who've got to 237 all out. The Worcester bowlers, Taylor 2 for 25. Likewise for Darley, good effort from those two. 3 for 58 from Hindley with his left arm leg spin, and a wicket apiece for Brooks and Singh. Just a couple of partnerships there. Bell and Bohannon and Balderson. And Bohannon and Dyer as well. So performance that Lancashire probably think they should have got a few more, but will be happy and itching to defend that total of 237. So as the players have an innings break, we'll be back in about 25 minutes time or so to see how Worcester get on chasing down that Lancashire total of 237.
(1864). We were first class then, and we're first class now, with a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss, Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rolls together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rolls together.
Welcome to Conrad Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Will these two stay out there after a drink? And that's a huge sip. Over to the Hilton review system. 3 reds, no doubt at all. And up goes the finger. When it has to be absolutely plum, it matters where you stay.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.
heritage of the club is actually everywhere you look. So there will be a new heritage of being there, which was found over the last year. Some people say they're both.
Hi Noah, nice to meet you.
Can you believe it? No. I can't stop smiling. I'm trying not to.
Yeah, that's it.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
2 local favourites are staying at the Hilton Garden Inn. She's gone for the chip. My goodness me. It's over to the Hilton review system. A big bite. Gone. When lunch is the best part of the day, it matters where you stay.
1954, Cyril Washbrook became the first professional captain of the county.
Lancashire have won a tremendous victory here. Indeed he has, and Jesus, what a moment. Well, a real suspect innings came from Hagen's Fairbrother. Fine chance, 2 runs at the winning hit, on come the crowd. Been a really wonderful game of cricket.
That's a big hit. It's another monster hit for 6. Big shot by Sol. It's into...
Alex, nice to see you. First things first, you love ice cream. Top 3 favourite flavours, hit me, come on.
Oh, I mean, easy. Mint chocolate chip,
Yeah.
raspberry ripple, vanilla.
How have you answered that so far?
Well, it's easy.
That's
Do you know what?
ridiculous.
I actually haven't had an ice cream for ages because I got spotted as the ice cream girl from the BBC, and I was like, this cannot carry on. I
No,
can't
that
be
should be your
known.
thing.
I can't be known for just eating ice cream. So I've stopped eating ice creams now.
I just went to Italy and we had gelato every day, but if you say gelato, it makes you sound super pretentious.
Yeah, it does. It makes you sound posh, doesn't it?
Especially then when you have pistachio and elderberry.
Oh, stop.
Honestly, unbelievable. I was like, what should I have? They were like this. Also, they were like pumpkin seed.
No.
That's what I thought. Amazing.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe only in Florence. Probably don't get it in like Warrington.
You've got to stick to what you know. You know,
Yeah.
what's the word? Strawberry chocolate vanilla. That one, where you can
Done.
get it all in one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good start. How did you get into cricket?
So I played football with all the lads on my estate. So I was the only girl. There was
Okay.
probably about 6 or 7 lads. So we all played football. One Friday night, they were like, we're going to go up to the cricket club. So I ran home. I was like, Mum, can I go and play cricket? She's like, no, you do everything. She's like, you do football, you do basketball, you do hockey, you do anything, everything, gymnastics, swimming. I was like, come on. She's like, no, not one more spot. I was like, the bar's open. Come on, Mum. She's like, right, come on, we're going
That
up.
was it, sold.
Not quite like that, but yeah. So we went up every Friday night, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So every Friday after school, I'd be up at the cricket club from as soon as we finished school right until I got told I had to go home because it was dark. Just loved it.
Now, I didn't Google you earlier. Definitely did. But you went to school in Clitheroe, is that right?
Yes.
So did you play at school as well as at home?
Yeah, so I played at school when all the girls in PE went to do netball. I was not very good at netball. I kept bouncing the ball, and they were like,
Like you
oh
were
my
playing
God.
basketball?
Yeah.
Wanted to be Jordan?
All the girls were like, oh my God, this girl's so annoying. So then I started playing cricket with the boys. So the girls would go and play netball, and I'd say to the teachers, can I play cricket? And they'd be like, well, yeah, fine.
When you started playing, was it immediate that you decided you were going to bowl left arm?
I guess.
Is that just a natural thing?
Yes, I've always been left-handed. But yeah, picked the ball up left-handed, obviously, but bowled seam. So started just bowling, I want to say, rapid.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't
Proper
that quick.
yeah.
But always batted right-handed as well. So always been ambidextrous.
And you made your county debut super young. I think you were only 14.
Yeah.
How did that come about and how did you feel?
Do you know what? I've got no idea how I felt. I remember being really nervous.
Yeah.
And I remember my mum being there. And I remember her.
Where was it? Do you know?
Got no idea.
Really?
Yeah, I've got
Can't
no
remember.
idea. I remember being stood at fine leg, obviously.
Yeah.
And my mum standing next to me. I was that young that my mum's like stood there being like, are you okay? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I think so. She's like, you're going to do great. But it just came about because I played under 13s for Lancs girls.
Okay.
And then under 15s. And when I was 12 or 13, I was still playing in the under 15s team and under 17s. So just got picked for the first 11. And I think, on memory, I did get 2 for.
Did you?
Think.
No way.
Yeah, 2 for about 20, something like that. And just loved it.
Okay, so you started at 14 and then obviously you're playing and improving and then you make the decision when you're, 19, 20 to move, I guess, down to London and play for Middlesex.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
So Lancashire were in Division 2.
Yeah.
And everybody that played for England at the time played Div 1 cricket. So I thought, if I'm going to play cricket for England, I've got to take a bit of a leap of faith here and try and play Div 1 cricket. Not going to go to Yorkshire because it's Yorkshire, obviously. Yeah. So I was like, I'm not going to there. I think Warwickshire already had an overseas. So it was literally pick a team out of a hat, any of the southern teams. So I was like, right, Middlesex, no one will know who I am, what
Really,
I do.
that was it?
Yeah,
That'll
I was
do.
like, that one will do.
Yeah.
Just a fresh start. You know, nobody knows who I am. No one's got an opinion on what I do, that I'm rubbish with the bat or in the field. I can go and just be a new version of myself. So travelled down twice a week for 4 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I loved my time playing for Middlesex. Like, if it wasn't for me moving down there, I genuinely don't think I'd have ever played cricket for England because
Really?
I got to be a new version of myself and work hard. And actually travelling down for cricket made me really focused on cricket. And I obviously met some amazing friends,
Yeah.
which I'm still friends with now. And I've kept in touch with them all. So, yeah, wouldn't change it for the world.
Obviously,
Amazing.
I've known you for 4 years or so, and your media kind of personality is you're pretty confident and outgoing and like a laugh, and you kind of say what you think, and people seemingly love that about you. Have you always been like that? When you went down to Middlesex at 19, 20, were you like that, or were you more reserved and in on yourself?
No, I've always been like that.
Really?
Literally always been like that. I'm very Marmite. Like, A lot of people hate me before they've met me because I'm quite boisterous and say what I think.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. I don't know where I've really got that from. My mum's a little bit like that, but I reckon it's not that I'm confident, because I'm actually not a very confident person. I just come across confident. It's just my personality. It's just who I am. I guess I've always been comfortable in myself.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
So I go down and I'm like, "Hey, Alex the lad, Jack the lad from Manchester."
Yeah, I'm talking to everyone on the tube.
Yeah, but yeah, literally always been the same. And on air, the first piece of advice I got given was be yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So I was
think
like,
it massively
oh, right.
comes across if someone isn't their authentic self or they're disingenuous about things.
Yeah, and I think
so. Eating ice cream is perfect.
Doing stupid things, talking into your ice cream. But no, so be yourself on the radio, because otherwise you're going to sound stiff and
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but you mentioned something earlier about playing for England.
Mm-hmm.
Was that always an ambition? And then how does that feel when you get that call to say, oh yeah, you're in the squad and you're going to make your debut?
Yeah, it was always an ambition, but I didn't think it would ever happen, because at 15 I got onto the England Academy. At 17 I got dropped because I wasn't good enough, and I didn't get back on until I was 21.
Right.
So I dropped out of college. I was a will writer for a while.
Really?
I worked in a bakery just so that I could train.
Yeah.
Trained my arse off. I trained so hard. I never really got anywhere. Got back in the England Academy, but was then always a net bowler for England.
Mm-hmm.
And I would constantly bowl 60, 70 overs a week at the England Girls and never get that call up. And Mark Robinson came to me on a Friday afternoon. He's like, see you on Monday. I was like, all right, okay, like the girls need a net bowler. And he was like, no, you're in the squad. I was like, pardon?
Wow.
Like,
how old were you then?
I don't know. I made my debut in 2016, so 24.
Yeah. Okay. And that was against Pakistan, right?
Yeah. But now I look back on my career and I'm like, I'm genuinely a fan that ended up playing cricket for England, because I've always just been a massive cricket fan.
Yeah.
And I used to follow England women around and watch them all around the country. Yeah.
So you make your debut in 2016, and then what? Less than 18 months later, World Cup winner.
Yeah, it was a whirlwind, absolute whirlwind. So debut June 2016 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
Worst day of my cricket career ever. Didn't enjoy it. Hated every second of it. Didn't bowl well.
Why did you hate it? Were you nervous?
So nervous. Like, I'd tried so hard for so long that I thought I'd just be all right when the day came. And I was too busy concentrating on, was my partner's family okay? Was my family okay? Where are they sat? I can't see them. Where are they?
Really?
I didn't do all my routines. I didn't get into the zone. I was just so oblivious to the cricket game.
Yeah.
I think I bowled none for 50. 56 maybe in 10 overs, and Pakistan probably only got 150. And
you shelled a third of their runs.
Yeah. And the first ever ball that came to me, I let through my legs for 4.
Did
so
you?
it just couldn't have gone any worse. It was just couldn't have gone any worse. Then we went away from international cricket.
When that happened, and it goes through your legs for 4, do you then massively get in your own head, and then you can't stop thinking about it, or were you like, that's gone? Focus.
You do go, oh, am I really good enough to be here? And then all those thoughts start coming back, because I always believed I was good enough to play cricket for England. I just never got the opportunity. And then I got the opportunity and I was rubbish. So I was
did anyone put their arm around you or have a quiet word or go, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
They're all your teammates. They want you to do well. You probably could see I was nervous.
Yeah. Like a rabbit in headlights.
Yeah. And then we went to the West Indies. I got picked for the West Indies after a good KSL, the Super League.
Yeah.
And in the warm-up game, I did the same again, none for 80 in 10 overs. And the coach said to me, I was like crying on the pitch. I was like, I'm just not good enough for this.
Yeah.
He's like, where were you a year ago? I was like, in the bakery making chicken sandwiches. He's like, where are you now? I was like, in the West Indies.
Yeah.
In Jamaica. And he's like, where would you rather be? I was like, here. He's like, well, get on with it then. He's like, you're playing the first game, get your head around it.
I mean, you don't want to make Danish pastries. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
I felt so fat just eating cakes all the time. So yeah, that was a real mindset shift. And it was the best thing he ever said to me. He was like, you're here now. Get in the moment you're playing the first game.
Yeah.
And then that tour broke world records and bowled really well, and that was it. I had a whirlwind 18 months.
And then in the final, 2 wickets?
Yes. Yeah.
Talk me through that.
Well, I was always the wicket taker during that World Cup, so every time the game needed changing, I'd come on.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I
That
know,
was a good
literally,
one,
because
yeah.
I'm like, what's
'Cause I'm
going
so
on now? I'm
confident,
out
yeah.
the team now. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
this is amazing. How was that me?
Yeah.
So we needed a wicket. We needed to get Harmanpreet Kaur out. So I got brought back on. She hit me for 2 sixes. I was like, this is not going well. 2 really nice shots down the ground, into the crowd, both of them. One was a slog sweep over square leg, and then she top edged a slog sweep, and Tammy Bowman at square leg. I'm stood there, and I was like this.
Please,
I didn't even
Tammy.
watch it.
Did you
I
not?
was like that. I want to just hear the crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Then she took the catch, and the game completely changed from there. We didn't win the World Cup. India lost it, but still
Who
the
cares?
best day of my life. It was
Were the
amazing.
celebrations amazing afterwards? What happened, or did we not go there?
I drank a magnum of champagne on the lap
Did
of
you?
honour, and I don't remember
On the lap of honour?
Yeah, I don't remember the rest.
That's pretty
It's
impressive.
really, it's the worst thing I ever did. It's my biggest regret.
What, because you can't remember?
We
After?
worked for 4 years to sing the team song at Lord's,
Right.
and I don't remember singing the team song at Lord's.
Okay.
So yeah, all I remember is Kate Cross trying to give me a chicken drumstick and was like, "Eat that, you'll regret it." And I just threw it at her.
No way.
I was like, "Shut up." 2 hours later, I was in bed.
Class.
I woke up naked with my medal on though, so I was
Did
like,
you?
"Yeah,
Yeah.
baby, I still got my medal."
It's the greatest story. I remember us talking about this before in terms of that's a pretty tricky transition time in terms of stopping playing for England
Yeah.
and then thinking, do I still want to carry on playing cricket or how am I feeling about this? That's tough and takes a lot of mental strength and resilience. Was that a hard period for you?
Yeah, it was like the worst because I lost my England contract. I got told, I went on holiday. This was the worst thing, right? I had a 2-week cruise with Kate Cross and we worked really hard, went to the gym every day.
Did you, on the
And-
cruise?
On the cruise,
Really?
and ran laps of the cruise and everything.
You weren't throwing chicken drumsticks at her?
Yeah, like throwing balls. We were on holiday, but also working hard because we had fitness testing when we got back.
Okay.
Day after I got back from a holiday, I had my appraisal with Jonathan Finch, and he told me I'd lost my England contract. And I was like, "You could have told me 2 weeks ago, mate.
Yeah.
I've just been working hard on a
I'd have just been
holiday."
drinking magnums of champagne, yeah.
But it was awful, like the worst feeling. I rang my dad and I rang Crossy. I think I rang Crossy first, said, "I've lost my contract," rang my dad. They both came round to my house. And I'd just lost my identity overnight.
Yeah.
I'd gone from Alex Hartley, a World Cup winner, to actually the newspaper article actually said, World Cup winner to trash heap overnight.
So what? Trash heap?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And that's what I felt like as well. Felt like I was nobody. I had nothing to get up for. I was still going to the gym with Crossy Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then there was one Friday, I was like, what am I doing? I don't need to... But that was just my routine.
Yeah.
So then I spent 3 months at home, didn't get out of bed, didn't leave the house.
You're not?
No, didn't know what I was or who I was going to be.
Where
or...
were you? Were you with your parents or
No,
were
I
you by
was
yourself?
by myself in the
Were you?
flat. So my mum rang me 5 or 6 times a day, and I'd be like, "Go away, I'm fine."
Yeah,
But she
yeah.
obviously knew I wasn't fine.
Yeah.
I was like, "I'm fine, leave me alone, leave me alone. I don't want to speak to anybody. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do anything." So yeah, I had September, October, November, December, basically doing absolutely nothing, crying every day, didn't leave the house. And then Mark Robinson, the England coach, was like, "You need to start getting out. You need to start doing things." So I joined a gym. I decided to go travelling. The whole thing was just changed. It just
Did you just completely switch off from cricket and training and just
Yeah.
relax?
Well, I don't so I missed a bit of the story out, sorry. So my mum knew I wasn't all right and took me to see Conor Maynard. Really
Okay.
random.
Right.
Because I need to try and get her out of the house. So I said, "I've got tickets to see Conor Maynard." And that night I had a complete mental breakdown on my mum. Ripping my hair out, eyelashes out, just like
Seriously?
so stressed. Yeah.
Right.
And my mum rang the ECB and said, "You can't treat people like this," because they hadn't even checked if I was okay. They'd just like gone, "Right, not ours problem anymore. Like, see you later."
Yeah.
So yeah, that all got sorted. I got myself into a little bit of a better place. And then I went travelling and I just thought, well, I can live my life now because playing international cricket, you sacrifice so much. I missed out on birthdays, Christmases, everything. I missed
Yeah, yeah.
my own 21st birthday.
Yeah.
Um,
So I guess it's quite freeing in a
it
way.
was, and I could just be who I wanted to be and sort of be a different version of myself. And I was a loose cannon. I missed out on so much, so I just went
And had a
did
good
that.
time.
Yeah, I went and had a brilliant time, yeah. And then from LA, I flew straight to Australia to commentate for the T20 World Cup before COVID.
Did you?
Yeah.
So had you had that lined up before you went to America?
No, so I got a conversation when I was there being like, "Do you fancy coming over?" Day as a radio commentator, Lancs were playing Worcester, I think.
Okay.
And I was commentating with Henry Moran. He's like, "That was a good shot, Alex, wasn't it?" And I just went, And he's like, "You're on the radio, you have to
you
speak."
have to talk, yeah.
So yeah, Ebony Rainford Brent couldn't do Australia, so I
Yeah.
got the call and went over.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's when COVID hit, and I did the World Cup final in 2020.
Yeah.
Flew home a few days later because of COVID,
Yeah.
and then my life changed forever after that. Losing my England contract was the best thing that ever happened to me.
And then it's gone from strength to strength in terms of your media stuff. Obviously, you got the podcast.
Yeah.
2 awards. Was that last week?
Yeah, award-winning podcast now.
Nice.
Yeah, you can ask me what the awards were. We got Best Cricket Podcast.
Okay.
And
so you beat Greg James and Jimmy. Have you
Yeah.
told Jimmy yet? Have you been like?
No, I've not. But we are the best podcast, it's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
And something about, this is really bad, but the Best Inclusion and Diversity Podcast.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which actually for me means the most, because we do try and be diverse and get every and anyone on.
Yeah.
And we talk about really tough topics. So yeah, it's amazing to be the best cricket podcast, but that one means a little bit more to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who's been the best?
Welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire made 237 in their innings in this Metro Bank Cup match. Worcester chasing qualification place, therefore have to score 238. First ball from Tom Bailey, taken by George Bell. Roderick and Pollock, Ed Pollock, opening the batting for Worcester.
That ball swung. First ball.
Doesn't swing it much, Tom, either.
That swung.
Somebody just walking in front of the sight screen.
They have been today. There's been a number of...
No stewards on, are there?
I don't know.
Well, there aren't very many. Bailey in from the Anderson end, and that swung as well. Swung from leg stump.
Is that young Flintoff at slip?
Yeah.
Well, I've just watched him doing practice.
Yeah.
He absolutely double of his dad.
Yeah.
The way that he caught the ball and threw it back.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Well,
Same
he's 20
build.
bats, isn't he?
Yeah.
You could, you just shut your eyes. It's 30 years ago, 20 years ago. Tom Bailey had a little bit of away swing in his first 2 deliveries, in again past the umpire. Forward defensive from Roderick. Ball meets the middle of the bat. Lancashire lively in the field.
I wonder if Bell will do the same tactic as Worcestershire did with the wicketkeeper up to the stumps a lot to the medium pacers.
Well, time will tell. I don't know. Just something tells me that George likes to stand back more than up.
Okay.
Certainly when the new ball's been taken anyway. Here is Bailey again. Just a fraction shorter this time.
Tactically, I mean, it's one of them things that in your rooms you'd talk about, that on a very slow, sluggish pitch, medium paces, we'll have the keeper up to the stumps And you look at Gloucestershire years ago with Jack Russell, that would be exactly what they did.
Yeah, but you're talking one of the best keepers that's ever been. I'm not decrying George, but he's not kept an awful lot this summer. And I think, you know, Tom Bailey, the keepers are used to standing back to him early on anyway. And that's moved away late through the air and just carried on off the seam.
I wouldn't have him back now. Not with the new ball, but as it gets softer and I'm not saying slower, but the more medium pace that come into the attack, because I would think that on this surface, from what we've seen, take the pace off, or lots of slower deliveries.
Pretty standard field. I'll ring a 3 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, saving 1. Fine legs up, third man's back. And Worcester away as Roderick guides that down behind square on the offside. It's just a single. That's the end of a pretty good first over from Tom Bailey. Worcester won without loss. Roderick off the mark, keeps the strike. Ed Pollock, his partner, he's an interesting character. Just goes for it from ball 1. Pollock, big hitter.
Who's going to take the new ball, share the new ball? Is it going to be Boyden?
Left arm.
Left arm. And now he's had injury problems, hasn't he? I saw him maybe last year.
Yeah, I think it's just, I don't think anything major. I think it's just sort of niggling fast bowlers injuries, actually. He's a young lad, 21. And just feeling his way, really, into the game. Not got much first team experience. Bowls left arm over the wicket, gets the ball to swing back at the right-handers. That's his stock delivery. Again, not great pace, round about Tom Bailey's pace. There's a slip in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short fine leg, deep square and third man as Boyden swings this one back into Roderick. He thinks about a single and then says no.
What's Boyden's background coming into Lancashire? Has he been a prolific schoolboy cricketer and England under 19s?
All that academy at Lancashire, good. Age group all the way through. He's at the stage now where if you're looking at him from a Lancashire cricket management point of view, he's got good attributes in that he bowls, got good command over line and length and swings the ball back in. You're desperately wanting him to be half a yard, put a little bit of pace on. Tries a short ball and it's a bit quicker than Roderick thought. Gets it high on the bat away to deep square leg, gets him a single.
Well, he's very slim, isn't he? He's very thin. And, you know, just think, can he build out a bit? Can he bulk up? Would that help him if he put a bit of muscle on?
I think it's an interesting one with young bowlers, isn't it? It's very easy to say, I want you to put a yard of pace on. Much easier to say than do. Because they've evolved in a certain way, a certain style of bowling. And when you get up to this level, it's the marked difference is pace. That's the point of difference. Pollock is on strike. Just drops that dead on the ground at his feet.
But you look at Jimmy Anderson and he's slim, but he looks strong. Yeah, he looks strong.
Looks fitter now than he has done for a while.
He
to be
does,
fair.
but you know he's not an ounce of weight on him. And I've just said this lad needs to muscle up, and he looks as if he should. You know, compared to Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson's strong.
I'll tell you, I noticed the other night playing in a 100 match, Northern Superchargers, Matty Potts. Strong, and muscular. Boyden in, past the umpire, swinging that. It's past the outside edge of Pollock's pat, taken by George Bell.
And what about that intrigue, that interview from Jimmy Anderson that he's quite liking to have a do at white ball cricket?
Well, he's England's leading wicket taker in one-day internationals, you know. Did you know? You didn't know that, did you?
Give up.
I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, Jim, I didn't know that.
Yeah. He hasn't played for about 8 years.
Well, he's done an interview, hasn't he? That he's just put a carrot out there. He's put a fly on the water. Let's have a do at that.
Boyden running in briskly. Swing, and it's just chipped over extra cover and chipped quite nicely actually, because it's going to run away for 4. So Pollock off the mark with a 4 over extra cover, and playing the way that I've seen him play on a number of occasions. He doesn't spare the horses, Ed Pollock. He goes for it from ball 1.
James Anderson, 269 one-day international wickets. Darren Gough, 234.
It's nearly 1,000 international wickets, that, for Jimmy.
Yeah.
970 odd, is it?
Stuart Broad, 178. Flintoff, 168.
Boyden in again. Edged and wide of Flintoff at slip, and that's 4. But it's good bowling from Boyden. Rocky Flintoff, well, it was straight to second slip, so there was no chance to him, and it went quickly as well.
Pitch it up.
Yeah, Pollock
pitch it up.
Off the mark with 2 boundaries. Worcester 10 without loss.
Can go a metre fuller, Boyden. The ball's, he's swinging it, as left armers usually do, and swinging it back into a right-hander's pads. But he needs to be fuller.
I think left arm is an essential component of your bowling makeup here in a team at Lancashire, bowling at Old Trafford. You've got to have somebody with a bit of pace, a left armer, somebody who can spin it, a wrist spinner. They're your 3 main components. As Bailey comes in again, Roderick thinks about defending, leaves it. It's a good decision because it bounces and goes away towards slip. Bell takes it comfortably.
England will be looking for a left armer. Red ball cricket test matches, they want a left armer because they've declared that Bashir is the spinner, number 1, off spinner. So an off spinner bowling into left-handers rough that he's created. So you can bet your life that they're scouring the country, and the Lions are playing today. Young Josh Hull, I think, is playing left armer from Leicester.
Got a bit of pace. Full from Bailey.
It's a
direct hit. He's gone. Oh, Bohannon with the shy at the stumps. I think it was Bohannon.
It is.
And if it had hit, then Roderick was gone by yards.
It's nearly a fabulous piece of fielding. He gets to the ball quickly, picks up cleanly, shies at the stumps powerfully. I think it just misses, just.
Roderick ran on the shot then, didn't he? It was a nice drive wide of Bohannon at mid-off. Not wide enough, though. Bailey, for the first time to Pollock, be a wide. Just down the leg side. Only has to be marginally down the leg side for it to be a wide. I always think that's a little bit unfair, but it's...
Don't you're a bowler, aren't you? It's a wide.
But it's not a wide.
It's always been in the game, it's a wide.
He's played a shot at it, he's missed it.
I'll tell you what, in league cricket it's not a wide.
No, he's missed the ball, but trying to hit it for 4 down to fine leg. Can't. Anyway, it is a wide in the modern game.
What if you bowl 6 of them? And then the other bowler at the other end bowls 6 of them. It's not a wide.
No, well, the odd one is not a wide. I'll qualify it then. I'll qualify it.
What do you mean, the odd one?
Well, if you batters that want it all your own way, you're not allowed to bowl it above shoulder height. You've got to bowl it in a little patch 2 feet by 1 foot, so you can hit it for 4.
In a 10 over, you've got 10 overs, you've got 60 events, 60 balls. I've got 1 ball as a batter. If I'm out, I get 1.
Anyway, Bailey's induced a forward defensive there by bowling a straight ball, which would have hit the stumps had it not been defended. You've also got 300 balls to bat. I've only got 50 to bowl. How's that?
Yeah, but there's 6 of you to bowl. You've got, and you could have 10 of you if you wanted.
I want 300 to bowl. Don't say to you lot, get off when you've scored 50.
Well,
you've
you
had
can't
enough
bowl
now.
at each end, can you? You can't bowl 25 overs at each end.
Oh dear. You're dead right. Anyway, Tom, come on. That's tucked Pollock up. He's just managed to get it away to the square leg umpire.
Which brings us to the 100.
Oh.
And I've watched and listened to that, and I can't make head or tail of it. It's good entertainment. But have you seen on the TV? I defy you to tell me what the score is. How many are they? How many are they?
I've watched
I want to know how many are they.
The number of times the graphic doesn't tell you what it should do. It tells you how many runs they need to get off how many balls they've got to get, or got to have delivered. It's naught. That's naught off that ball. 13 without loss.
And they bowl a set. They bowl that's a very good 5.
Badgers live in them, don't
they? It's a very good 5, is that. Right, and then I'll look at the screen, I'll pour another stiff drink to try and decide who. It's a bit down this side, there's some on the bottom and then some up that side. Who's in? Who's batting? Who's bowling? Who's out? He's just out. How are he out? No, he's out. Ow!
He's got a line through his name.
That's out. Gone.
Yeah, it is infuriating.
They should put things like gone. He's history, she's gone.
That's right. Boyden's on now. In and bowling. A little bit of movement. Pollock gets a thickish edge on that and will come back for 2 as Fonseca runs round from third man.
I was sitting in, I was privy to the meetings as it all started, the 100, before it all kicked off as to how it was going to go. This isn't for established commentators. We're going to have actors, celebrities, actors, children's presenters, singers. It's all going to be great fun. It's just the same. It's exactly the same. Commentators I've heard forever.
England captains, former
England captains on the television.
And players.
And the former England captain on the radio. Exactly the same.
Again, it's a outside half of the bat this time, a little bit better time, but I think he'll only get 2. Will Pollock, as Harry Singh reels it in, gets the throw back to Bell.
So it's 20 in conclusion. It's 20 over cricket, but just a bit less.
That's it. Yeah. Well, it's not been a good year for the 100, I don't think.
I enjoyed it. I like watching it. It's entertaining.
I'm not saying it's not, but I don't think it's been a great year. I don't think the standard of
Plums,
overseas
it's not been a great year for Plums either. There's none on my tree.
What have they got to do with
just
the 100?
You say things, it's not a great year.
Well, it hasn't been, has it? Anyway, Boyden, that's a wide. That's down the leg side. Big appeal, though. Must have brushed the thigh, but can't have done.
I'll tell you something else about them early meetings of the 100. This is not about fielding positions, a deep long off and deep extra cover and short mid wicket. There's none of that. You have a listen. It's all about that.
What?
He or she's hit it down to long off and deep extra cover, moving away to the leg side. Let's have a bit of analysis. It's supposed to be fun. Then they interviewed somebody. They got somebody mic'd up, and it's that usual that we used to do. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
That's good bowling from Boyden. That's just nipped back a little bit at Pollock. Hit him hard on the pads, no run.
I'll do one now. It happened last night, and I'll do it now. You could put it on a loop. You could put it on a tape. And what's the atmosphere like? What do you think of conditions? What do you think of the pitch? Do you think you've got enough runs? Thanks very much for talking to us. I'll see you later. It should be mastermind. He should or she should have the specialist subject. What is your specialist subject? And then you ask them 5 questions. Right, it's coming in again.
It's Boyden, I know. And Pollock's had a go at that. Could be out. Caught at deep backward square, running round to his left. That's a good catch. Barnard, I think it is, down there. Pollock got a short ball, and all he's done really is help it into the hands of deep backward square, the only man out on the leg side. So the first wicket down then, as Pollock departs. It's 18 for 1.
It's that long boundary out there again. That is a really good catch. Charlie Barnard moving away to his left quickly, gets 2 hands to it. It's a good shot. You'd think you play a shot like that and think that's worth a boundary. It's 4 or 6. He's middled it, but it's a long way out there towards that party stand. So first strike for Boyden and Lanks.
Well, Pollock plays that way. He looks to go from ball one. Boyden delighted with that punch in the air as Barnard took the catch. 18 for 1 then, Worcester, and former Lancashire player Rob Jones comes to the crease at number 3 for Worcester. Crowd favourite in his days here, Rob. Really nice, good lad, good team lad.
What would they just be having a little chip at him? They will.
Well, they might be having a bit of a go at him. You can't have a go at Jonesy though, he's too nice.
Well, I mean, in a nice sort of way. Yeah. I wouldn't want anything insulting. But
No, there might be the odd word, you don't know.
Well, the classic one is, who's this? Batter's name? Batter's name, who is it? How does he play, this bloke?
Yeah. Has he played here before? Do you think he'll know the wicket? Is it one of them? Anyway, 2 balls left in this Boyden over as Jones prepares to take strike. Fine leg, he's up, deep square is back. It's a mirror field really. Third is back, there's a slip waiting. Boyden looking to swing it back into Jones's pads. He just goes across him and he pushes it to point. No run.
But I remember of Rob Jones as a batter, he really sniffs it out. He gets low in his stance and low in the shots that he played. And that's his first delivery, and he's eased it to backward point. He's got a little bit of swing, natural swing for Boyden. It's just natural.
In again then, Boyden. And that's a lovely shot from Jones. That's got him off the mark with a comfortable 4. Didn't look to hit it too hard, just eased it through the gap at extra cover. So a good start for Jones. A wicket for Boyden. And it's 22 for 1.
That's as good a cover drive as you'll see. I just mentioned that he gets low and he's close to the ball. And it's just pure timing, is that? He's not the cover off it.
Came up through the ranks at Toft.
I know.
Club. Toft, Knutsford.
I went with you.
Good ground.
You and Toft. I went to Toft to look at a couple of young players, and we met his dad.
Yeah.
And I think he brought him on a motorbike, I think.
That's right. Tom Bailey in again. Roderick just getting on the back foot and steering that down to third man. It's another single. Bailey to Jones, best of mates, these two. Got on really well in their time at Old Trafford.
Thoroughly nice fella, Tom Bailey.
Yeah, nice lad.
Chat with him just before play today.
Expecting his first child in 2 weeks.
Oh, nappies and stuff. Yeah, sleepless nights.
Looking forward to those 2 away trips in September already. So Jones on strike, Bailey past the umpire. Oh, it's a leg side, wide. Now that is a wide. No qualms about that.
He'll have gone through all
one
that.
Other thing with wides.
What? Oh, no.
No, it's when batters start to move around.
Oh,
when they move around. As soon as you move around, I think you forfeit the chance of unless it's ridiculous.
You need good umpires there, and to apply the law. A wide is from where the batter stands. Where the batter is stood, or where he would normally stand.
Right, forget it now. Jones on strike. Solidly forward, covers his stumps.
You would definitely be one of those at the umpire. That's a wide. You'd stand there in the middle with a double teapot on and start gesticulating to anybody that would listen. You would, wouldn't you?
Probably. Yeah. Anyway, it's gone now. Finish with wides now. It's nonsense. You were going to say something then before I. Anyway, I know. Don't worry. Striding in, Bailey. Another wide down the leg side. I think there's a bit of forward-thinking knowledge going on here. Bailey knows that Jones covers his stumps. I want to try and hit him on the pads.
and he's just not overcompensating, but just spearing it down the leg side. And the ball's not, it won't swing from there, we know that, and Tom Bailey will know that as a bowler. It'll swing from off stump, but it won't swing from leg.
He stood outside of his ground as well, well outside.
Oh, that was the one.
Yeah,
dead straight.
Yeah, they're aiming at the pads. As you say, he covers his stumps. He doesn't give the bowler or the fielders a view of his stumps, so he's round about middle guard, middle and off. But he's also outside of his crease. What he's trying to do, Rob Bailey, Rob Jones, is to nullify LBW. Bailey's after LBW. That's what he's after.
In again this time. Jones just half and half. Nudges the ball into the offside.
Oh, I've just noticed that there's a mat which is obviously covering the test match pitch.
Yeah, right in front of the Legends Lounge, that.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah,
they keep asking us to sit down. Could you sit down up there, please? No.
They were, the ground staff painstakingly put that down. There's a nail in every 6 inches, right the way around the perimeter of that mat. Bailey looking for the pads again. It's better now. He's on, off, middle and off. And Jones just defends again.
237 length, Scott. There it is, all pinned down. We can see on our television monitor that covering. You're right, he's nailed down every metre. Should put a fence round it.
Bit of barbed wire.
Yeah, keep off. Big side, keep off.
Flintoff has gone to 4th slip. And doesn't get the ball because Jones pushes it straight back down the pitch. The end of the over from Tom Bailey. It's 25 for 1 from 5 for Worcester.
I didn't notice it in the break there whether spectators were allowed onto the pitch. I don't think they are.
Well, they didn't come onto the pitch.
No,
put it
they
that
didn't.
way.
There's many grounds that you can now. You just wander on, which spectators love it. Absolutely love it.
They go and stand round the pitch, don't they? Look at it.
You can look at the pitch, or you can have a little game. And there's plenty of room here to have a little game and a catch.
They do it here.
Yeah, good.
They do. This would have been a good occasion to do it, wouldn't it? Not a huge crowd in.
Yeah, been nice.
Boyden again, left arm over.
Pitch it up. Get it to swing. Start it roundabout off stump, pull it back in, and again try. What they deal in left armers is hit the pads, hit the stumps, and then the one that goes away brings slip in. No slip. He's moved his slip out here, so they've gone defensive.
Well, he got hit through extra cover.
He did.
Final ball of his last over, and it was a poor ball. It was a wide-ish half volley. Deserved getting hit. Boyden to Roderick. Roderick, just bounced on him a little bit. And he tries to force it off the back foot, misses, goes through to Bell. That might just tempt him to put the slip back in.
Well, that's gone across him, hasn't it, the batter? He's gone across the batter, not swinging it back in, and bounced. Good action, Boyden. Just fill him out a bit.
Got to have a good action, though, haven't you, David? If to swing it back into the right-hander.
Beef him up a bit.
And again, that's gone past the outside edge. Just angle, really, nothing more. But it's interesting that slips come out, and the last 2 balls only just come out, and the last 2 balls have gone past the outside edge of Roderick's bat.
Bohannon captain, Jennings has gone to play in the 100.
It's in the dressing room.
I saw him coming in with his kit.
Played last night, didn't he, at Leeds? For London Spirit, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, bowled him, played on. It's good bowling from Boyden because he sent 2 across Roderick towards the first slip, second slip, which he'd played and missed at. And this one just ran back and he got an inside edge, bounced and then into off stump.
Really good. 2 wickets now for Boyden. I think that's good set-up bowling. He's bowled across him a couple and then just come closer to his body. He's got in an awkward position, Roderick, to play it with an angled bat. And he hits the inside of the bat and then goes immediately down onto the stumps. So I think that's good set-up bowling from Boyden, and he's looking fine. Worcestershire now 25 for 2 in the 6th over.
Yeah, good stuff from Boyden. A little bit of extra bounce and just hurried on to Roderick, who'd played and missed at the previous 2. Could only just get an inside edge and chop that on. Jake Libby is the new batter, captaining Worcester today.
Nottinghamshire.
Yeah.
Libby was at Nottinghamshire. Well, it's good from Lancs, good from Boyden. Nip a couple out early doors. Use that new ball.
Yeah, Worcester up with the rate, of course, but losing 2 wickets in the first 5 overs. Not what they would have wanted. Perhaps a more solid base.
Slip, are they having a slip? Go on, get a slip in. Get a slip in.
Yeah,
Go
he's
on,
going.
get a slip in.
He's going. Flintoff jogging from cover to slip.
Is that
he's in the game, isn't he?
Is that Rocky Flintoff or Andrew? It's exactly the same.
Boyden to Libby. Solidly forward from the Worcester captain.
He's just jogged from extra cover there. He's exactly the same. The way that he stands at slip, I watched him catching, just the same.
It is uncanny.
He'll be here today, his dad'll be hiding somewhere. He will. Because they played last night, didn't they? The battery chargers.
Have they finished now, or have they got another game?
No, I think they've another.
Boyden to Libby. Push that away on the offside. Probably won't go for 4. Should be reeled in. Will Williams with a big stride and a slide. And a good throw back to George Bell. Libby off the mark with 2. Good over from Boyden. 27 for 2.
Well, he's going at nearly 7 and over, Josh Boyden, but he's picked up 2 wickets. So it's really, at this stage, the 2 wickets that count. He's gone for 20, and the score is 27 after 6 overs. So Tom Bailey has been miserly and accurate from the Jimmy Anderson end. Has he still got his sign, Jimmy? I can't say. Oh, under the clock, there it is.
I'm not surprised you can't see it.
Yeah, it's tiny,
the size of a chessboard.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I'm just going to say to Tom Bailey, get your slip back in. Yeah, Flintoff's gone in. That slip. Bailey runs in just short of a length to Rob Jones. Good tight bowling from Tom Bailey. Bowled a couple of poor deliveries in the previous over that were wides, but he's angling after hitting Jones on the pads. That's what he's trying to do. Just his 2 fielders out. They're at third, that's Fonseca, and at deep backward square, Barnard. Deadly straight again from Bailey. Seen all the, in inverted commas, attractions in the main car park, ready for the test match.
Oh yes, I can just see through the gap between the hotel and the old pavilion.
Lots of stalls, food, beer, whatever. Nicely played from Rob Jones. He'll look for 2 here and get them comfortably.
I wonder if there's any rides. Will there be any rides over there?
Well, bumper cars and that sort of thing.
Well, horses that, you know, the carousel. Hawaii, yeah, lovely.
Don't know. It looks as though there should be, doesn't it? Those look as though they're a bit sort of fairgroundy.
We have it. There's a carousel in this right in the centre of York, right in the city centre, near the market.
Oh, same again from Jones. Hit a bit more firmly this time, but still only 2 out to Barnard, who has to run probably 40 yards to his left to retrieve it. So a couple of handy 2s for Rob Jones off the last couple of balls, just relieving the pressure a little.
The good shots that again that he's just working the ball into the leg side. I mentioned he gets low at the crease and low when he plays the shot. And he just worked it with his bottom hand into that leg side to mid wicket.
Slips come out now, gone to cover. I'm not sure of the logic of that. Big appeal, but there's bat involved. I think inside edge on to pad as Jones comes back for 2. The ball down to fine third. No bat, it's leg bys.
He's down the pitch, just outside of his ground.
Well.
And it's him quite high, going down the leg side. I've just noticed Fonseca's the fielder down at third man there, and he's got a weak throw, not got a strong throw. And so that Jones has run on the throw there.
Just pushed into the covers off the final ball of the over. 7 gone, 33 for 2.
Grand lad, young Fonseca. I just met him before the game started and said congratulations, have a great career.
Did he call you Mr. Lloyd?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No,
But he's like
that. Does he call you Mr. Abbott?
Well, he did, only because I've known him for a long time, and Lancashire, he was part of the age group set up. He was way ahead of his years at 10, 11, 12. Super player. And we managed to get him a scholarship at Bolton School. That's a good shot from Libby. 2 wide and 2 full, and it got what it deserved. Flashing drive through square point. Gets Libby 4 runs. He thought it had gone for 4 from the moment it left his bat.
Sweet shot. Lovely shot.
Yeah, I was at, he had to have an interview with the headmaster, and I was there with his parents and Gary Yates, who ran the academy at the time, or looked after the younger end of the age group set up. Boyden in again. And he's a bright boy, but very respectful, and it was Mr. Allett and Mr. Yates. And the headmaster was there, and he was talking to him as headmaster. The headmaster asked him what his favourite subjects were. He's a bright boy, and he said languages and music, and he liked sport and whatever. He said, but I particularly like maths, sir. And the headmaster said, do maths, do you? He said, yes. He said, yes, I do, sir. And the headmaster said, yeah, well, you know that's my favourite subject, don't you? I'm a specialist in maths. And Boyden gets hit to cover, and Kesh said, I do actually, sir. I looked it up before I came for interview. I thought, smart boy. So he's had a really good time and done well at school and come through the age groups, and now open the batting at 18. So good on him.
Grand lad, nice lad. She good at maths, that Carol Vorderman.
And so how did I know that was coming up?
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind her teaching me maths either.
Oh dear. Yeah. What is 2 and 2 anyway? Oh, we're making 5
doing that
here.
with Carol Vorderman.
I don't know. Meanwhile, Boyden's running up. Short and pulled away comfortably, steered and controlled by Libby. Gets him a single.
Do you know, Boyden hasn't bowled a stop ball. What's his stop ball?
The stop ball is the ball that
they don't bowl that too
comes
often,
back into the right hand.
He's bowled short.
To be fair, I mean, these white balls don't swing, do they?
But he can swing it naturally.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's tried lots of things, is what I'm trying to say.
Variation's the key, apparently, in the way that these young bowlers bowl.
Okay.
Well, I'm with you. I think stop ball until it goes wrong, and then you've got to.
There.
That's your stop ball. Could be out.
Oh, unlucky.
Just past the right hand of Williams. Otherwise, there would have been a chance of a run out. Jones chancing his luck a little off the final ball of the over. It's 39 for 2, 8 gone.
If he'd have collected that Williams, Jones would have had to get his skates on. He just misses it.
He's quick though. He's
quick. He's quick between the wickets.
Did something today that I've never ever seen. I've known him for donkey's years, Jones. He dropped a catch.
Yeah.
Never seen him drop a catch.
Never. Safe as houses.
He'd be keen to do well today. Back on his old stamping ground. Bailey continuing then, starting his 5th over. It's gone for 11 so far. Striding in. That movement's gone. I'm just waiting for the time when the pitch appears to be sluggish. I think with the new ball, there's new ball at either end. So you only had 4 overs with each new ball.
Get slower bowlers on, and it won't be going flying through to the keeper. Well, it isn't now, but it's going through comfortably to the keeper.
Well, they haven't got any quicker bowlers, Lancashire, have they? No. They've got Balderson, who's about the same pace. Williams, who's about the same pace as these two. It's just pushed out onto the onside.
Talk about drop catches that you've never seen Rob Jones when we got Andrew Flintoff into Lank's team. And so we'd selected him, and I've said to captain, which would be Neil Fairbrother, I think at the time, Neil Fairbrother, Mike Watkins, I said, get him in, second slip, catch anything. Never seen him drop anything. He's got hands like buckets, get him in at second slip.
Bailey in again. Oh, that's hit Jones on the pad, but it's sliding down the leg side. There's no real appeal from Bell or the bowler.
So Wazim slips one past somebody's outside edge, Nick, twice to Andrew Flintoff, who promptly dropped the pair of them. Wazim stood there, said to Ivy, "Who is this, Freddie?"
Oh dear. Well,
they became great mates then too.
It is unusual though for the youngster in the team to go and stand at slip, and his son's doing the same. Rocky straight in there. There's Bailey bowls another good length ball that's defended by Jones.
But it was me from having been involved with Andrew Flintoff from under 15s, under 19s, and so he has to get him in second slip, never drop one, never ever seen him drop one. He could see it catch like anything. You've never seen anything like it.
It's
put 2 down.
Yeah, but Akram, I'm telling you, I fielded it slip to Akram. It's not an easy thing to do. It comes at you at 90 mile an hour, and it's swinging in the air as it comes to you.
Yeah. Which was very similar to when Michael Holding played those few games for us, and Jack Simmons was at slip with Andrew Kennedy. He'd hit Jack twice in the chest.
That's it.
And he shouted to the 12th man to bring his reading glasses. He wanted his reading glasses.
Well, at least he'd see it when it was a foot and a half away from him.
Read the writing on the ball.
Again, dead straight from Bailey and immaculate defensive stroke from Rob Jones.
It is dead straight, isn't it? He's not. There's no slip because I can't see that he's going to get an outside edge because he's bowling so straight at middle, and Jones is covering everything.
It's got to be a temptation from Jones to try and whip it through mid-wicket, which is what the bowler wants, of course. Miss it and you're gone. Last ball of the over. Again, it's on an immaculate line and length. Tom Bailey bowls a maiden. He's bowled 5 overs for 11. It's 39 for 2.
Are we going to see a change of bowling? I think we are. George Balderson from the Statham end coming into the attack. So right arm over, takes over from left arm over. Trevor.
David, nice to see you again. It's a game on, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You know, nip a couple out, which they've done. But Worcestershire have been busy, took the singles, run well.
I think this is an important partnership for Worcestershire. Balderson's in then, his first ball flicked uppishly, a backward a square leg, and they'll take 1. It's Libby on strike. Bit impressive, Bailey. Bowling, he looks a decent player.
Oh, Bailey?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's been around a long time.
Yeah, but
Tom
I haven't
Bailey.
seen much of him. That's
and he's that archetypal, county, deadly accurate.
Difficult to get away.
Can't get him away.
Get frustrated, go big it.
Yeah.
Next delivery sees Jones coming forward very solidly. I think either you or Paul said Jones would be dead keen to make an impression here today when he's back on his old stamping ground.
Yeah, and he's got every opportunity that he knows the conditions, he knows the players, he'll have netted against all these and knows the mechanics of each bowler's action.
Glorious day here now.
It's always like this.
I've been here before, it's not always like that. Balderson's in, bowls forward, it comes Jones. You hit a single to mid-wicket off a thickish inside edge.
And they were up at, I live over York Way now, and they've just played at Sky Bardos, which is absolutely gorgeous.
Never
Sky
been there
Bardos.
yet, that's one of my ambitions to get there.
I get asked all the time, what's your favourite ground in the world? And they're all expecting Lords, Sydney, Barbados, Scarborough. It's a fantastic ground.
Dave Bradley, who works for me, who you may have run across in the past, he always bags a trip to Scarborough.
Yeah.
Next delivery, up onto his toes this time goes Libby and just plays it down to point. There's no run.
Nowhere to park. You've got to park wherever you can in the town. There used to be, opposite the main entrance, there used to be a pub there called the Cricketers, which is no longer there. And the arrangement was that as players, we would park in the Cricketers car park. That was the arrangement. You come across the road with your bag and your kit down to the pavilion.
Next delivery, that's a good one. It was a good delivery, and that's beat Libby.
We played there in the festival, which was fantastic. Very social occasion, brass band playing, all the lot. David Bairstow, who was one of my mates, a big mate of David, his party piece was always to come in to your dressing room when you weren't in, and he nailed 2 coffins to the floor. He nailed them, the cricketers' bags, he nailed them to the floor.
Balderson bowls, that's dropped down into the onside again. There's a bit of indecision in terms of the running there. In the end, they don't take a single, which is probably a very good decision. That's the end of the over. At the end of it, 10 gone. The Rapids 41 for 2, chasing 238 to win.
And Balderson coming into the attack, very similar to Williams and very similar to Bailey. Accurate. First over goes for 2. And you'll see when Williams comes into the attack, he's just the same carbon copy of Bailey.
Building pressure, isn't it?
Just bowl it dead straight, keep it tight, looking to hit the pads for LBW. But we're going to get spin, young spinner, left arm spinner. Charlie Barnard comes into the attack.
Yeah, well, it's was suggested during the Lancashire innings that spin could have a big part to play in this, and we'll see what Charlie Barnard can do. I have to say, of all the kind of outgrounds, Scarborough obviously with class as an outground, I suppose, now.
Yes.
Chesterfield I like.
Gorgeous.
Queen's Park,
Queen's Park, beautiful.
Yeah. Memorably did a game there, and we were about 3 overs in, and the line went down. We couldn't understand why. The lady taking the extension lead out the wall to do the hoovering next door.
Oh, really?
We lost all power.
That was the same at Accrington Stanley in the dark days. And if one of the players got subbed and went for a shower, the floodlights went off.
Stanley. Done a game there as well in the past. Used to be called the Crown Ground. I'm sure
Wham Stadium.
Wham Stadium.
The Wham Stadium, yeah. Wake me up before you go.
Barnard from the James Anderson end. Round the wicket, bowls. Forward comes Jones and plays it back to the bowler pretty much. There's no run.
And what about this field? The young Charlie Barnard, left-arm spin comes. He gives him a slip immediately, and Bohannon himself is at short extra cover. A couple of catches.
Backing him. He's in again off about 5 or 6 paces. Bowls, pushing forward. Very watchful is Jones. And again, a little bit of uncertainty in terms of the calling there, but no run.
And they've tried to cut him off at long off.
Yeah.
So there's a slip in, short extra Bohannon, and long off by the boundary. He's about 3 metres in from the boundary.
Barnard again, bowls. Good start this by the youngster. Another dot ball. My old cricket coach many years ago, who had far more material to work with other players than with me, I would add, would moan about a player being about 10 yards in off the boundary rope. I know it's the fashion nowadays they do it, but you're either on the boundary or you're not. That's what we used to get told back in the day. Barnard bowls. He'll get a run here. It will be a gentle amble through for a single. As said, long off comes in to keep them down to 1.
That was standard. Back in the day, that was standard. The old coaches, you're either on the rope or you're in.
Yeah, but it's all changed.
It has. I just, bring them in, just a bit of attempt till you can move back 3 or 5 metres.
Barnard bowls again. That's played away. Square on the offside, and they'll take a very comfortable single. Libby picks up 1 more. Once again, the pigeons are sent scattering. 43 for 2. We're in the 11th over. 1 ball of the 11th over to go.
Bowls it quickly, Barnard. Well, he has done in this over.
It's a bit of confident start, isn't it? He's in again. And again, played up to that man at long off. Once again, they'll come through for a single. Jones picks up 1 more. He'll move on to 12. The total to 44 for 2 then at the end of the 11th over. A reminder, the victory target is 238.
I'm just watching Barnard for the first time live. I've seen him on streams. He's got a good action. He's bowled it quickly, and so that he's got an option that he can take pace off and get a bit more flight. But I talk about the action, and this is white ball cricket. From what I've seen, I think he'd be absolutely fine in red ball cricket. With that repeating action, it will repeat time and time again, so he'd be accurate. And if he got on anything that'd spin, so the next thing I'd like to see, does he actually give it a rip? Does he spin it?
Start of the 12th over then, which Balderson is going to bowl. George Balderson did well with the bat earlier on. Let's see what he can do with the ball. He's in now, bowls, forward comes Jones, drops it down to the onside, there's no run. I heard you and Paul talking earlier towards the end of the Lancashire innings when you were saying at one of those wickets where you take the pace off the ball, it's going to be difficult to score here for Worcestershire.
It looks to have died. I mean, the sun's been beating down on it and it's been played on before. It's very dry. I mean, the older ball, it should be more difficult to score.
Balderson, right arm over, past the umpire, bowls solidly forward comes Jones. It's one of those days when a few years ago Darryl Mitchell for Worcestershire would have been in his element bowling on this sort of wicket.
That's a type of bowler that would be difficult to get away. Wicket keepers stood up to the stumps.
Yeah. Darryl Mitchell used to rip through his overs very quickly, for not many, pretty regularly for Worcestershire. Balderson again, running away from us, past the umpire, bowls, forward comes Jones, places up to mid-off, there's no run. Again, it's a good line, difficult to get away. Been very few what you term loose deliveries in it so far.
And just going back to rapids in the field, the outfielders were banging the ball in to get it soft, make it more difficult to score.
Yes, I think I saw the umpire having a word about that.
I've no problem with that. I have absolutely no problem. Just let it go.
Next delivery. It's dropped into the onside. Once again, there is no run.
I'm not in charge of anything, by the way, but I have no problem. All this, business about tampering with the ball. Nah, just leave it. Get on with it.
Well, I was watching a national counties game. Herefordshire were playing someone not long ago, and the number of times they asked about the ball had gone out of shape. And it got silly. About every other over they were asking at one point, and they wouldn't get any change out of the umpires. Next delivery, forward comes Jones. This is a good over by Balderson. Jones has absolutely nothing to work with at the moment.
No, it's dead straight.
Yeah.
Just on a good length. Jones having to come forward and play defensively.
Well, I've got to say, David, you're spoilt watching cricket here on a regular basis. Anyway, this is lovely from up here, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Balderson in again, bowls. Played into the offside. They
He
missed. Why didn't he throw it to the wicketkeeper? He shied at the stumps. Bell was over the stumps, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. They had time to throw to the keeper. It's just a ridiculous run.
It was a ridiculous. There was never a run there.
Never a run anywhere near. He's halfway.
He wouldn't have been in the frame, would he?
Libby's halfway down, and the call was Jones. Jones has called him, and there was time to get it to the keeper.
Yeah.
Who was it? I don't know who threw it.
I don't know either, but
but he's opted to throw and shy at the stumps.
I mean, it looks great if you hit, but there was a very easy run out there. As you say, Libby would not have been in the frame.
Why?
He was miles
Take
out.
the run on, yeah.
Got away with one there, did Worcestershire. Now, can they make it count? Because I think this is a very important partnership for them, having lost Roderick and Pollock already. Ethan Brooks can bat, Singh can bat. They can all bat to a degree, but you would think these two could play a very important part. Barnard continues, bowls. Oh, that's up in the air. That's going to be out. Caught, and that, I'm afraid, is the end of Rob Jones. He's gone for 13. He went to try and sweep it, I think, or put it through square leg. Someone got a top edge, and it's caught a wideish mid-on, or mid-wicket. And he's gone, and 45 for 3. The Rapids are in a bit of a hole here.
Two things he didn't need to do was the single before it. That was a single that was a run out all the way. And then he's played so straight throughout his innings. He's played so straight. And then opts to play an expansive sweep into the leg side, gets a top edge. And that's the third wicket gone, 45 for 3. And so that 238 to win now is 237 from Lancashire is a decent score.
Yeah, Will Williams it was that took the catch. He had a bit of ground to make up to his right-hand side, to be fair, but he took it very comfortably in the end. Jones is furious with himself. As the new man marching to the middle is Ethan Brooks. Well, I say marching, he's doing a few stretching exercises on the outfield at the moment. But, of course, it's worth bearing in mind as well that run rate could come into this as well, in terms of making it for the knockout stage. So Worcestershire don't want to sort of meekly fold here.
So Worcestershire win this game. They get a home draw,
well,
technically a home draw, because they can't play at home.
Well, if they got through to the semi-finals, yeah, I suppose, yes, they would get a home draw if they win. But, as you say, they can't play at home, so they have to play away anyway.
They can't play at home because there's a Lions game on.
4-day Lions game.
So the option would be to forfeit home draw and go and play the old enemy, the other place that's on Birmingham way.
Well,
play
yeah,
there
I don't
somewhere.
quite. Yeah, well, I assume they would have to. They'd have the option of playing at technically a neutral ground, I suppose, or they play at the ground of the opposition, I suppose, depending on what the ECB decides. But Barnard's in, bowls, and that's run off a thickish outside edge down towards third man. They're going to pick up at least 2 here. There's a long chase back towards the third man boundary. I think they're going to settle for 2. Very sensible as well.
Where would Worcestershire's second ground be? If you
Kidderminster.
Yeah, so I've been to Kidderminster.
Yeah,
Could they not host it?
Well, the problem is, it's the if you're going to put tentage up, for example, marquees and things like that, it's the turnaround time from today to Friday. It's not.
Okay.
It's difficult to do that, I think.
I could put a tent up.
Well, I could put a 2-man tent up, but I'm not sure that'd be much use to hosting 30 people for a buffet lunch. Barnard in, bowls, it's swept by Brooks. It's a backward square leg. They'll pick up 1.
Well, that's your sweep that's on to try and sweep it down.
Yeah.
If you're going to, his left arm round, so his angle may be coming towards leg stump, so you sweep it down.
Libby now on strike. Brooks is in to bowl to him again. Forward comes Libby. There's lots of oohs and ahs. He played a pretty solid looking defensive shot to me.
Bit of spin as well.
Yeah.
It's a good pace. I've not seen him before. It's a good action, is this?
Got his wicket, his tail will be up, he's in, he bowls again, and that's run to backward point again. The running, Worcestershire's running is not great here. The calling and the running is, it's not been a feature of their one-day cup season so far. It's been pretty solid all round, but 2 or 3 well, there was the virtually suicidal run out that they got away with, and there was another incident there which wasn't too great. Here comes Barnard, bowls forward, comes Libby, just prods it to extra cover, there's no run. 48 for 3 after 13 overs. And a good hand for Barnard, quite right too. 1 for 6 he's taken in 2 overs. So very good start.
When run rates drop right down, it's 3.69. And so Lancs are controlling the game at this stage, having taken 3 wickets. So the response from the Rapids has got to be a building partnership. Libby and Brooks out there in the middle build a partnership and push Lancs back.
Which is what Bohannon and Balderson did for Lancashire, really. Start of the 14th then. Forward solidly comes Brooks to play Balderson's first delivery back down the track to the bowler, and there is no run. Davies going to make way here, and Scott Reed's going to come back in alongside me. But these two for Worcestershire have a lot to do here, because it's been a very good start by Lancashire in defending at 237. Balderson's in, bowls, forward again comes Brooks. Scott back in alongside me, and Scott, I've got to say, my initial impression is Lancashire have given Worcestershire absolutely nothing to work with here.
Yeah, they've bowled really kind of straight, haven't they? Wicket to wicket, really tight. The Bailey opening spell was excellent. Balderson here kind of doing what he tends to do pretty regularly, running pretty tight wicket to wicket. There's very little room for batters to try and create a shot to score from.
Brooks waits. Oh, that's a great delivery. That's a really good ball for Balderson. He did well not to get an edge on that, did Brooks.
He does really well, Balderson. He just runs in, whether it's a white ball or the red ball for Lancashire, and constantly puts it on a good line and length, and does that on a reasonably consistent basis. He's developing into and developed into a very, very good all-rounder for Lancashire. Crucial part of the team, both with the bat and with the ball.
Balderson again is in, ball short, played away nicely. Up on his toes as Brooks, he punches that to the sweeper on the offside, and they'll take a single.
So yeah, I think they've been excellent. Boyden was a wee bit expensive, but he's taken 2 wickets. Bailey and Balderson and Barnard have all bowled beautifully in and around that. So yeah, good start this by Lancashire. Looks like a tough pitch to score on if you're trying to accelerate.
Libby gets the next delivery, drives it straight up the ground, a call of no straight away, very sensibly as well. And that is an overthrow, and that is, I've got to say, it's slightly bonkers really, because that was completely unnecessary, and they get two runs gifted to them.
It's been a little sloppy at times from both sides, hasn't it, in the field?
But Worcestershire will take them any way they come. That's a 50 up for Worcestershire, 51 for 3. But, well, you heard what the locals made of that, shall we say? A mild ripple of applause for the Worcestershire 50. 51 runs from 83 balls. Balderson again in, ball shorter this time, and that's just turned towards mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, tidy stuff by Balderson. The overthrow just cost him an extra run there. He's gone for 3 off the over, which is good stuff. But it feels like it's a type of pitch where if you're trying to force it, you might get yourself into a bit of trouble. Now, of course, it's not a huge target that Worcestershire are chasing. They might just be a case for him to stick in and just keep the scoreboard ticking over, wickets in hand, and try and accelerate right at the towards the back end of the innings, but good start this with the ball by Lancashire. Barnard's bowled beautifully through the course of this competition, and he's going to continue again. On the sweep there is Ethan Brooks. Down towards the boundary, Fonseca is chasing after it, and does well to catch it with it. And by the time he's done all that, they'll come back and run 3. The score moves on to 54 for 3. Brooks moves to 7.
On the evidence of today, I'm struggling to see why Lancashire are down near the foot of the table. I appreciate they might not have played the same side each time, but...
There's Barnard from around the wicket bowls, worked away by Libby out towards the leg side for a single. 55 for 3. Yeah, they've done okay in games at times, but I think they were... It felt watching from the... I'm not privy, obviously, to what's going on in the dressing room, but it felt watching from the outside that they were just struggling to find a way to play 50 over cricket a little bit. The sweep comes in by Brooks out towards backward square leg for 1 run. Maybe a little bit of muddle thinking early on in the group campaign. There's a new coaching set up this year at Lancashire, and I think it took a bit of time for that to settle into their championship season, and maybe just a time to adjust and work out how they want to play 50 over cricket as well. Libby defends back to Barnard, and there's no run. And then just not giving themselves a chance in games, just not getting enough runs in matches. Certainly the first 4 or 5 games. And if you lose your early ones, you're going to struggle, aren't you, to catch up. Cut away by Libby. Pigeons are flying away to safety. And Rocky Flintoff doing his best from deep point to get around to his left to stop the ball. Just beats the dive of Flintoff. And it's 4 more runs. And it's now 60 for 3. With Libby moving on to 16, with 1 ball left of this 15th over. Here comes Barnard again and bowls, just nudged out towards the leg side by Libby. He moves on to 17, and that is the end of the over. 15 overs gone. 61 for 3 here. The Worcestershire Rapids target of 238 to win this match. Trevor Owens from BBC Hereford and Worcester takes a break. Paul Allett is back alongside me. And what do you reckon here? Libby and Brooks?
Well, I've been impressed, as you've been saying, by Lancashire's bowling. They've given Worcester very little. Just 1 or 2 sloppy mistakes, though, in the last 20 minutes or so. A couple of overthrows given by the 12th man, Jack Blatherwick. And as Balderson comes in again, no run as it was pushed into the offside. But I think the wickets are key. 3 wickets. It's a good game, actually. Good game. Nicely poised. Worcester ticking over at 4 and over. But I like the way Balderson bowls. I like the way Bailey bowls. Balderson again. A little bit of extra bounce, only a single though, as the ball is shovelled round backward of square. Where did you go then? What were you doing?
Oh, well, I went to go and do an update.
Oh, right. Well, that was a quick one then.
Well, I missed it.
Oh, right.
Yeah. These things happen.
Yeah. Five and over required from here on a pitch that's getting slower. Balderson in, leg side. Tickled away down to fine leg by Brooks. Ball well, Brooks. He was the bowler that highlighted, I think, the fact that if you put the ball in the right spot on this pitch, it's not easy to get away. Bowling with no great pace, but great accuracy. Balderson pegging away in similar fashion to Brooks. No run off that ball as Williams feels extra cover. Not had a bowl yet, Will, was he? Oh, he's warming up now.
No, Bailey, Boydham, Balderson and Barnard. All the Bs.
All the Bs. Well, he's alphabetically challenged, isn't he, Will?
Yes. The odds are stacked against him, really.
Balderson in again. Williams doing the fielding in a repeat of the previous delivery.
It's been really tight bowling, hasn't it, by Bailey and Balderson. Boyden was a little bit expensive, but he has taken 2 of the 3 wickets. And then Barnard started pretty nicely from that Jimmy Anderson end.
Well, he got nicked through just past slip for 4. That didn't help, did it? Balderson short ball. Libby has plenty of time to turn and hit it down into the ground through mid-wicket for 2 more. Balderson completes his 4th over, none for 10 for him. It's 65 for 3. 16 have gone.
Yeah, Bailey 5 overs for 11, Boyden 4 overs 2 for 26, and Barnard 3 overs 1 for 16. Charlie Barnard's been a really good kind of story in the last couple of weeks.
Well, he's almost leapfrogged. Well, he has leapfrogged Morley, hasn't he, as to the position of #1 slow left armour at the moment. Bowled well at Northampton. I didn't see him bowl at Northampton, but his figures look excellent. You were there, Scott.
He did, and he bowled right at the end too. He was bowling really important overs for Lancashire.
So that's all good, isn't it? He's out of the attack now, though, and Williams, who was loosening up at extra cover, gets his first bowl of the afternoon from the Anderson end. It's full start. But he's got a loping run up, Will Williams. He's a rhythm, line and length bowler who generally nips the ball back off the seam into the right-hander. Here he comes now for his first delivery of the day, and it is just that. A ball that pitches on or around off stump and just angles back into Brooks, the right-hander.
Don't often see Williams and Bailey both in the same side in the one-day cup for Lancashire. They tend to rotate between the pair of them.
Yeah, I think Green may have played. Well, he would have played, wouldn't he, had he not been seconded out yet again in the 100. Williams, that long loping stride, and again accurate on and around off stump. He's metronomic, is Will Williams. That's what he does. He just runs in, pegs away on that line outside and on off stump, and waits for the batsman to make a mistake. And he does it very successfully and regularly. Nice breeze as Williams comes in again. Pushed into the onside this time. No run.
Yeah, it's been a great find, hasn't it, for Lancashire since he joined the team. First kind of 2-game contract, I think it was, to begin with, and then that quickly developed into a 3-year deal.
Yeah, he came onto the scene quite suddenly a couple of years ago, and I think 2 or 3 counties were quite obviously interested in him. He chose Lancashire in the end. Bowls this one slightly slower. It's steered down to 3rd, where Blatherwick does the fielding. I think it's Blatherwick. He's got Blatherwick's shirt on.
It is Blatherwick, yeah.
He's the one who threw it over the keeper for 2 overthrows. I mean, anyway, never mind.
I'm not sure who he was on for. I can't work out who he was on for.
That was one of the silly mistakes. The other was Williams, wasn't it, when he threw the ball at the stumps rather than to the keeper, and there would have been a definite run out had he managed to locate the keeper's gloves. Here he is again, back to his normal pace, just on leg stump, and Libby picks up a single.
Who's he on for here? So, well, Bailey's at mid-on, Bannon's at mid-off, Venkatesh Iyer's at cover, Flintoff out on the boundary.
Harry Singh's there.
Yeah. Balderson's at square leg. Fonseca, he's on for Boyden.
He's on for Boyden, yeah. Final ball of the over then for Williams. Pushed to mid-wicket, where Barnard fields, no run. Good steady over from Williams, and how many times has that been said? Just 2 singles from it.
He's looked like the ideal county bowler, hasn't he, ever since he joined Lancashire. And even when the first couple of games into his county career, his county championship career with Lancashire, he looked like a bowler that'd be perfect for 50 over cricket in this country as well.
Yeah, well, he tends to be a little bit old school, if you like, in that he will concentrate on bowling the basics in line and length, so little variety to start with, and if he starts to get a bit of tap, he will vary things in pace and whatever. That's wide down the leg side from Balderson, and it's evaded Bell, and it will go away 4 leg byes. So I thought it was wides, but must have just got a flick of the pad. Wasn't too wide of Bell, but it's a useful 4 as far as Worcester are concerned. Always good to get a boundary, whatever type, early on in the over. Balderson with that whippy action. Got a bit of bounce and a bit of carry. One particular ball flew through to Bell at shoulder height a couple of overs ago. But he's had a good year, Balderson, with the ball, hasn't he?
He has.
And developing into a quality all-rounder. A reliable bowler. And again, past the umpire, a little bit of movement, keeping Libby honest. He was looking to whip it through the leg side and ended up having to adjust and push it back straight to the bowler.
Yeah, I think he's developed into a significant player, hasn't he, for Lancashire? A really key player that helps to balance their side. I'm sure he'd want to obviously continue to improve his numbers, both with the ball and with the bat, but really important part of the team.
That's just too short, though, and Libby was waiting for that on the back foot. Plays a consummate pull through mid-wicket all along the ground, and gets another well-deserved boundary. Really is a good shot.
Yeah, we saw during the course of the Lancashire innings when they were batting, anything that was a little bit short on this pitch was soon dealt with.
Just stands up to be hit, doesn't it? It's back in again. Libby up on his toes, just defends into the offside. No run. Important partnership this for Worcester. Libby, who's captaining the side today, is taking on the role of senior batter. Hit 3 boundaries. Brooks is 10 not out. Looks to have plenty of time. Does Jake Libby? Again, he's just steered that into the leg side, off the front foot this time. Single off that final ball of the over. 76 for 3, 18 gone. Balderson has none for 15. Williams has just started his spell.
Reminder for you that Worcestershire still not absolutely certain of reaching the knockout stages of this competition. They're currently 10th with, sorry, they're second with 10 points. Somerset will top the group. So it's Worcestershire, Durham, Hampshire and Derbyshire. They're jostling for the final couple of positions to reach the knockout stages. A win for Worcestershire here gets them through, and even a defeat could yet see them progress. A win would be see them certain of reaching the knockout round.
Williams just short of the length on the offside, is punched into the cover area. It's a single, long single. Yeah, there's the added pressure, of course, in this run chase of knowing that really they've got to win to make it sure, make sure of progress. That's a significant factor. Brooks just defends the next delivery from Williams.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the games involving Durham and Derbyshire and Middlesex and Hampshire, because they're the three teams, Durham, Derbyshire and Hampshire, that are all, along with Worcester, trying to finish in the top three. I've had one result through already. Kent all out for 82. Northamptonshire got there with 9 wickets remaining and quite a few overs left.
Williams in again, too short this time, pulled away by Brooks in front of square. He'll get 2. Didn't quite time it.
Yeah, the game involving Kent and Northamptonshire at Canterbury. They were 15 for 4, 50 for 5, eventually all out for 82. So a bit of a dismal day for Kent against Northamptonshire.
That's a nice forcing stroke from Brooks, and well fielded by Bohannon at mid-off, who scampered round to his left and made Libby hurry through to the keeper's end. But no dramas for Worcester. It was a good single in the end. Good cricket all round. Worcester get to 80 for 3 in the 19th over.
Games involving Durham and Derbyshire and Middlesex and Hampshire. So they're into the second innings of both of those matches. So there's a run chase for Derbyshire and for Middlesex.
Williams a little bit fuller this time and hitting the inside half of Libby's bat. No run as the ball goes out to mid-on.
Durham setting Derbyshire 254 to win at Chesterley Street. And Derbyshire made a pretty solid start. We'll have a look at that in a moment.
Slightly wider on the crease this time from Williams. It's defended to mid-off, no run. So 4 off the over. Good start from Williams. 2 overs for 6, 80 for 3. Worcestershire off the 19th over.
So 254 is Derbyshire's target at Chesterley Street. And they've got Harry Kame and David Lloyd batting 105 for 2 in the 25th over up in the northeast. There, target of 254. Correction, yeah, 254 to win for Derbyshire. And the Middlesex game are again looking at chasing down a total to win. Middlesex batting 64 for 2 in the 18th over. Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman, 2 experienced players there for Middlesex. Target of 277 to beat Hampshire.
So all 3 games of note in the balance then.
Good way for the group stage to finish.
Yeah, yes, I like the I think the competition's good. You know, there's all sorts of questions about whether there are too many competitions and too much variety of cricket, but in essence this is good. I think it exposes younger talent from the counties, provides a good competitive environment as Barnard comes back. Change of ends for him. Bowling from the Statham end now, the Brian Statham end, having bowled 3 overs from the Anderson end previously. I like the attacking intent from Barnard and Bohannon. There's a slip in place. Fraction short, but only a single. The ball is forced out to deep cover. Barnard spinning the ball from hand to hand as he waits to bowl. He's in now. Reverse sweep, nicely played from Brooks. Away fine, backward of point, and that'll run away for 4. That was timed nicely, right out of the middle of the bat from Brooks. And that'll give Barnard and Bohannon something to think about, with the reverse sweep played so well and so elegantly. No change in the field as yet, although I suppose Point has gone a fraction. He's dead on square now on the boundary. Barnard again. And Brooks looks to sweep that conventionally, gets hit on the pad. There's a big appeal from Bell. Leg byes signalled by umpire Shafayat. Bit flatter. No run. The ball is angled away to backward point. Libby has 28 from 38. Barnard with the final ball of the over. Nicely bowled, flighted, and just held back a fraction. Defended by Libby. It's 87 for 3 from 20.
We might see a first-class debut for Charlie Barnard before the season's completed. There's no Nathan Lyon when the championship returns in September. Obviously Chris Green not around. Tom Hartley probably with England, or potentially with England.
Yeah, for the one-day series.
Might give a chance for
undoubtedly, yeah.
5 rounds of championship games to come, starting next week against Surrey at the Oval. 2 at here, and then 3 away. Might get a chance in Lancashire's championship side, Charlie Barnard.
Need some wins, Lancashire, don't they? As Williams begins another over. This is good stuff from Bahanan. Quick across the ground and to get the ball back into Bell.
Yes, they do, and they start obviously against the division's best side, strongest side in Surrey. And there's an interesting game between the 2 teams at the bottom, because Worcestershire welcome Kent, first game back in the county championship. That's bottom against second from bottom.
Williams straight and full and fields off his own bowling. It's a good hand on it.
Worcestershire are 5 points away from the safety mark, and Lancashire are 10 points clear of that. Final game of the season is Lancashire against Worcestershire at New Road.
Let's hope there aren't any floods then.
Let's hope there's nothing resting on it, yeah.
Oof. And how, yeah. Striding in, Will Williams. Just full and straight again. That whippy wrist getting the ball to just seam a fraction back into the right-handed Libby. No great pace from Williams. He'll be high 70s, I suppose. Nudging 80 miles an hour. Pace, not his strength. It's his accuracy and what he does with the ball. Get a single here as Libby plays off the back foot to square leg.
I think this is okay at the minute, isn't it, for Worcestershire?
Yeah.
Just to try and knock it around.
Well, that run rate required is nothing significant, is it?
No.
5 and over, just over. Which in the realms of today's one-day white ball cricket is next to nothing. It's how you keep your head and how you accumulate those runs that matters. As Brooks plays to extra cover. Aya doing the fielding. It's all quite calm and controlled at the moment, but it's a bit of a cat and mouse situation, I think. With the Worcester batters knowing that victory will secure them a qualification. Trying to give himself a bit of room this time. Brooks to get it wide of Aya at extra cover. Fails to do that. It's a dot ball. It's another steady Eddie over from Williams. Just 2 from it. None for 8 from his 3 overs. Worcester 89 for 3. Libby 29. Brooks 19. 5 and a bit required per over.
Yeah, the knockout games take place on Friday and then on Sunday. So if you top the group, straight into a home semi-final on Sunday. Second and third, they play off in the game on Friday to face that team finishing at home on the Sunday. So it's quite quick. There's your final group games on the Wednesday, you play your knockout game on the Friday, and if you win that, you're back in action on the Sunday.
Doesn't give you much time for your supporters to buy tickets, and
no, it doesn't.
You know, it's sad really, because they should be given a bit more time to arrange these things. As Barnard starts another over with a decent deliver on off stump, no run. Libby plays it to cover. Barnard quickly, he's in again now, round the wicket. Nicely flighted. They have to hurry here. Fonseca, the fielder, didn't quite get his throw away quickly enough or accurately enough.
He did the hard part, didn't he? Got round quickly,
Mm.
scooped up the ball, but couldn't quite get the ball at the stumps. Could have been tight with a direct hit.
Something that he needs to continue to work on, Fonseca, the speed and agility in his fielding and his arm, improve the strength of his throw. Bohannon and Barnard having a chat about field placings. The result is that Williams goes from mid-wicket to square leg, just in front of square, and deep square leg. Stays at deep square leg, Rocky Flintoff. Williams has gone behind square now. So Barnard in. Another nicely flighted delivery. Long off his back, deep cover his back. Mid on his up, tempting the shot back over the bowler's head. That's a big appeal for LBW and gone. A long way forward. Brooks is looking around in dismay, thinks he's far too far forward and possibly outside the line of off stump. But to no avail, umpires never change their mind. I think it hit him on the back leg, to be honest. No matter. Finger is up and Brooks has to go. That's a good breakthrough from Barnard.
Well, you could see, couldn't you, with the look over his shoulder, looking back, looking how far he got forward, that Ethan Brooks thinks he's probably got far enough forward and across to be outside the line. Yeah, finger went up.
Yeah, it depends where it's hit him. If it has hit him on the back leg, it's not obviously that. He's not as far down. I mean, he was a long way down. If it hit the front pad, I couldn't quite tell.
No, sidearm couldn't quite work it out.
No. But we can debate it all we like. He's gone.
He is. Second for Barnard.
Mm. Here we go. This will give us a clearer indication, I think. Oh, it is on the front pad, the outside of that front pad. Maybe marginal. A long way down. I mean, it was just the game has moved on, and the decision review system has brought these LBWs into focus, and that you would never be given out off off a spinner that far down with your front pad years ago. Now those decisions are far more regular. So it's fact of life. Get on with it, and you've got a bat, use it. That's the mantra, I suppose. So Cobb is the new batsman. Josh Cobb coming in at number 6. Useful man to have coming in at number 6.
45-run partnership as well between Libby and Brooks, who's just developing nicely for Worcestershire.
Good breakthrough. Barnard in, held that back a little bit, and Cobb nudges it onto the leg side for a single.
Just recently signed his first professional contract, hasn't he, Charlie Barnard? I saw that. announced.
Well, as soon as you play guys in the first team, if they're not on a contract, if they've been playing second team, you've got to put them, you're duty bound to put them on a contract. And he looks well worth it, to be honest. Dot ball to finish, a wicket, 2 runs, 2 for 24 off 5 for Barnard. Pretty good figures, those. Those on Lancs TV, just seeing a replay of the wickets. 2 to Josh Boyden in the early stages, caught at deep square leg and bowled, and then the catch from Williams and the LBW in that last over to give Charlie Barnard his second wicket of the afternoon. 2 for 24 he's got. So 2 for Boyden, 2 for Barnard, the left armer's rule.
Kesh Fonseca also signing his
contract,
first professional contract as well, following a few days later from Barnard.
Williams in again. It's more of the same from him. It's begin, run up, deliver, bowl and repeat for him, isn't it? Basically, that's what it is.
And you can do it for long spells too. Red ball cricket for Lancashire, you'll keep running in and bowling long, consistent spells.
Yet another off stump line, running back into Cobb. Just played out onto the offside. It's no run. That run rate is the time of the game now where the run rate starts to creep up. We're up to 5.3 and over now. It must have been ticking over at 4 and over virtually all the way through the innings. Same again from Williams. Same again from Cobb. And same again from Harry Singh. So it's a definite repeat of ball to batter to fielder and no run. Begins his run from the Anderson end. A little short, a little wider, and Cobb manages to get that away square on the offside for a single.
Challenge to Worcestershire might well be having to try and accelerate a little later on in their innings, and what looks like a pitch where it can be difficult to do that. And if you've not got many resources left, then it'll be a tricky back end of the innings for Worcestershire to try and catch up and try and chase these runs down. They've already lost 4 wickets. They're down to Cobb and Levy now.
Yeah, it's a good point, Scott, that you don't want to leave yourselves too many to get towards the end of the innings. If Worcester have learnt anything from the way Lancashire's innings went, it was that it became more difficult to score. As the innings went on, the ball got softer, the balls got softer. So Worcester really need to keep themselves up with the rate round about 5 and over. Don't give themselves a big target to aim at in the last 5 or 10 overs. Williams again, a little bit more width that allows the single out to deep cover again, but it is yet another fine over from Williams. Just 2 from it. It's 93 for 4.
Cheers, Paul. Target 238. Good stuff by Will Williams. It's been excellent by Lancashire's bowlers so far. Bailey, Balderson and Barnard, now Williams. All proving difficult to get away. Boyden has been the most expensive of Lancashire's bowlers, but he has picked up those 2 wickets as well. He's only bowled 4 overs, 2 for 26 for Boyden. So good contributions all round by Lancashire's bowlers. Left arm spin of Charlie Barnard to continue.
He looks a very good bet, doesn't he?
And here he is around the wicket and bowls. That's worked back down the pitch. And there is no run. Jake Libby on 31 and Cobb on 2.
I think if Worcestershire are going to get close here.
As Barnard comes in to Libby. Just drops it into the offside. And calls Cobb through for a single. 94 for 4.
Libby's going to have to hang around for some time, I think. In much the same way as Bohannon did for the home side.
Yeah, Bohannon got to 87, batted really nicely, and he had some support as well. Balderson's knock is 50. A couple of 20s in and around that was enough to get Lancashire to 240. Forward goes Cobb in defence, no run, so yeah, maybe Libby, key man here for the Rapids.
We're in the 24th over, and I'm yet to remember a really loose ball from Lancashire.
In comes Barnard, bowls. Forward again goes Cobb. And defends. Libby, 330 runs in this competition. Best average in the team. 450s. Looking for another. Stabbed away by Cobb out towards the leg side. Barnard again fields. No run. 94 for 4. Just a single so far off the over. Barnard brings Cobb onto the front foot, and that's just dabbed back down the pitch and gathered by Barnard. No run. Another largely uneventful over, which is fine for Lancashire. Barnard sending down 6 overs, 2 for 25. So 24 overs gone, almost at the halfway point. 94 for 4, Worcestershire. Libby, 32. And Cobb is on 1, and that run rate just dropped down below 4. It's been about, well, between 4 and 4.5 and over. For most of the innings, it's dropped below 4, and the run rate required is now north of 5.5. Just something to keep an eye on.
Start of the 25th then. Williams from the Anderson end is in, bowls, and that's played towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Libby on strike. And Paul and David called it pretty well, and they said really take the pace off it on this pitch. Batsmen are going to work for every run then, haven't they, really? Can't use the pace of the ball, and that's pretty much what Lancashire have done, really.
Yeah, I think worry from Worcestershire's point of view here is if they're having to try and accelerate a little later on, then that's when it gets tricky. You know, it has been so far.
Williams, very straight approach to the wicket as he bowls, and again, Libby pushes forward to extra cover.
Trying to force it here. It doesn't feel like it's that type of pitch where you can properly try and hit through it and try and play aggressive shots. We saw Lancashire accelerate in their innings, but at first there were a lot of risks in that. There were a lot of mistimed shots, sort of shots in the air. There's a couple of drop chances. It took a while to get used to the idea of having to try and score and how to score on the pitch quickly. It'll be a challenge for Worcestershire to try and catch up a little later on.
Williams bowls. That hurries Libby a little bit, but he gets it away just backward a square on the leg side, and they'll come through for 1. Might come to the point at some stage where people bat around Libby, perhaps, if he's still there, I think, and someone's going to have to give it a go. Not yet, and its run rate's 5.61. It's by no means unmanageable at the moment.
Nope.
The required run rate, that is, they're currently going on at 3.88, as Scott was saying. We've just dropped below 4 now. But a couple of overs can soon change that, as we know. Williams bowls, driven, beautifully timed, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's okay at the minute. They can. It's perfectly manageable, the run rate that they need to get to try and win the match, but that's fine at the moment. Don't need to try and accelerate just yet. They can try. They can tick along at what they're doing at the moment. Keeps them just about in with a chance. 4 down. You don't want to be going into that last 10 overs or so having to accelerate when you've
7 down.
Yeah, exactly. yeah.
Williams bowls. That's run away nicely down towards third man by Cobb. He'll pick up 1 as the throw comes in. George Bell stoops at the foot of the stumps to take that in one-handed. 96 for 4 here. 238 is the target. We're rapidly approaching. In fact, we're 1 ball away from the midway point of the innings. Which Williams, assuming it's a fair delivery, will bowl now. In he comes, bowls, and that's just an appeal from Williams, but nobody else as it drops down to backward or square legged. It came off something. I assume it was, yeah, leg by signalled, but the way that he was shaping to play that shot, I didn't think there was much shadow of an LBW there, and nor did Williams' teammates thought it was worth either. 97 for 4 at the midway point of the innings.
Yep, looked a little high, maybe a little leg-sidey, maybe a bit of both. Either way, not out. That's the batting car, the wickets to fall here for Worcestershire Rapids. Gareth Roderick and Ed Pollock. Rob Jones going for 13. Ethan Brooks for 19. It's 1 or 2 starts in that, but nothing to go on. The wickets for Lancashire, 2 for Boyden, 2 for Barnard.
A drinks break here, I think, so there's a little bit of break in play there. I thought Brooks perhaps was a little unlucky.
I think so,
yeah. No complaints obviously about any of the others, but I think Brooks looked a long way down and it did hit him on the front pad. But as Paul Allop was quite rightly saying, you know, the changes over the years, and I mean years ago you'd never have been given out there, would you really? But things have changed, things have moved on, and the umpire was absolutely no doubt at all.
Yeah, he's pretty happy with that, wasn't he? Finger went up. So yeah, there's a little drinks break here at the halfway point.
It is a glorious day here at Old Trafford. If anything, the weather's got better as the day's gone on.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of a breeze blowing across the ground by the looks of the flags at the far end, the Anderson end of the ground on top of the old pavilion. But we've had almost since the first half hour of the game unbroken sunshine, really.
And a good crowd too.
It is. I was only thinking that when you and Paul were on, actually, looking around the ground. It's I think the crowd's grown as the day's gone on, actually.
Can sometimes get lost in the bigger grounds, can't they? When
yeah.
The 2 home games in this competition prior to this that Lancashire have had, first 2 home games of the group stage were both at out grounds at Sedbergh School and at Blackpool, and we had a couple of thousand in at Sedbergh School and 2,500 in at Blackpool, and because it's smaller venues and the supporters are right around the edge of the boundary, and it just feels a little bit more like an event, doesn't it? And it just feels like
more atmosphere to it.
It does, yeah. It's, especially spread out in the big ground doesn't quite have that same feel to it, but
especially championship games, sometimes it can be sparsely populated, should we say. I did the game up at Durham, as I mentioned earlier on, and okay, the weather wasn't great either, but it did feel a little bit as though one gentleman in the crowd was doing a lot of fielding, should we say, because he was running around the stand to retrieve the ball every now and again. But lovely ground that it is, actually. I do like it up there. It's a smashing place to go and watch cricket. But 97 for 4. We're about to resume here. And I'll reiterate that I've been extremely impressed by Charlie Barnard.
Yeah, he's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 25. Looks like his spell
over, yeah,
going to come to an end. It was a 3 over spell, 1 for 9. And Harry Singh, off spinner, will replace him from the Brian Statham end.
Given that he, as Barnard, I presume, has just come into the side, and Fonseca as well, I think. The seconds must have been going pretty well this season, I'd have thought.
Yeah, they've all been given a chance, haven't they, to feature. All had a pretty good couple of years at second team level and coming up through the age groups in the academy at Lancashire. Looking to try and keep producing some players and try and get them into the first team. Singh now with a chance with the ball. He's got Libby on strike. Just eased out towards the leg side. Jack Blatherwick is fielding it for Lancashire at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Blatherwick's on again for somebody. It's still Boyden, perhaps. It's off the field. Let's run away down towards third man. And Fonseca's chasing after it. They might come back for a third. They do. Oh, no. They turned to come back for the third, and then they decided against it.
You know, the last thing they need now is a silly run out. And Fonseca, I heard, I think David Lloyd saying that he hasn't got the best arm, but nothing wrong with that. It was slightly wide of the stumps, but in terms of getting the throw away, a good throw away, he did very well there. But two more.
Yep, edging towards three figures, 99 for 4. Comes Singh to Libby. A single push down the ground for 1. Brings up the three figures out for Worcestershire. Exactly 100, 100 for 4 in the 26th over. It's worth a note that I still can't see Josh Boyden, so Blatherwick is fielding for Lancashire. He's out there for Boyden, who's been off for a while, so let's hope that's nothing too sinister. Hasn't been since that first 4 over spell. It's worked to the leg side by Cobb. And Blatherwick fields. The fact he's been off for a little bit of time might tell us he's got a bit of a problem. It's worked away by Cobb. Towards backward point. There's no run. It would also, of course, leave Josh Bohannon a bowler light. Singing, hammered away, beats the dive of Barnard, and that's heading down towards the boundary and over the rope for 4 runs. Barnard at mid-off, trying to dive across that and stop it, but hit firmly away by Libby. And sorry, it was Cobb.
Cobb, yeah.
And he moves on to 7, 104 for 4.
And a welcome boundary for the Rapids, actually, because they haven't had too many of those just lately.
No, that's true. I've not seen a boundary for a while, have we? See if we can work out the last time we saw a 4.
Just nudge the run rate back up over a shade over 4 now. Required run rate 5.5. And we are seeing the return of Tom Bailey at the James Anderson end, who's in to bowl to Libby, who plays the other way, square on the offside. They'll take 1 as Rocky Flintoff comes in to do the fielding.
6 overs. First boundary for 6 overs. Huh?
Libby moves on to 36. Josh Cobb, as Scott said, has 7. Plenty of encouragement from the Lancashire fielders. They sense an opportunity to finish the group stages on something of a high. Next delivery has Cobb dropping the bat on it. Fielded point, and there's no run.
Yeah, I suppose that's good observation too, isn't it, about how you try and finish this one-day cup. I don't know how much of it would be a hangover to the championship, which gets back underway next week. I mean, there's a few lads in here that will be playing in that championship side, but either way, you want to end well, don't you?
Yeah.
Having lost 6 on the spin prior to the game on Sunday at Northamptonshire, you could tell how much it meant to them just to put an end to that and start to win again.
Bailey bowls, covering up is Libby. It's Cobb, sorry, and there's no, it is Libby, isn't it? Yeah, and there's no run. The board said, oh sorry, it's Cobb, I do apologise. Got my 2s and my 3s muddled up there. And yeah, it's all about a little bit of momentum. As you say, it'll be a much changed side in the championship. I'm sure it will be for the Rapids as well when they get back into it. Big game for them coming up. I think I heard you mention earlier on, Scott, playing Kent in the championship.
Yeah.
It's a huge game at the foot of the table. They went into that, they were off the back of a good win at Durham, Worcestershire, and actually Cobb pulls away just as Bailey was in his approach. Well, yeah, somebody walked right in front of the side screen. I don't blame him for that, actually. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I've got a 5 o'clock, so I'll come back in.
Yep, no problem. David Lloyd's going to move in alongside Scott. So Bailey has to head back to his... It never ceases to amaze me. I can sound very old and very grumpy here, but a lot of people who have watched cricket here for years still walk in front of the sight screen. I never quite see why. Bailey's in, bowls, that's flicked away, that's down towards a deep backward square. It's only a single though. Fonseca doing the fielding down there. David, welcome back.
106 for 4. So that 237 is looking okay right now. Libby is okay, doing okay. 37 from 57. They've got to break this partnership. Get them 5 down.
Yeah.
Are you nervous or are you confident?
I'll tell you after this delivery, which Bailey's in, bowls, play to mid-wicket, there's no run. I'm erring more towards nervous than confident.
Well, I mean, Bailey's doing a super job, isn't he? He's coming to the end of his 6th over, none for 13. I think Barnard has bowled well.
Williams has bowled well too.
Yeah, but like we said,
Pressure.
they're just dead straight.
Yeah. Building pressure, that's why if you're
Yeah.
not taking wickets, build pressure, don't let them score. And we're saying it's 6 overs since the last boundary before the just a few moments ago, so it's they're not giving Worcestershire anything to play with here. Bailey again moves in, bowls again, covering up is Libby, and there's no run. From Worcestershire's point of view, I think Libby's got to hang around.
And what about Josh Cobb?
Oh, he can play, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
He could hit it.
Yeah, he can hit it as well, but I mean, sooner or later they're going to have to try and up the run rate, aren't they? Really, probably no panic yet. They're on just a shade under 4, and they require 5.74. But you know, that's creeping up towards a run of ball, isn't it?
I think it's the wickets that's the problem. You know, you 30 overs is 3 away, and you're 4 down. So Lancs should be, you know, really pressing. They'll break this partnership, get them 5 down within 30. And then you've got something to work with. Got to keep changing the bowling. Harry Singh is in the attack, off spin.
He's in now, bowls, forward, comes Cobb, plays it straight back to Singh, and there's no run.
Cobb can hit it. I've seen him play some wonderful T20 innings.
Singh again. Bowls, Cobb plays that with a bit more aggression, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run because of Josh Blatherwick on there as a replacement fielder, substitute fielder. Next delivery is driven in the air and out, and that is the end of Cobb, and that's a big wicket for Lancashire. 5 down for 106. Barnard with the catch, and Singh takes his wicket, and Worcestershire are in a hole here.
Another catch for Barnard, and it's a good piece of bowling. I was just looking at the field. There was a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep long on. Mid-off was inside the circle. Now that's the tempter.
Yeah.
That he's actually tried to go over the top of mid-off and skewed it straight to him. So that's that wicket to break the partnership. It's Singh that's done it. Josh Cobb is the batsman. He's looking to go dead straight, and it comes off a thick outside edge inside the circle. Charlie Barnard takes the catch. So that you know, just looking from a captaincy point of view, break this partnership. 5 down within 30 overs. Now, you know, the pressure is really on Libby, the captain. He's on 37, but he's got a new partner in Taylor.
He has, and well, they could easily be 130 for 7 here, quite easily, really. And well, run rate could yet come into this, depending on results elsewhere. So important, Worcestershire steady the ship now. Libby is very much the anchor here. He's got to try and hold things together. After Taylor, well, Fateh Singh, but other than that, not an awful lot of batting to come, I would say.
Well, he's got to be thinking on his feet also. Libby is the captain, and wickets falling around him. He's got to find a partner. He's got to really, just right now, take the strike, but keep it moving.
Singh bowls short to Taylor, who just helps that into the onside towards square leg, the vacant square leg area. And there's no run. The umpire has switched sides, presumably because the sun's in his eyes.
Is Taylor a player? Is he, you know, can he build an innings and change gear?
If I'm being honest, I haven't seen an awful lot of him this season. But I mean, he's capable, yeah, definitely. But it's a different kind of pressure, this, isn't it? Really. Singh is in. Bowles, Taylor. Sorry, Libby turns it to square leg this time. But they've got to come back from 2 here. They have to hurry, and they get there. Libby made up his mind very early on that there was going to be 2 there.
It's quick.
He was running to the danger end as well. So
he was quick.
109 for 5. Libby on to 39. Singh bowls him again. Plays it down hard into the ground, and there's no run.
I like this Harry Singh for lengths. It's the end of the over.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen a game here, and I appreciate it's 50 overs, so therefore some youngsters have been given their chance. But I tell you, you've got some strength in depth at Lancashire by the look of it, because you've got some good young players coming through.
They are, and the chief executives just walked past, and you know, I've been in that position where you're coaching and you're managing, and you need results. You know, this is a results club, but in this competition, if it's a development and you can bring your players in and find out, you know, how good they are and what the problems are, and do they need to go back and start again. But some will come through with flying colours, and so the results are not that important. They might be to supporters and members, but there's a different view to it. 109 for 5.
Taylor on strike. Bailey from the James Anderson end. Right arm over is in. Bowls to him, and that's a ball of fullish length, which is dug out well by Taylor towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I would always back young players. I want young players I want to test them. And you want to see what they're like in the changing rooms, how they handle failure, how they handle success. Find out a bit more about the character. And you get them into the team. It's only a short career. It's only 15 years. Get the best out of it and enjoy it.
Bailey is in again. Bowls, and covering up is Taylor, who places up towards mid-on, and there's no run. 109 for 5, and this is the 29th over, 238 the victory target.
And I'm a bit old school, that, you know, when I hear the modern day that he's having a rest, he's having a sit down, I've never known anybody get better at sport sitting down.
Unless you're an oarsman.
Unless you're rowing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're playing chess.
Bailey bowls, and again he hurries Taylor a little bit, but he covers up and plays it towards extra cover. There's no run. And Iyer does the fielding. 109 for 5. Bailey has a ball. This is his 7th over. He's got figures of none for 13 at the moment.
What would he call that chess player? Boris somebody?
Boris Spassky? Boris
Spassky.
Yeah.
Boris Spassky,
yeah.
That was it.
That was him. Here comes Taylor. Taylor facing Rod. That's worked away nicely into the onside. We won't get anything for it.
I had a pal, when I lived over this way, I had a pal who used to see him regularly, and he said he played chess against Boris Spassky. He said he also had a 9-dart finish and a 147 break at snooker. He's like a world-class sportsman. I said, well, what are you doing plastering now then? He said, I've had a change of direction.
But he was the best.
Oh, he talked utter nonsense.
But it was the best plaster he'd ever seen.
No, absolutely. Covered in plaster. Had a 147 break, a 9-dart finish, and played chess against Spassky.
Next delivery. Taylor will get a run here. It's played towards the square leg umpire, and they'll jog through for a single. It's another very good over by Bailey. One delivery to come from it. 110 for 5. This the 29th over. Yeah, I think most communities have got someone like that. You know.
They have, haven't they? He was wonderful.
Probably ran 100 metres in 9.6 as well.
That's it, yeah. And give it up, I didn't enjoy it. Yeah.
Gold medals, who needs them?
Yeah.
Libby on strike. Final ball of the over from Bailey was in. Bowls, and Libby turns the other way backward to the umpire at square leg, and they'll come through for 1. They're going to think about 2. That was never on, and they quite wisely decide that is the case. Just the 1 from it. Another very good over from Bailey. 7 overs, none for 15.
Well, he's squeezing the game, Bailey.
Yeah.
It's only little singles coming from him. There's no damage at any time. Just wonder if Harry Singh will continue, having taken that wicket. 111 for 5, 29 overs.
Barnard's coming back on, I think, by the look of it.
Yeah, this is Charlie Barnard. Left arm spin, orthodox spin.
I've liked what I've seen of him so far as well.
Me too. I've not seen him.
No, I haven't seen him at all, obviously.
Not seen him live before. I've seen him on streams and a bit on clips that you find now on social media.
6 overs, 2 for 25, his figures so far.
Are you involved on social media?
Only if I have to be.
Well, I do a bit of retweeting and stuff. But no, it's not like it used to be.
No, used to be a bit of fun, didn't it?
It did.
Barnard then, from the Statham end, bowls, gives that a bit of air. First ball up, it's driven into the offside. Should only be one. Libby does take a single.
It's all a bit my dad's bigger than your dad at the minute.
It is, isn't it, really? And
all them people who wake up waiting to be offended.
Oh, there's a few of them around, yeah. In the same way, I think, in cricketing terms, those who are, you quite rightly say, this is in many ways a development competition for younger players. I think that's the way most counties seem to approach it. But the ones who say results do really matter in this are generally those who despise the 100, I've found. But I haven't got a particular problem with the 100. I think it's done wonders for the women's game.
Oh, it has.
Yeah, I really think it has done a lot for the women's game. You can debate the merits of it for the men's game until the cows come home, but I think for the women's game it's been a real bonus. Barnard in, bowls to Taylor, who's forward. Just prods that into the offside. There's no run.
I chatted with Paul earlier about the 100. I was in on the meetings before it started, and all the talk, it's not for mainstream commentators, it's for actors and singers. And
next delivery, just straying outside the leg stump there, and it's turned away for a single.
This will be for celebrities and to do commentary. That's not been the case at all.
No.
Just hasn't.
No.
And it's not anything that we don't want to hear about. Deep long off, deep extra covered, deep mid wicket, short mid wicket, square leg. Well, it is. It's exactly what it's about.
The next delivery is played away through the offside, through the extra cover area. They'll take a single. Libby will move on to 42, total to 113 for 5. But then I remember when the T20 came in, they said it'd be the death of spin bowling, but before it actually started.
It has. It's been great for spin bowling.
It has.
A particularly wrist spin.
Well, you can rattle through overs with two decent spinners in the side, can't you? Barnard bowls here. Oh, that's trouble. He's paddled that, and it's gone right up in the air over Bell's head as a wicket keeper, and they'll come back for 2. But that could have gone absolutely anywhere. Taylor will pick up a couple for it.
So Taylor's working out where I can score to keep it going, and he's opted for a little scoop over his head or a reverse of some sort, or a delicate sweep.
116 for 5. Barnard's in again. Pushed to extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, good over again.
It is. Yeah, he's 5 from it from Barnard. 2 for 30. His figures now. In 7. So he's doing a good job for his side.
He is.
30 overs gone now. 116 for 5. Worcestershire need 122 to win from 120 balls. So were it not for the fact they got 5 wickets down, that's doable, isn't it, really? I mean, it's still doable now, but they can't afford to lose.
Well, they need a partnership.
Wickets, really.
Need a big partnership, Libby, to stay in.
It will be Libby on strike. Bailey keen to get on with it. Running out of the shadow of one of the floodlights that's stretching across the ground. In, bowls, and he hurries Libby a bit there. It hits Libby and drops down into the onside, and he's followed through, Bailey through to field.
With Barnard, if you project it through to red ball cricket, I'd be interested to know and get close to him. Does he really spin it? Does he get a real tweak on it? Because his action is lovely. Accurate enough.
I will make way out for this next delivery, and Scott will come back in. We'll just do this one, and then Mr. Reid will assume the position.
Look at the screen again. Look at him behind that screen.
How many times? I mean,
you should know as cricket supporters and spectators, I can't go and stand here.
Bailey's in. Bowls. That's turned nicely down towards fine leg. Libby will get one, but it'll only be one. He'll move on to 43. The total to 117 for 5, and we're in the 31st over.
Libby is 42 from 65. Run rate is being controlled by Lancashire. It's 3.86, so the required rate is 6.15. So they need a partnership.
Yeah, they just want to stick with Libby, don't they? Batted nicely here. Josh Bohannon's 87, kind of the anchor of the Lancashire innings, and then Balderson making 50. A couple of 20s around it as well. Bailey in and balls driven away by Taylor. And there is the Lancashire captain, Josh Bohannon, at mid-off, and there's no run. 117 for 5. You mentioned Charlie Barnard. I was chatting to Paul about this. He might get a chance in the championship, maybe.
I think he will. I mean, he's got lovely action.
Yeah.
I mean, I've not been close enough to see if he gives it a real rip. But if they can get the back end of the season on pitches that have been played on and they're a bit worn, your spinner comes right into it. Got 3 left-arm spinners: Tom Hartley, Jack Morley, Charlie Barnard.
And I suppose with Hartley's likely inclusion in and around England's white ball squads, not going to potentially see much of him in September. Obviously no Nathan Lyon, no Chris Green. There's Bailey bowls, and Taylor tries to flick it away to the leg side. A little bit of hesitation. The throw from Fonseca is over the top of the stumps, and again they've managed to run an overthrow. It's been a little bit scrappy at times from both sides. Actually, been a little bit of that through the course of the day from both teams. 119 for 5.
Well, I mean, they should have been backing up there. It's a shy at the stumps, and there are 2 fielders looking to stop it, and they've just fumbled it together. In fact, there's one of them coming off higher.
Yeah, that caught his finger potentially. He had a finger problem a couple of games ago against Somerset, forced him to miss a match because he hurt his finger fielding.
He hurt it again.
Oh dear. So Venkatesh Iyer leaves the field, and George Lavelle comes on. In comes Bailey. 119 for 5. Pushed up towards mid-on by Tom Taylor for a single. Takes him to 8. 120 for 5 now.
Famous name round these parts, Tommy Taylor. Manchester United centre forward. I think he was killed in the Munich air disaster. He was 1958. And the way that he's played here, Taylor, and they ball dead straight at him, go a bit wider because he gets very square on. Go a bit wider of off stump at him, get him to nick it. You need a slip.
He's on strikes, a slow ball. Actually, in the end, it was a full toss, which has gone past the keeper's left, down towards the boundary. Fonseca is there to mop up. And he's obviously deflected it. He's been given us as runs, 2 of them. 122 for 5. Libby on 45, Taylor on 8. Target of 238 to win. Libby's batted for some time here. Can he find someone to bat with? It's currently Tom Taylor that's got that responsibility.
Well, this last 2 overs have been a 5 and a 6. Bailey just going for 6 there. 8 overs, none for 21. So does he come out the attack now? Does he save him for 2 at the end? Or just keep him going all the way through? Barnard will continue. He's picked up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, he's been a real success story for Lancashire in this one-day cup campaign. We were chatting at the very start, weren't we, Bumble, at the toss about what this competition's about. As Barnard is in, down the pitch comes Taylor, strikes it firmly away. That's 4 runs. He's nailed that one down through a straight mid-on. Ball up and over the advertising board, and 4 runs.
So they're just looking to increase this scoring rate. Tom Taylor just advancing down the pitch and hit it powerfully, dead straight along the floor. So Barnard starts his 8th over, and he's gone for a boundary. And he's changing the field. He's pushing. Who's he pushing back? Mid-on. Mid-on George LaBelle, substitute fielder, comes back to mid-on the boundary, and I should think there must be, I can't see from our position, but there'll be a long off. Yeah, there he is, I can see him just.
So long on, long off, deep point, deep square leg. Taylor drives through the offside. Just for a single, moves to 13, 127 for 5.
He's playing all right, Taylor. Just keeping the board ticking over, which helps Libby. And so Lancashire just being pushed back here.
Spinning the ball from one hand to the other, Barnard. Making sure everyone's in the right position. He's looking out towards the leg side boundary. Two fielders at fine leg and deep square. Dropped into the offside by Jake Libby for a single. Takes him to 46 not out, 128 for 5.
He's got good action as Barnard. And just watch his head, he's perfectly still when he delivers. Looking straight down the ground.
Into Taylor.
Yeah, good. He spins, when his right foot lands, he spins on it. So they're getting body into his action. There's not a lot can go wrong with this.
Sets off again. Pushed away to Bohannon, no run. He's had a good one-day cut, Charlie Barnard.
He's only young, isn't he? Tell him, very young. Good.
Run away into the offside. Get through for another sharp single. Taylor just pushing it out to the left of Bohannon at short cover. Sneaks through for one, and he keeps the strike as well. It's the end of the over. Barnard's bowled 8 overs, 2 for 37. 32 overs gone. Target of 2-3-8 to win for Worcestershire. That will secure them a place in the knockout stage. If they don't get it, then they'll have to look to see what happens elsewhere. They might yet still qualify, but they wouldn't be certain of it unless they reach that target of 238.
So the last 3 overs, 5, 6, 7. So they've got a partnership going. Libby's 46. Taylor, so that's good from Taylor. 14 from 18. Well, Venkatesh is back on the field. He's just popped off because he got a blow to his finger, and now he's going to bowl.
Yeah, so him bowl a little bit on Sunday at Northants. He's got Taylor on strike. Just pushed out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. He bowled 8 overs, 1 for 40 in Lancashire's win at Wanties Road. They got 240 for 9, Lancashire. On Sunday, there was a 50 for George Boulderson and an important 44 for Josh Boyden. And they defended that total. Justin Broad made 63 for Northants and Lewis McManus 45, but Lancashire winning by 4 runs on Sunday. There's Venkatesh Iyer in and bowls off the back foot and punched to mid on for a single by Taylor. He moves to 15, 120, 130 for 5.
And that contrast that we saw, wicket keeper for Worcestershire, Broderick, up to the stumps. Often, all the time to medium paces. George Bell sat back, and Venkatesh is very medium pace, very. And so this would be ideal for a keeper to stand up.
He comes bouncing back in. Venkatesh and bowls to Libby, defends, no run.
They are the gentle little in-swingers, these. From a long run, hasn't he? He's got a long run, and he doesn't actually run. This is a leisurely stroll up to the stumps. Used to get bowlers like this back in the day. They were horrible, especially on uncovered pitches. Pitches that have been rained on, and oh my goodness.
130 for 5. Comes over the wicket and bowls again. A fuller ball driven by Libby, but to cover, no run.
This is gentle in swing, this, I love it. You used to be able to set the field on an uncovered pitch. You'd never get a run against this sort of bowling. So accurate, hitting a spot. And as it bounced, as a sod came up, a piece of earth come out the ground. You didn't know whether it hit the ball or the earth. Crikey.
Libby 4 from a 50. It's punched away through the covers. Takes him to 47. 131 for 5.
We should get a petition up about that. 3-day cricket on uncovered pitches.
One ball left for Venkatesh Iyer's first over, with his gentle medium pace from the Jimmy Anderson end. Strides in and balls again, swatted out towards the leg side by Taylor. Balderson's on the square leg boundary to field. Tom Taylor gets a single, and he keeps a strike as well. He moves on to 16. So 33 overs gone, and 132 for 5, requiring 238 to win. Libby 47, and Taylor on 15.
There's just been a swing to Worcestershire. The Rapids have just got a partnership going. Run rate is manageable, but just be careful. 6.24. So Bohannon, as captain, has just got a job to do. He's got to get a combination of bowlers that he thinks will split this partnership. Balderson into the attack.
Yes, and he might be a bowler light. We've not seen Josh Boyden since that opening 4-over spell. He's not out there. Blatherwick's on as a 12th man for Boyden, so he might well be a bowler light. I guess your captain, Balderson back in. Taylor defends to Blatherwick, and there's no run.
Well, that's the end of him, Boyden, if he's not been on the field.
I don't think he has.
Well, there he is. He's sat with one of the physios, I think. Strength and conditioning. That's that lad Sutton, isn't it? I watched him in the nets at Sedberg. Yeah, left armour.
There's Balderson's into Taylor, and that's driven up towards mid-on for a single. Another one that's suffered an injury in the group stage.
First 3 deliveries at Sedberg. He bowled 3 deliveries, got a wicket, and pulled his side muscle.
That's right.
Yeah. I saw him in the nets, and I thought, yeah.
You like the look of it?
I did.
Balderson over the wicket. And they'd be dropping it into the offside. Blatherwick fields, no run.
The England test team will be actively looking for a left arm over bowler, swing bowler, quick bowler, because Bashir's the off spinner, and the left armour would give Bashir something to bowl into, give him another option.
I think you mentioned this before when you were on with Paul, that big left arm seamer from Leicestershire's playing for the Lions, isn't he now?
Josh Hull.
That's worked out towards the leg side
But
by Libby.
he's a teenager, a young lad.
Yeah. He's played in the 100. He was with the Manchester Originals. Played a game here a couple of weeks ago for the Originals.
How are they doing, the original?
They're not qualified.
Have they not?
No.
The battery chargers, they're doing all right. If they win again, I think they'll qualify.
Oh, they're qualified.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure, because they... Oh, no, they need something else to go their way
That's
tonight.
It. Yeah,
they need
a match, a game to go their way.
Yeah, they do. Balderson in, goes for the Yorker. Dug out by Tom Taylor. And there's no run. Everyone loves a Yorker, don't they? A nice ripple of applause.
Get a ripple of applause. Yorker,
like that. Everyone likes a good Yorker and a really good throw from the boundary right over the stumps. That gets everyone on their feet.
And it used to get a little ripple from the keeper as well. You don't get that now.
Final ball of the over for Balderson. His first back into the attack. Oh, it's hammered down the ground, but Bohannon fields at mid-off. And there's no run. Tidy stuff from Balderson. Just a single coming off the over. And collects his cap and his sunglasses. He's bowled 6 overs, so he's got 4 left. It's 134 for 5. Need a further 104 runs to win.
So the last few overs went 5, 6, 7, 3, 2. Run rate is still below 7. Has he just gone off there, Josh Bohannon? I saw him run.
Yeah, he did.
I think he just ran off.
Yeah, Lavelle's come back on.
So who'll be captain now? It'll be Tom Bailey. Yes.
Actually, yeah, he did skipper the one-day side a couple of years ago, Tom Bailey. Oh, well, that was for the whole group campaign, just for a few matches, but I remember Bailey captain the team. Venkatesh Iyer in, starts with a short wide ball. And Libby helps it out towards the leg side. Throw it towards the offside for 2. And that'll bring his 50 actually. Out towards Flintoff on the point boundary. Half century for Jake Libby. Kind of job not done yet though for the Worcestershire batter. Gets to 50, but still plenty of work to do.
And a handshake between the two batters.
50 off 75 balls with 3 fours. Drilled away to the offside by Libby for a single.
That's lovely to see that handshake. You know, not a glove punch inside, not a hug.
No.
Or a tasteful tap on the backside. You get that from time to time. A proper handshake that was.
Well battered. Crack on. Oh, you can see Venkatesh's finger there with a bit of tape on it. He'll be around for a little bit longer. He's available for 2 championship matches for Lancashire. Games against Surrey and Hampshire. One to win from this point. Taylor just takes another off that by working this out to Blatherwick on the mid-wicket boundary. Exactly 100 needed now for victory. 138 for 5.
Now, if they're cool enough and they've got enough savvy, the Rapids should win this. Just keep your wickets. Tick it over. Libby's in, well set. Got a good partner now in Taylor. So it's up to Lancs to break this partnership.
Venkatesh in, bowls, thick edge down towards the 3rd man boundary where Balderson fields. Libby moves to 52. It's down to double figures, 99 to win.
Well, a long way to go, 99, just with 5 wickets left. Thinking about field changes. O'Bahannon, so Tom Bailey's doing all the shifting around.
Venkatesh balls worked away to the leg side by Taylor for a single. 140 for 5. Yeah, I think Bailey captained the side a couple of years ago when Dane Villas was captain and he got a 100 call up. He was called up by the Superchargers.
Okay.
So I think Bailey given the captaincy then. So that was unfamiliar for him. Bohannon jogging off an over a 2 ago. Venkatesh in, balls muscled out to the leg side by Libby. Barnard gets around from deep square to deep mid-wicket. He does well, actually. It's neat work by Barnard. Just a single. End of the over as well. 141 for 5. 35 overs gone.
Scored off every delivery there, and that's a good save by Barnard. He certainly saved 3 runs. Got the ball back quickly. Stopped the batters going through for 2. So Tom Bailey has now got to think about bowlers. Who should I bring on? How can I change this? I need a wicket. It's going to be Blatherwick. No, it's not. It's Balderson. Can't be Blatherwick. He ain't playing.
Yeah, over number 7 for Balderson. Starts with the 4 balls, speared in towards the off stump. Oh, it's gone through Bailey's fingers. And they managed to dart through for 1.
Vital these, vital misfields. Just give them 1 there. Give them a single. Barnum's back.
Flintoff was coming up from the fine leg boundary, but now disappears back towards the ropes. The 3rd man comes up instead. That's Fonseca coming inside the circle at 3rd man. Flintoff at fine leg. There's a deep square leg and a deep point. Wrapping on towards the pad of Taylor. It's deflected away into the onside. And there's no run. He's gone for 18 as Balderson.
It's cat and mouse is this game, you know. Balls remaining 88, 96 to win.
Balderson in, short and pulled. Pulled emphatically for 4 out towards the mid-wicket boundary. 146 for 5.
I wonder if he's thinking, Balderson, did I need to do that? He's bowled a bouncer. Taylor onto it so quickly and hits it in front of square, mid-wicket in fact, all along the ground. Rocketed away.
23 to Taylor. Balderson back in over the wicket. Hit straight this time. So straight it ricochets off the stumps at the non-strikers. And they're able to get through for a single. 147 for 5.
Well, the stump save 4 there. It's a lovely straight drive. Right onto the right-hander's off stump at the non-striking end. And then went down to fine leg to Venkateshaya. So it's just a single.
91 to win. Balderson to Libby. Flicks that ball out towards mid-wicket, just up off his toes, and a snap of the wrist out towards the leg side for 1. Will Williams coming up from the boundary. Libby ticks along. He's 55, not out. 148 for 5 with 1 ball left of the over. Taylor back on strike on 24. Here comes Balderson. Targeting the pads of Taylor, just tucked away down to fine leg for a single. 149 for 5.
Yeah, scoring, just knocking ball for singles, the old boundary ticking away. So it's down to Lancs now. This is down to Lancs. Break this partnership.
Cheers, Bumbo. Can they find a way to break it? Just seen Josh Boyden in the dressing room. Doesn't look like he's returning. So Josh Bohannon, Lancashire captain there, having to try and find a way to break a partnership, to try and get rid of Libby. Libby, at the minute, keeping Worcestershire on course. 89 to win, 84 balls left, 149 for 5. Trevor's back alongside me. Good finish bubbling up here.
It is. I was just thinking it's building up to a good finish, because I must admit I thought it was very much advantage at Lancashire the last time I was on. I mean, it probably still is advantage Lancashire, because it's difficult to score on here, isn't it?
Here comes Venkateshaya in and balls. Taylor swings and misses. Ball sneaks past the inside edge of the bat. A few Lancashire players have their hands on their heads.
Audible intake of breath all around the ground and from the commentary box. Taylor goes for a little walk to the square leg and chuntering to himself, I think. Don't give it away now would be the message.
$149 for 5.
He's battled away, Taylor, hasn't he?
He's got to 25. Venkatesh in and balls. Short, it's pulled, it's in the air, but it'll bounce in front of Barnard. Comes up from the square leg boundary. 150 now on the board.
Well, Lancashire have done very well as they've restricted the number of boundaries. collectively they bowl very well. But we've still got a game.
88 from 82. Libby waits for Venkatesh Iyer. It's just dropped away towards the leg side where Jack Blatherwick fields at mid-wicket.
Sorry, Scott, I did wonder when Venkatesh went off if we might not see him again for a while, because he seemed to be wringing his hands as he was heading for the pavilion, but the magic spray obviously worked its magic.
Yeah, he got a finger injury a couple of Fridays ago at Somerset, and it forced him to miss the following match against Hampshire. And actually you can see the finger bandaged up on his left hand. Short, again it's swatted in the air out towards the leg side, and again Barnard having to come up to field, just bouncing in front of Charlie Barnard, so no chance of a catch. Another single for Libby takes him to 56. One 5-1 for 5. Third man comes up, which is Balderson inside the circle. An appeal by Venkatesh Iyer. The ball deflects down to Balderson. And they've managed to scamper through for a leg by.
Height, maybe? I actually thought that was a better shout than the one that got Brooks, to be honest, but difficult to tell.
It's kind of half a shout, wasn't it, by Venkatesh Iyer? Seemed to flutter away. Shovelled off the hip towards mid-wicket. Blatherwick is there to field, and there's no run. They quickly aborted the idea of a single. I think
Taylor was up for it.
He was backing up some way, wasn't he? Then quickly had to rethink it.
And Libby was going nowhere, as they say. It's nip and tuck, isn't it? You see the worm on the screen there, which I know doesn't work well on the radio, but it's the 5 wickets down thing. It's the problem for Worcestershire.
Yeah, 86 off 78. Libby's there. Remember, still with a real shout here. I guess you've got to try and find a way of breaking open this partnership.
Worcestershire will be thinking a couple of big overs here. That's what we need. And similarly, Lancashire thinking a couple of quick wickets here. But that's what makes it so interesting. For all the harbingers of doom who say that this competition, could be the one to go, I've seen a lot of good cricket in this. I don't just mean Worcestershire games either. In this competition this time, it was a good contest. As David was saying earlier on, it does also bring the young lads through, doesn't it? Give them a go, see if they've got the character for it. Williams from the Statham end is in, bowls solidly forward, comes Taylor. And Williams fields in his follow through, there's no run. Taylor a grin at the umpire as he walked back past him. Mind you, if you've got figures of none for 12 or 5.1, I think I'd be grinning as well, to be honest.
Super, isn't it, by Williams? He's just run in.
Runs him very straight, doesn't he? His approach to the wicket is very straight. And he delivers it very straight generally as well. Here he comes again. He's in, bowls. Before he gets a hand to that as it's driven by Taylor. He takes the sting out of it and doesn't pick it up cleanly, but there's no chance of a run. Good piece of fielding to get down to get a hand to that. Another dot ball.
Yeah, he's just so economically, he keeps running in and constantly kind of challenging the top of off stump and get the ball to come back into the right hand at Will Williams. But it's his consistency, his accuracy, and his ability to keep repeating it.
Bit of a change in the field here. The man dispatched the leg side boundary, or deeper towards the leg side boundary. Williams in to ball to Taylor, bat raised, and he's driven that back at the ground. Well, shows his footballing skills as well as his ability to get down and get a hand to it, because he did well to bring that down. If it came off his shin, he's showing no pain. Because Taylor middled that, to be fair.
Silky skills, that, wasn't it?
It was. You're doing Burnley on Saturday. You could do worse than...
Yes.
You might see worse on the day, shall we say.
I think that's almost certain.
Well, they come back up. They started well the other night, didn't they? Williams again moves in, and he will get a run this time, Will Taylor, because he's punched it just to a very straight long on. One more to the total.
Yeah, he had a win at Luton Town.
4-1, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
I said Burnley, they're in danger of being a bit of a yo-yo club, aren't they? But if you're on the upward trajectory, nobody will worry about that.
Stylish looking manager is Scott Parker.
Yeah, he was at Fulham, wasn't he, for a while?
He was, yeah. Didn't take long, actually, to work out. So he had this jacket on Monday night, the first game of the season.
As Williams is in to bowl to Libby, he goes for the scoop. He went a long way across outside off stump, didn't get anything on it. And it's through the wicket keeper, there's no run.
And when he was at Bournemouth, he wore all these big fancy cardigans. And on Monday at Luton, he had this jacket on. You know, he's got his fancy watch on. He's got lovely hair. he looked great. So it didn't take long for a few of my mates to source exactly where this fancy jacket had come from. I thought it was an official Burnley one, but apparently not.
Williams past the umpire, bowls, and Libby, expansive looking shot, but doesn't middle it. It's a very good over again from Williams, just the one run from it. 153 for 5. Libby has 56, Taylor has 27, 38 overs gone, and that run rate now is climbing.
800 quid this jacket. Reduced from 1,200.
Oh, bargain.
Absolutely.
800 quid.
You can't wear an 800 quid jacket and manage Burnley.
My entire wardrobe isn't worth 800 quid.
I think someone needs to have a word with them.
I can imagine managers at some of the lower league clubs thinking 800 quid, I'll buy a striker for that.
I remember when Sean Dyche was the manager of Burnley, and I can't remember which newspaper it was, but one of the newspapers had this feature: which Premier League manager was wearing the most expensive watch? And Sean Dyche was top of the list.
Was he really?
He had the most expensive watch in the Premier League.
I was going to say, quiet news day in that paper, wasn't it?
It must have been, yeah. So as you can imagine, he got plenty of stick. And he came into the press room after the game for his interview. And he was probably expecting it. But I said, well, good result, Sean. Good win. Don't have the time, do you, by any chance? His response wasn't broadcastable.
No, edit that one out before it goes out on air, yeah.
It's like a 60 grand watch or something.
60 grand.
Oh. Can't manage Burnley with a watch. You can buy a house for that.
My first house was a lot less than that. I do sound old when you say that sort of thing, don't you, really?
153 for 5. Here comes Venkatesh in and balls to Taylor. That's turned out towards the leg side, just out towards the edge of the circle at mid-wicket for a single. 28 to Taylor now. 154 for 5. So 84 to win, 71 balls. We're heading for a close finish here. Libby, the architect behind this run chase, he's 56 not out. The skipper's there, trying to get his side into the knockout stages. They might get there anyway. Could depend on net run rate potentially if they lose. A win would secure it. Oh, that's a bouncer, but Libby's got bat on ball, but the umpire's going to call that a no ball, surely. Yes, it was banged in by Venkatesh. Kind of tennis ball style bounce on it, looped up, tapped away, tapped on its head by Jake Libby, but a no ball call by the umpire.
Yeah, you did well to reach that, actually.
He did, yeah. What's that? A 50 partnership as well. 51 these two have put on together from 65 balls. That's fielded by Fonseca. Shy at the stumps towards the keeper's end. Just a little flick off the hip by Taylor for a single. And Fonseca at short fine leg, having a go at the stumps, trying to run Jake Libby out. I've got through for 1, so it's now 158 for 5. 80 off 70. Oh yeah, balls again. Muscled high, leg side by Libby. It's a really good shot. Powerful shot. Out towards the party stand. The empty party stand at the minute. Won't be for the test match next week. Big shot by Libby. Wallops it away for 6. 164 for 5.
He did middle that. That was a lovely shot, and just what the side. There's a lovely club cricket moment now as the fielder has to go and climb over the barrier to try and find where the ball has gone. It's Blatherwick who's gone out there and asking his teammates in which direction it went, really, and no obvious sign of it.
No, whereabouts is it, Jack? Keep going. Getting hotter. Getting colder.
Wry smile on his face. He's now joined by Barnard, who's come to.
Oh yeah, have a little look. Maybe it's gone under the stand potentially. Did it go? Has it gone somewhere under there?
There's a third fielder going over to help now as well, and
I don't know. He's going to give up. Oh, maybe it's gone underneath the temporary stand.
Yeah, I think that's the signal from Barnard. Is it's got under there? How are we supposed to get that?
Oh,
hello.
Hang on. He's having to lie down now. Barnard's having a bit of a lie down. Yeah. Well, they're young lads, these, aren't they? Go on, shuffle under there, see if you can get under there.
If you played club cricket, the crusty old skip would have thrown you under there by now. Go and get it, son.
Tom Bailey's having a peek around the corner.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the umpire is going to look at the box of spare balls that's been brought out. Now we've got the... there's a cameraman come with a... I thought he'd come with his monopod they were going to be able to use to rake the ball back from under the stand. But it was a great shot by Libby. He absolutely climbed into that.
Probably better off they find a different ball, because that one might have got a bit of damage on it, rattling around the framework. Oh, that's... oh, dear.
Cameraman is now...
Daniel Adams is like, where are you going, Daniel? Steady. Oh, he's gone.
To him. He's gone. He's disappeared.
He may never be seen again. What's Charlie Barnard doing here? What's going on?
You just see his head above the advertising hoarding. And meanwhile, the umpires decided we'll use this one anyway. And they're just going to find the original ball, aren't they? Probably with a chunk taken out of the side of it from hitting the metal stand.
Yeah, just as they pick a new one out, they'll find the old one.
That's always the way, isn't it?
Well,
the indication is that maybe they have found
it. Good. Oh, it wasn't Charlie, it was Tom. Oh, Tom Bailey, you're far too senior in the side for that. Should have got the young lads doing that. Good effort.
But the question is, has the photographer come back? Last seen disappearing under the stand.
Taking some very good pictures from under the stand.
Oh, good stuff. All of which means the score has marched on to 164 for 5, 38.3.
Good teamwork, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well done, Dan. Libby to 63 with that. Crunching blow, powerful blow through mid-wicket. In comes Venkatesh Iyer, bowls to Libby. Oh, he's pushed it up towards the Barnard at the short mid-wicket. Scampers through for a quick single. Takes him to 64 not out. 165 for 5.
73 off 68. So that looks a bit more manageable than it did a few moments ago. Amazing what a 6 can do. Whatever happens from here, it's been a really good contest, this.
Taylor's back on strike. Venkatesh Iyer is in and bowling. It's driven up towards mid-off by Tom Taylor.
It's proving a productive over this for Worcestershire, isn't it, really? Because there's, what, 10 plus the no ball off it so far. One delivery to come.
Yeah, it's been a touch untidy, hasn't it, with the no ball. Profitable one for the Worcestershire Rapids. They're going to reinforce that leg side boundary. They've just seen Jake Libby hammer it out towards the party stand, so they want a couple of fielders out there now. Jack Blatherwick and Charlie Barnard. Last ball of the 39th over. Slower ball by Venkatesh, and that's just tickled away down towards the Tom Bailey, chief ball finder. It's one run, keeps a strike as well. Taylor moves on to 30, 167 for 5, 39 overs gone. 71 to win, 66 balls remaining.
Live cricket here on BBC Radio Lancashire, or on the BBC Sport app and website, and of course Lancs TV as well. And as we say, it's boiling up to be a good contest. They require, do the Rapids, 71 from 66 balls with 5 wickets in hand, 167 for 5 after 39. Consultation here between Williams and skipper Perhammon. It will be Libby on strike when the time comes. A discussion between Taylor at the non-strikers end and the umpire about, I think, how the bails were set on the stumps of that end, but everybody seems to be happy now. Williams, who begins his run from just about the edge of the circle, in to bowl to Libby. Libby chops it down hard into the ground to point, and there's no run. Williams, tremendous figures so far, 6.1 overs, none for 13. Okay, he hasn't taken a wicket, but what a job he's done for his side so far.
Yeah, he's Mr. Consistency, isn't he, Williams, and has been for a couple of seasons now.
He's in again to bowl to Libby, who's given that, I was going to say given that the treatment, but didn't really come out in the middle of the bat. Fielded extra cover, and there's no run. He threw everything at it. Twirl of the bat in his hands as he settles over his, or he will settle over his bat again. 167 for 5. What Worcestershire wouldn't give for a boundary in this over, just to keep the momentum going from their point of view, but Williams has shown a few indications he's going to give them the sort of delivery from which they could get a boundary, really. He's in now, bowls, that's off a thick outside edge and might just run down to the boundary for 4. And it's going to. That was probably the only way it was going to come off Williams, I suspect. Commentators curse as far as the bowler's concerned there. But he's still got eminently respectable figures of none for 17. And I've made the point before for both sides, really. They won't care how they come, as long as they come. $171 for 5. Libby on to 69 from 91 deliveries. Taylor has 30. Libby waits. Williams bowls him again. He punches that into the offside. That's just wide of the man, extra cover, but the sweeper will come in and deal with that. It'll keep him down to a single. 5 from the over so far. 2 deliveries to come. 66 from 62 deliveries is the equation for Worcestershire. The crane's still in operation away to our right-hand side. It's late in the day for them to be working on the thought. 10 to 6. The union know about this. That's on double time. Williams moves in again, bowls forward. Comes Taylor and just plays that into the offside. There's no run.
I've still got no idea what they're building. There must be somebody watching or listening to our commentary that's got some idea as to what they're constructing here. There's 4 cranes, 2 red ones and 2 blue ones. There's like building work either side of the red brick, the old Kellogg's building, which is now the University Academy building.
Yeah.
There's something in front of that being constructed,
yeah,
and something behind it as well. There's like 2 towers behind it as well.
172 for 5. Williams is in, bowls, ball of full length, played up towards a long on by Taylor. He'll take 1. And that will complete the over.
Yeah, that's a thickish edge down to third man.
There's the cranes, you see.
So this, yeah, these red cranes are here, and there's a couple of blue cranes are here, and then there's building work behind the hotel. What are they
So that's
constructing?
the University Academy building, is the old Kellogg's building, isn't
It is, yeah.
As you're quite right, there's something being built in front of that, and then there's 2 towers on beyond that.
What is it? Have a good view of the cricket ground, whatever it's going to be.
Definitely. Up the prices.
Yes, yes. Be popular in the test matches, won't they? It'll be Venkatesh Iyer to continue. Right, final 10 overs. So this is the final kind of phase of the match, isn't it, when it comes to the fielding restrictions. So Lancashire are going to have themselves, if they want, they can have 5 outside the circle. And they are going to have all 5 there. So they've got long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, long off and deep point. Just dropped up towards mid off actually. Bohannon, who was there, having just jogged back towards the boundary. Taylor will push it away for 1. He moves on to 32. 174 for 5. 64 off 59. Change of field for Jake Libby. But Bohannon wants to be in the circle at mid-off, so fine leg drops down to the boundary. There's now 4 fielders on the leg side boundary. In balls, and that's just worked away off the hip by Libby. Now towards Jack Blatherwick. Single for Libby takes him to 71. Not playing Jack Blatherwick, he's on there as a 12th man for Lancashire because fortunately it would appear that Josh Boyden has got a bit of an issue. We've not seen him for some time. I don't think we've seen him since that opening 4 over burst. Venkatesh in balls. Taylor swings and misses, and that somehow has sneaked past the bat and into the gloves of Bell. And Venkatesh can't believe he's got his hands on his head. Quite believe how that's just not nicked away past the inside edge, or indeed clipped to the top of off stump. It's a fraction away from both the inside edge of the bat and the top of off stump. Coming back in, that delivery from Venkatesh Iyer. Taylor still there though, 32 not out. 175 for 5. It's a lovely ball by Venkatesh, who bounds his way back in again. Balls once more to Taylor. That's pushed up to mid-on. Takes him to 33. 176 for 5. Brings Libby back on strike. He's 71 not out. Might be worth having a look at the end of this over. Those, in particular, those are the 2 fixtures that Worcestershire supporters will be keen to keep an eye on: the Durham, Derbyshire and Middlesex, Hampshire games. There's 3 teams there battling for those positions in the top 3. Libby across the stumps and wraps it over the keeper's head. It's a good shot for 4. Improvised by Jake Libby, takes him to 75 not out.
Yeah, played it very well, didn't he? It looks great when it works. 180 for 5. 58 needed from 55 deliveries.
7 off the over so far. Final ball of it. You're in and balls pulled away towards the leg side by Libby, and he keeps the strike as well. That's the end of the over. So 181 for 5 here. Elsewhere, Durham against Derbyshire, Chesterley Street. Durham all out for 253. So the target to win for Derbyshire is at 254 runs. What's the update here? 250 for 6. It's a Derbyshire.
Need 4.
Heading on the brink of victory. In fact, that shot there out towards the leg side might do it. No, just a single. So they need 3 to win. So Derbyshire closing in on victory against Durham. Meanwhile, Middlesex against Hampshire. Hampshire making 276 for 7. Middlesex in reply, 196 for 6. Need 81 from 53. So a tougher test for Middlesex there against Hampshire. A reminder of the league positions. Somerset top of the group. Worcestershire second with 9 points. Looks like Durham are going to move to 10 points with a victory there. That would take them up to 3rd position and level on points with Worcestershire.
Barnard is in, bowls. It's played straight back down the track to him, and there's no run. 181 for 5. In this, the 42nd over. Barnard again bowls. Helped on its way into the onside by Libby. Oh, they're going to come back for 2, but they undernard for a little bit. In the end, it's safe enough, but there's a certain amount of hesitation there. Libby up to 78, 183 for 5.
So if Derbyshire, which certainly will do, go on to win that game, that will take them to 10 points, level with Worcestershire. And it would depend on their net run rate, just how narrow the gap would be and who would be second, who would be third.
Barnard bowls. That's driven away just in front of square on the offside. And they'll be up a single. I can't tell what that noise is.
It could be something from the building side.
Oh, it could be, yes, yeah.
I suspect Worcestershire would probably be still second. This is obviously before the result here today, because Derbyshire on the brink of winning that match. I think they'll probably still be second. The run rate's pretty strong for Worcestershire.
Barnard bowls, pushed up towards mid-on. They'll take a single. Derbyshire need 2 to win in that game against Durham now. And that is it. I think Derbyshire have just beaten Durham. So Derbyshire will be very happy with their day's work in the North East.
Yeah, it's a 5th win from 8 games, and they move to 10 points.
Barnard bowls. That's gone aerial over the top. That's safe enough, I think. It's going to land well in front of the fielder out there. It's just the one, though. Over extra cover it went, and Taylor moves on to 34 from 47. 186 for 5. 52 needed from 49 deliveries. Barnard again bowls. And that's just played up towards long off, where they will pick up one more. And that completes the over. 42 gone, 187 for 5. Libby has 80. Taylor has 35. 51 required from 48 balls. So 6.4 and over, but 51 from 48 balls says it all, really.
Yeah, this partnership is worth 81 runs between Jake Libby and Tom Taylor. For viewers with us on Lancs TV, you scan that QR code, chance to win a signed Venkatesh Iyer shirt for the viewers on Lancs TV. Scan the QR code and follow the instructions for that. But this partnership, 81, is a record 6th wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Lancashire in List A matches. Balderson returns, and Taylor hammers it away down towards long on for a single. So the previous highest 6th wicket partnership for Worcestershire against Lancashire in List A matches, it was 75 by Phil Neal and Tim Curtis.
Oh gosh.
That was here in 1981 in the John Player League. So Libby and Taylor have gone past that. That single takes the partnership to 82 now. 188 for 5. Balderson to Libby. Plenty of bottom hand as he works the ball out towards wide long on. Venkatesh Iyer comes up to field. And through they go for a single. 81 to Libby, 189 for 5 now. Just confirmation, as Trevor was saying before, the victory for Derbyshire, a 4-wicket win for Derbyshire at Durham today. There are currently 10 points, level with Worcestershire. Full ball, which is thumped firmly by Taylor. Down to Venkatesh Iyer on the long on boundary for one more run. Taylor to 37, 190 for 5. It's been one of the results in Group A. Kent against Northamptonshire is not a classic fixture to end the competition, with nothing on it for either side. Kent all out for 82. That didn't go down very well. And Northamptonshire have got there pretty comfortably. A 9-wicket win for Northampton Canterbury. Balderson to Libby. That's played back on the bounds to Balderson. And there's no run. There's also a result in Group B. Essex have beaten Sussex by 5 wickets as well.
Sussex bottom of that group, I think, from memory, but I stand to be corrected.
Here comes Balderson to Libby. Hit back over the bowler's head. Picked up by Bahanan, coming round from mid-off. Libby moves to 80 2. The score to 191 for 5. Yes, Sussex are bottom, 60 feet from 7. Glamorgan are top of the other group, with Warwickshire second, Leicestershire third.
Gloucestershire still in the mix.
Yeah, they are. They're fourth with 8 points. They could finish in the top 3, as could Yorkshire as well, with 8 points from their 7 games. One ball left for Balderson. Reintroduced into the attack. 4 from the over. Taylor's waiting. Balderson in. Driven just past Libby. Has to shimmy out the way at the non-striker's end. Taylor gets a single, keeps the strike. End of the over. 38 to Taylor, 82 to Libby. It's 192 for 5.
5 from the over, so it's they're doing enough, as I say. Lone pigeon flies across the ground.
Been a few pigeons pecking away on the outfield, hasn't there, today?
They've had to take evasive action on a number of occasions. Yeah. Charlie Barnard to continue from the Statham ends. 192 for 5. The Rapids require 46 from 42 balls. So if they don't lose wickets, it's eminently doable, but with 5 wickets down, it could soon quickly change. Barnard is in, bowls driven down the ground towards a long off. It'll be just a single. Taylor picks up one more. He moves to 39. He's played very well too. Libby, who has 82, is on strike. Barnard in, bowls to him. He gives himself a little bit of room, Libby, and plays it just in front of square on the offside. And again, they'll pick up 1. Jogging them off one by one. 194 for 5. Barnard gives that a little bit more air. Taylor drops the bat on it, plays it into the onside. They're going to try and take 2 here, but Libby's having none of that. And very good decision by Libby as well. Initially, it did look as though there might just be 2 there, but good piece of work in the deep by Harry Singh, or coming in from the deep, and good throw. How they attempted the second, I think he'd have been out by the proverbial country mile. 195 for 5. Libby on strike has 83. Discussions between skipper Bohannon and bowler Barnard. Here's Barnard. And he's got him. He's bowled Libby. Libby came down the wicket and missed it. It's taken the top of off stump, I think. Libby's gone, and how big a breakthrough could that be? 195 for 6. Fine innings by Jake Libby. But in the end, Barnard gets his man.
Big wicket.
Huge wicket.
Big wicket for Lancashire to get. Big blow for Worcestershire. Nice piece of bowling for Charlie Barnard. Angled in. Clips the top of off stump. Maybe just trying to give himself some room and force the ball away.
Yeah, Libby really annoyed with himself. He gets a good hand, to be fair, as he comes off here. And generous applause from the crowd, who acknowledge a good innings when they've seen one. It's good to see that.
Yes, fine.
Sporting crowd. 83 for Libby. He's gone. And you just think that pendulum swings a little bit back Lancashire's way then.
Yeah, he's done all he can today then, Jake Libby. Fine effort to try and push his side towards victory. He's at 83. Could be an important moment in the match, that. Charlie Barnard, lovely piece of bowling. 3rd wicket for him. Over to Singh and Taylor.
Yeah, Fateh Singh's the new batsman. He is on loan from Nottinghamshire. And Taylor will be thinking, well, perhaps a lot of the onus now is on me as the established batsman to get us home. 43 from 38, but with 6 wickets down. And I think Bohannon and Barnard in conversation here. We think if we can nip out one more now here. 195 for 6. Lengthy discussions both between Bohannon and his bowler and Taylor and the new man in Fateh Singh as well. And immediately mid on and mid off are dispatched to long on and long off. Here comes Barnard, bowls Singh. Oh, uppishly, and it drops just short of the man at extra cover, who then misfields it, and they're going to get a single. Oh, it's all going off in that one delivery there. It popped up, and well, it was Venkatesh Iyer who was the man showing a great deal of interest in a possible catch there. In the end, he was caught between two stools, really. It bounced in front of him, then went through him, and they picked up a single. Taylor on strike. Barnard bowls him. Taylor forward, just plays it back towards the bowler, really. End of a very good over by Barnard. He's got 3 for 47 now from 10 overs. Terrific spell. And if Lancashire do win this, he will have more than have played his part.
Yeah, it's a great effort. It's really good bowling by Barnard, and it just backs up what he did as well at Northamptonshire on Sunday when Lancashire defended 240. Barnard bowled 10 overs, 1 for 24. So it was a super effort there on Sunday in the game against Northamptonshire. He's bowled really well through the course of this competition for Lancashire, and they'll look at one or two aspects of some of the younger players that have featured in the competition this year, and Barnard certainly will be a real standout player for them, and it'd be really interesting to see whether he gets a chance in the championship when that resumes next week, because there's still 5 games to go. Back end of the season, if the weather's good, tired pitchers, and you might get a chance for spinners in some of the games, especially with 2 of them being here. Maybe he might have a role to play in the championship as well. There's Balderson continues. This is over number 9 for him, playing a miss by Fateh Singh, and that's gone through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Through the keeper on at the second or third bounce as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a few of that, hasn't there? There's one in the first innings of the match when Lancashire were batted that bounced a couple of times on its way through to Gareth Roderick. There's Balderson around the wicket. Singh edges, Bell catches, and Worcestershire are 7 down. And Balderson picks up his first of the day. A couple of quick wickets here, just sucking out a bit of the momentum and belief for Worcestershire. They've got work to do to chase these runs down. Libby's gone, and his replacement follows quickly after. He's gone for 196 for 7.
Yeah, didn't quite look comfortable today, did he, Singh? The first ball he got kind of popped on him a bit, and he could have been caught, and then didn't face many at all. How many? He faced 3 deliveries. Difficult to judge on 3 deliveries, I'll grant you, but didn't come solidly and play the first one back to the bowler out the middle of the bat. I think we can say that. It was a good delivery by Balderson, and I'm afraid it's sneaking away from Worcestershire here. Lancashire firmly in control at the moment. 196 for 7.
It's a good ball, isn't it? Bowling around the wicket, angled in, just straightens. A little thin edge through to the keeper.
Tom Henley will be the new man. He's saying initially had very little luck with the ball. He had a couple of catches spilled and then picked up a few wickets towards the end. But let's see what he can do with the bat under a fair bit of pressure.
Yes, because for Worcestershire, with Derbyshire's win earlier on today, especially, and just to confirm that Derbyshire win, the run rate's all been calculated now, so they are 3rd. So Worcestershire, as it stands, are still 2nd. So even a defeat here might well still be okay for them, because Hampshire are the only side now that can catch Worcestershire, but that would move them level on points onto 10 points, and again that would just need the net run rate to get sorted out before we knew exactly the final positions. But I think Worcestershire are going to be all right even with a defeat. There's Balderson in, and let's pushed away by Hindley out towards the offside, and there's no run. But still, a tricky run chase, a close finish, even if they qualify with a defeat, Worcestershire. They still want to try and win a tight game here. It's a good habit to get into, I guess, isn't it? Winning games that go down to the wire. Clubbed away by Hindley. Through wide mid-on for a single. Venkatesh comes up from the boundary to field. Hindley gets a run. It's now 197 for 7.
Yeah, you think, though, Worcestershire need an over with 2 or 3 boundaries now, really. It's the equation 41 from 32 deliveries. Well, they can't afford to let it climb much more than that.
Taylor on 40. Good knock, this. Plenty of praise for Libby, rightly so, but Taylor's batted very nicely for his side. And he punches a full ball from Balderson down towards Venkatesh Iyer. That's a single. And it's now 198 for 7. 40 to win, 31 balls. Just to recap that league positions, the Somerset top 12 points, their finish. Worcestershire are currently second with 10 points. Derbyshire with their win moved to 3rd place with 10 points. And it's Hampshire Middlesex. That's a game that is still ongoing. As Balderson's in, dropped away by Hindley. Up towards short cover, no run. Excellent stuff by Balderson. Just a couple of runs coming off it and the wicket. Lancashire really have as a unit today, I think, bowled superbly well. 198 for 7, 40 to win, 30 balls left, and now Tom Taylor becomes the key man for the Worcestershire Rapids.
He does. 30 balls, and Taylor, you would think, has got to face most of them if they're going to get anywhere near here. So, Skipper Hannon is just orchestrating things. Will Williams back into the attack. He's bowled 7 overs, none for 19 at the moment, which in itself is a very creditable performance. As Scott was saying, it's been a terrific all-round performance by the Lancashire bowling unit here. They've given Worcestershire so little to play with. Tom Taylor on strike. Will Williams to bowl to him. In comes Williams. Bowls short. And, well, he tried to pull it away, did Taylor, didn't get anything on it. And you feel he missed out there a bit, I think. If redot ball, just ratchet up that pressure a bit. Real buzz around the field from the Lancashire players now, as you might imagine. Williams bowls. Taylor is bowled. And, well, that, I think, with that goes Worcestershire's last chance of winning this. Taylor's gone for 41. Stump's out the ground, off stump is out the ground, and taking nothing away from Taylor, who played very well for his 41. 198 for 8, I'm afraid. As I say, I think the Rapids' last chance has gone.
I think ultimately, in terms of qualification, it won't impact Worcestershire. But obviously they still like to go on and win these tight games, but looking at how the other results are panning out, I think Worcestershire's place in the knockout stage is all but secured. Fired in, wasn't it, by Williams from over the wicket, angled in, speared right into that off stump.
Good delivery. And Taylor gets a good hand as well as he goes off, because there were a few Lancastrians in the crowd whilst Libby and Taylor were together, thinking, do you know what, this one's getting away from us. But to be fair to Bohannon and his bowlers, they've pulled it back very well, and Lancashire are closing in on victory here. Hisham Khan is the new batsman.
And am I right in thinking that Friday's playoff game, that playoff quarter-final game, would have to be away from home for Worcestershire?
Well, yes, it would, because the Lions are playing at New Road.
Yeah.
So
it's looking at a potential trip to, well, the minute it would be Leicestershire, but it could still be Gloucestershire.
Well, at least geographically, neither of those are two. It's raining somewhere, obviously.
Yeah, it's a Notts game.
Notts, yeah. But yes, because I think I looked and it was going to be like Warwickshire or Leicestershire or Gloucestershire or Glamorgan. Oh no, Glamorgan, I think we're going to win that division. Wouldn't be them. But either way, none of them are looking too far, shall we say, which is the key thing if you've got a 48-hour turnaround. Williams then is in, bowls down the track, comes Khan, and there's a shy at the non-striker's end, and in the end no damage done. But Hisham Khan just does a bit of gentle jogging on the spot, trying to loosen the limbs a bit. 198 for 8. Possibly the key thing for Worcestershire is don't get bowled out inside the 50 overs.
Yeah, that Nottinghamshire match is the Warwickshire game, isn't it? And they were all out for 180, Warwickshire. And they've gone off for rain with Nottinghamshire needing 37 to win from 10 overs.
And how many wickets in hand? Plenty?
5, yeah. So if Warwickshire to lose that, which is likely.
In comes Williams, bowls, and Hisham Khan drops that down to the onside. They'll take one.
Leicestershire look like they're going to beat Gloucestershire because they need just 11 to win. 11 from how many? 11 runs to win from 4 overs with 5 wickets remaining.
You'd fancy them from there, isn't it?
So that would see them two teams swap places, so it would then become a trip to Warwickshire. But yeah, it's one of those for Worcestershire, either Warwickshire, Leicestershire or Gloucestershire once those games are all resolved.
But with all due respect to these counties, at least it's not Kent, Sussex or Durham away on Friday.
It's quite an awkward turnaround, isn't it? And then
It
you go
is.
from that on Friday to the next game on the Sunday, don't you?
Yeah. It's, you do think back to the days when they used to play 2 days of a championship match at Canterbury, then travel to Headingley for a Sunday league game, and then back to Canterbury for the last day. Whoever came up with that? Williams bowls, that's pulled away into the onside. There'll only be one. Hindley, good thwack of the bat, but didn't quite come out the middle.
Well, I suppose
200 up. Sorry.
Yeah, just to say the important thing from Worcestershire point of view is that even if this does end in defeat, it will be knockout cricket for Worcestershire. Sorry, even if Hampshire to win, if Hampshire win, they can only dislodge Derbyshire from the top 3. Worcestershire's position in that second spot is all but secured.
Is that current run rate you're looking at the moment, or does it change as a result of this game? Williams is in, bowls. In other words, is that a live table?
It is, yeah.
Oh, it's a live table, that's fine, yeah. Well bowled again. What a spell he's having. Williams 1 for 21 from 8.
Yeah, just because the run rate looks is so strong for Worcestershire.
Yeah, they should be all right.
So the only team that Hampshire can knock out of that top 3 is Derbyshire, because Worcestershire's run rate's better than Derbyshire and that game's finished. So worst case scenario would be a 3rd place finish for Worcestershire, but don't think that's likely.
They're going to figure somewhere on Friday, I think we can
they are.
safely say.
That's pretty much a certainty. Which reflects a very good campaign, doesn't it, for the Rapids?
It does, given the injury list and bringing youngsters in. I know lots of counties bring youngsters in, but rather than choosing to, Worcestershire had to. I think that's the difference.
And also the idea of going and getting some of the players in the national counties too. Boberson comes around the wicket to him, and that's pushed away into the offside, no run. And to stretch a little far and wide to try and piece together a squad and a group of players to try and challenge for in the One Day Cup this season. One of them here, in fact 2 of them here are batting, aren't they? Khan and Hindley, both from national counties players. Scooped away through the offside by Hindley towards deep backward point. Comes back for 2 And doubles his total, moves on to 4. So 202 for 8. He's got 22 balls left, 36 runs to win.
Well, he's going to make a name for himself here if he wins it from here, isn't he, Hindley? Or Khan, for that matter. As you say, it could be largely academic now.
Had a good day, hasn't he, Hindley? He's bowled beautifully as well, didn't he? 10 overs, 3 for 58. Super stuff. 202 for 8. Balderson to Hindley, muscled out towards the leg side. Harry Singh comes loping around to field and scoops up and sends in towards the bowler's end. Sharp work from Singh. He's good in the outfield. Have run 2. There's Josh Boyden for viewers on Lancs TV. It's a shame. Let's hope it's nothing too serious and just a precaution that we've not seen Boyden since the first part of this Worcestershire innings. Balderson's in to Hindley. It's in the air. And, Flintoff, I think, just slightly misjudged it. Maybe lost it in the sunshine, potentially. He's come back for 2. It looked like he was going to be able to get round and make up the ground. I just wonder whether maybe the sun just made it slightly more awkward for him and just didn't quite get in the right position to take a catch.
That's what he's indicating. He's coming out of the sun at me.
It's worth 2 more. It's a 32 to win from 20. Balderson to Hindley. That's thumped down towards the long off boundary for a single. And that is the score, moving on to 207 for 8. So 31 to win. 19 balls left. Well, they're having a bit of a go here, Hindley and Khan. Well, certainly Hindley is. He's having a bit of a swing. Why not?
Well, he may as well, really.
Khan back on strike. Final ball of the over. Balderson to Khan. That's pushed into the offside. Wanted 1, but Williams is there to field. Tidy stuff from Balderson. Really good stuff. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 39. It's excellent work by George Balderson. Very good figures for the Lancashire all-rounder. 3 overs remaining, 31 runs to win, 18 balls left. Worcestershire trying to end their group campaign. It's been a terrific group campaign for them with a victory. If they miss out on a win here, they'll still be playing on Friday. We're just not quite sure where yet.
Magical mystery tour somewhere on Friday.
Well, it'll have to be Williams, I think, to go. What's he got left? Two overs left, Will Williams.
You'll bowl out this end then, won't he, really?
And then 1 to 5 from the far end. It'll be Venkatesh.
Williams is in. Bowls, it's a full toss, which I think I've wrapped him in the pads, isn't it? They're 3 for 1. No, he hit it. I do apologise. Take a single. Hindley picks up 1 more. He moves on to 10. Khan has 1. 208 for 8.
Actually, Bailey's got 2 left, so he could take 1 from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's got options as Josh behind him, even without Josh Boyden, because Ayers only got bowled 5 overs. Bailey's bowled 8, so he's got 2 left.
Williams is in, bowls down the leg side. It's come off something. It's going to run down very fine towards fine legs. A chase down there. They can think about coming back for the second, but decide not to. And, it's a case of seeing it through now for Worcestershire, I think. And what's going to win this one? 29 needed off 16. We're going to have to see some boundary hitting, such of the kind we haven't seen in the match in its entirety, I think, if Worcestershire are going to get home from this.
It's always the challenge, wasn't it, to try and when having to force it at the back end of the innings, especially with wickets down, it's not felt like the type of pitch where you could do that too easily.
Williams bowls. Oh, that's gone off a top edge. That could go for 4. It's gone a long way down towards a very fine leg boundary. That is 4. So never say never. 217 for 8 as Hindley picks up 4 more.
Hampshire are closing in on the victory at Middlesex. Middlesex need 30 to win from 2.4 overs with just 1 wicket remaining. And see what that does to the run rate. I reckon if Hampshire win that game, they'll probably knock Derbyshire out.
More changes in the field. Mucho changes in the field here.
Yeah, there's a few boundary riders here, aren't there?
Yeah. Obviously, taking all element of risk out of this is Bohannon, and you can't blame him for that. Williams in there to bowl to Hindley. He's gone after it again. He's going to get more runs. He's not going to get 4. I think Bohannon himself is going to pull that up just inside, and he does very well. They're going back for 2. Are they going to risk a 3rd? No, they're not. And really good work by the Lancashire skipper there, because it's a long chase to that boundary.
Yeah, that's excellent. I mean, Bannon's an outstanding fielder. But again, that is really, really good. And right at the end of the day, final group match of the campaign. Desperate bid to try and save some runs for his side. Terrific work.
Williams. Again, this straight approach. He's in. Bowls, that's pulled away. That's a really big hit. That's gone for 6. Over deep backward square leg.
I like this lad.
And he's given it a go, Hindley, isn't he?
He is. He's gone for 6 more.
And this is a very un-Williams-like over, because the way he's played ball so far, his figures are taking a little bit of tap here.
We've not lost the ball again, have we? We've been here once before.
We have.
So I think Jack Blatherwick's gone after it again this time, but he seems to have disappeared in between the party stand and the seating below the points. He's gone down there after the ball, and I've not seen him since.
There's our photographer still under there, isn't he? For about 15 overs ago.
Oh, he's got it. Well done, Jack. You've got it. Managed to find it. I mean, it might not be in a great condition, because goodness knows where that ball's been rattling around. But they've managed to retrieve it. Yeah, Hindley's enjoying a good trip to Manchester, isn't he? 3 wickets earlier on. And he's having a bit of fun with the bat here. 22 from 13. So it's 17 to win from 13. And he's Hindley very much keeping Worcestershire in this game.
Well, still a contest, thanks to Hindley. In comes Williams to bowl to him now. He gave himself plenty of room there as well. Smash that out through the pigeons on the offside. It'll only be 1. But 16 required from 12 balls. So a better finish than we thought a short while ago. After Hindley put bat to ball with good effect there, Tom Hindley.
It's confirmation that Hampshire have won. So they've beaten Middlesex by 19 runs with a couple of overs remaining in that match. Not going to massively improve their net run rate. And we'll wait for it to all be calculated up, but I reckon it's enough for them to, in fact it will be enough for them to knock Derbyshire out. I'm pretty sure of it, but we'll wait for that confirmation to come through. But Hampshire have beaten Middlesex, and I think that will take them up to 3rd in the table. We shall see. 19-run win for Hampshire at against Middlesex in the other Group A fixture. I think we're all done, aren't we, in Group A, apart from this game. Wins for Derbyshire, Hampshire and Northamptonshire. This one's going down to the final, at least the final over of the match. There's Venkatesh in, bowling to Hindley. Well, that's deflected away down towards the fine leg boundary. It's gone for 4 leg byes. Hindley trying to pull it away. In the end, he just deflects off some part of his body. It disappears down towards the boundary. 4 more on the board. 2-2-6 for 8, and now it's 12 runs to win from 11.
Oh dear. And all the while Lancashire thinking, One more wicket. One more wicket. Get Hindley now.
Waits for Venkatesh Iyer to come around the wicket and bowls. Oh, it's going to go down towards the boundary. It's going to be 4 more, but this time buys. Speared in by Venkatesh Iyer. Swing and a miss by Hindley. Bell went to dive, trying to get a glove on that to stop it. And as soon as it got past Bell, it raced down towards the boundary. It's 4 buys. And Worcestershire Rapids to 230 for 8. And it's now 8 to win from 10 balls.
First time the runs required has been below the number of deliveries left for a long time, if at all, actually.
So 4 leg buys, 4 buys. Hindley's not added to his total, but he's the man that's been out there causing problems for Lancashire. It's been a really good day for him with the ball and now with the bat. 8 to win, 10 balls left. Venkatesh in and bowls down the leg side. Caught by Bell, but a wide call by the umpire. And
the umpire's getting the bird, but it was down the leg side, and anything down the leg side is called a wide, isn't it, really? So I don't think you have too many complaints about that.
No, and Hindley's finding the funny side of it all.
I'm
7
sure
to win
Venkatesh
now. No, I don't think he is. 4 leg buys, 4 buys and a wide. So he's only had 2 legal deliveries. In and bowls to Henley. Again, he's just following him as he steps to the leg side, Henley. This time he just chips it out towards square leg. Jack Blatherwick comes tearing up from the boundary to deny the possibility of a second. So it's now 232 for 8. And it's 6 to win with 9 balls remaining. They're 8 down. So Calm and Henley currently trying to push Worcestershire to victory here in Manchester.
Don't do anything silly, I think, is the mantra coming out of the vibes coming out of the Worcestershire dressing room at the moment. But Hindley's played a terrific hand.
It's worth noting as well, if Worcestershire do win this match, they would move to 12, level with Somerset, who are top, but they would not replace Somerset.
No.
We've got a vastly better run rate. 2-3-2 for 8. Lengthy chats between captain Josh Bohannon and his bowler. What's the outcome here? They're waving out towards somebody. Harry Singh, in you come, mate.
It's a difficult one, isn't it, now for Bohannon, because you can't give them too many singles now. They need 6 to win from 9 deliveries and drop the bat on it and take a single.
Khan on 1. Here comes Venkatesh from around the wicket and bowls. It's down the leg side again, and the umpire just stretching out his arms to signal the wide. And it's 5 to win, 2-3-3 for 8. 4 leg buys, 4 buys, a wide, a single and a wide. Still got 3 balls left to bowl.
This has not been the over Lancashire needed at this point, says he, making the understatement of the day. And several other days as well, I think. Well, if he knocks it off stump out the ground with this delivery, he'll look a lot better when it all of a sudden.
Yes, he'll probably feel a bit better too.
Yeah.
He wants mid-off to come in. He's dropping one of the fielders on the offside out towards the point boundary, so there's a mid-off cover and backward point. Around the wicket, balls again, pushed away by Khan through that vacant gap. Jogged through for a single.
Sensible cricket, 4 to win from 8.
Well, that gets Hindley on strike, and it'll be pretty sweet for Hindley. He's had a really good day. If he was to be there at the moment where they win, yeah, firm favourites now. Worcestershire 4 to win, 8 balls left. Will it be Hindley to see them over? Here's Venkatesh Iyer in, balls, he's gone for it, Hindley's muscled it, leg side, he could be caught, he is! Harry Singh's there to take the catch, and Venkatesh Iyer does manage to find a smile. Been a tough final over for him, the penultimate one of the innings. Hindley departs Might take some dragging off the field there, Hindley. Muscled it out towards Harry Singh. And he's taken a good catch.
Set him up, didn't he, really? Man out in the deep, dug it in short. And they could have done it easily in singles, really. But they haven't. Harry Darley will be quietly blessing Tom Hindley, I think. As well as Hindley played, and he did play well, to be fair. He gave them a chance, he's given them a good chance. Darley walks past. 4 needed from 7. What Harry Darley wouldn't give here for a cheeky little Chinese cut past the stumps down to the fine leg boundary. 2:34 for 9, 4 needed to win. Well, it's been a cracking game, hasn't it? It's been a really good game of cricket.
Yeah, it has. Right the way down to the final few balls of the match.
Rumours of the death of 50-over cricket have been greatly exaggerated, I think we can safely say. Now then, Harry Darley. Come on then.
How does he play this?
Carefully.
Should be the final ball of the over, this. In and balls. Oh, he's wrapped him on the pad, he's gone! And Worcestershire have been bowled out. Darley first ball, out for naught. Trapped LBW, and Venkatesh Iyer, a smile as broad as Emirates Old Trafford. It's been a tough final over for him, with 4 leg byes and 4 byes and a couple of wides, but then all of a sudden 2 in 2, and Worcestershire all out for 234, and Lancashire defending that score just about here at Emirates Old Trafford, but a thrilling end to the game. I'm sure that Worcestershire will be fine. I think they're going to be playing on Friday in the playoffs or the quarter-finals, but couldn't quite win a tight game here, Trevor.
It was a belting game of cricket, let's be fair, and it ebbed and flowed. I must have thought Worcestershire were out of it when they lost Libby and then Taylor. I thought, well, Lancashire are going to win this by 25, 30 runs. Credit to Hindley. I think possibly just a little bit of inexperience when he was out, because they could have just pushed it round for the singles, but it's a very easy game to play from up here. And he put them back in with a chance, but then when he went, Harry Darley gets a first baller, and Lancashire win the game. Bohannon, arm round the shoulder actually of Singh as he makes his way, drags himself off really. Not Singh, Khan, I'm sorry, as he drags himself off. But well, great game of cricket. Lancashire win it by 3 runs.
Yeah, Worcestershire have qualified. They have finished second in the group. The top 3 are Somerset, Worcestershire and Hampshire in Group A. So we'll see where they travel to in that playoff game. It's still been a really good competition, hasn't it, for the Rapids, and they'll
take a lot from this, I think. Yeah. Scott, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed for your hospitality, and David and Paul earlier in the day as well.
Cheers, Trevor. It's been a good game of one-day cricket, and good luck to Worcestershire Rapids going forward into that game on Friday. And we'll try and work out over the next half an hour or so where they'll be heading. In fact, all the results are now completed in Group B, so we might just be able to tell you as we look at the batting card there for the Worcestershire Rapids. That's Jake Libby, innings of 83. And Taylor's 41. Henley's little cameo at the end, making 24. Libby was the star of it, though, wasn't he? Got good support by Tom Taylor. But all out for 234. The bowling figures there for Lancashire. So Josh Boyden's okay, and it's just a precaution that he couldn't bowl after his first 4 overs. But he picked up 2 wickets. 3 for Charlie Barnard, 1 for Balderson, 1 for William Singh. And then right at the end, 2 in 2 for Venkatesh Iyer to help Lancashire to a narrow victory here. Just a 3-run win at Emirates Old Trafford. I think just for our viewers and our listeners who are with us from Worcestershire, I think it will be Warwickshire, because the Group B has now finished, and the Group B table looks like this: Leicestershire top, Glamorgan second, and Warwickshire third. That's how it finished in Group B, and Worcestershire's second place spot will see them travel to Edgbaston to take on Warwickshire. So there we go. Cheers. Thank you very much for everyone's company today. It's been a really good game of cricket. Hope you've enjoyed it. It's a lovely evening in Manchester. Congratulations to Lancashire making it 2 wins from 2 to end their one-day cup campaign. Good luck to Worcestershire going forward to Friday's playoff match. Your next live cricket here on Lancs TV will be the game here in the County Championship, the men's match in the County Championship against Hampshire in a couple of weeks' time. Or you can join me down in London on Thursday on the BBC Sport website and app for coverage of Surrey against Lancashire, the first day of that County Championship match. From everybody here at Old Trafford, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Welcome to Corner Dubai. Here's your key.
Thank you. Let me help you with the bags.
Nice room.
How's that? How's that?
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
Hi, I'm Keaton and this is Luke. We are the giraffe opening pair at Lancashire Cricket Club. We are here today at the Astoria Estate Agents. Let's see what they have in store for us. One of the highlights for me probably was making my Test debut. You aspire to play international cricket, and I think for me making that Test debut in Mumbai was a special moment I think I'll look back on.
Property is potentially an option that, well, I've already started to go down. I'd like to explore more options in the future for sure. I've seen how positive an investment strategy that can be.
If I could, I'd get a little clay pigeon shot up in the garden. I'm not entirely sure the neighbours would be all too happy with it, but yeah, a little clay pigeon trap.
The idea of dealing with the day-to-day stress of everything that comes with being a landlord isn't something that I would necessarily want to be a part of, to be honest. So using an experienced agent like Astoria would definitely be something I'd be interested in.
I think it's our devilishly good looks, to be entirely honest. I'm not sure where the reference comes from.
I think it's fairly self-explanatory.
I think just making sure the advice you're getting is aligned with the goals. It's a big investment, it's a large chunk of your savings, so to make sure it's taken care of and taken care of in a really sort of professional manner.